Chapter 1376. When Lu Ping left the secret room, Jiang Tianlin, Tianqin and Laozu, as well as the two Dharma adepts, Tianchang and Tianfeng, who were assisting Jiang Tianlin in defending Scarlet Mist Island, had also arrived. The two must have heard from Jiang Tianlin that the Fire Phoenix clan was about to invade Scarlet Mist Island. Scarlet Mist Island had become an important place for Jinling to collect training resources. Although Jiang Tianlin was a great adept, Tianchang and Tianfeng's help was not enough. Moreover, Scarlet Mist Island was a paradise for fire-based training techniques. It was a waste that there were no other fire-based Dharma adepts guarding Jinling. Tianqin Laozu had obviously arrived because of Luan Yu. Jiang Tianlin seemed to notice Lu Ping's confusion and explained, "Your uncle Master Chancheng brought Tian Tian to the central area of Scarlet Mist Island. They seem to be looking for an extremely rare spiritual material." Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Senior Chen Lian has successfully condensed his Dharma power? This is a joyous occasion. Tianqin Laozu smiled. It's not just Chen Lian. In these 3 years, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu have both advanced to the Dharma stage. Our sect has gained 3 more Dharma adepts. Jiang Tianlin nodded. I have already informed the ship. It has turned around and is rushing here from the southern sea. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu are also on the ship. They will arrive at Scarlet Mist Island in a few days. Jiang Tianlin was the actual controller of Jinling's ship. Although he was not on the ship, he could move the ship at any time. Tianchang Laozu said, "With the ship, the Fire Phoenix clan will not dare to be too arrogant in front of our sect. If they join forces with the other sects in the North Sea, the Fire Phoenix clan may not be able to win." Tianfeng suddenly said, "Lian Heng." Tianchang Laozu was stunned. "Lian Heng? Who is Lian Heng? Which sect in the North Sea dares to go against the world?" As soon as Tianchang Laozu finished speaking, a disciple came to report that there was news from the sect that a messenger from the Eastern Sea Fire Phoenix race had come to Tianling Mountain, and the sect master was currently receiving him. Tianchang Laozu was taken aback for a moment. Then he muttered to himself, "If we join hands with the Fire Phoenix clan, we might be able to divide the Scarlet Mist Island evenly." Jiang Tianlin looked at Tianchang Laozu and said, "Equally? Don't forget that our sect now occupies a quarter of the Scarlet Mist Island's periphery. If we divide it equally, will our sect and the Fire Phoenix clan each take half of the Scarlet Mist Island, or will we divide the remaining 3/4 equally? Our sect will undoubtedly suffer a loss in the former, but do you think that the Fire Phoenix clan would be willing to accept such a small amount of benefits after mobilizing such a large force?" Tianchang Laozu smiled sheepishly and said, "I'm just saying." Tianqin continued, "The situation in the North Sea is delicate right now. If our sect takes the lead in inviting the wolf into the house, the other sects in the North Sea may fight to imitate us. At that time, not only will our sect be isolated by the other sects in the North Sea, but the situation in the North Sea will also deteriorate. Now that our sect's treasured ship is about to set sail for the Central Plains, the situation in the North Sea is still more stable. So this time I think it's better to join hands with the other sects in the North Sea to resist the Fire Phoenix clan." Tianchang Laozu said in a low voice, "Even so, our sect is currently very powerful. If we want to join hands, we will naturally be the leader. However, we must also be the vanguard in resisting the Fire Phoenix clan. This is not good." At this time, Jiang Tianlin received news from Tianling Mountain again. He waved the jade slip in his hand and said with a smile, "The sect master has ordered us to act according to the situation on the Scarlet Mist Island." Tianqin said coldly, "The sect master is really scheming." However, from Lu Ping's point of view, Tianqin Laozu seemed more or less disappointed. It seemed that her master's judgment was once again ahead of hers. Lu Ping didn't care about this. When the sect master's decree arrived, he already knew about his master's plan. Naturally, he supported his master's plan and said with a smile, "This is great. As long as the treasured ship reaches the Scarlet Mist Island within our sect's sphere of influence before the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan will certainly not fight to the death with our sect. At that time, they will certainly use the other sect's sphere of influence as a breakthrough point. Our sect will sit and wait for the other sects to call for help. This way we will have the upper hand." At this time, Tianchang Laozu also understood the sect master's intention, but he still said, "In this way our sect will have the upper hand against the other sects in the North Sea, but for the Fire Phoenix clan, we will be in a passive position. When the Fire Phoenix clan will attack, which sect's sphere of influence will be used as a breakthrough point, and what their real goal is we have no idea." At this time Lu Ping said, Previously, Brother Luan said that the Fire Phoenix clan is invading the North Sea on a large scale. In addition to the coveted fire attribute cultivation resources on the Scarlet Mist Island, more importantly, they may be after a certain treasure. Now, the most important thing is to find out what the Fire Phoenix clan is after, and how they know that this treasure is on the Scarlet Mist Island. In this way, at least in the upcoming battle, our sect will have the upper hand. That's right. Tianchang Laozu agreed. Among all the practitioners in our sect, the one who is most familiar with the central area of the Scarlet Mist Island is probably Brother Tiancheng. This time, Brother Tiancheng has successfully advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, and his natural mystical power, the Inferno Sky Burning Formation, may be able to bring back more information from the central area. Ancestor Jiang Tianlin said, "No matter what the Fire Phoenix clan's true goal is, there is one thing that is beyond doubt. The Fire Phoenix clan has been planning this for a long time, and they didn't hesitate to wait for Yan Jiuxiao to become a pure yang cultivator for several years. Although this is a well-planned and appropriate plan, it also means that the Fire Phoenix clan doesn't have absolute confidence in winning. At the very least, they don't have the confidence to win in a short period of time. If the Fire Phoenix clan has really come for a treasure that might exist on Scarlet Mist Island, then we have enough time to deal with everything that comes next." At this time, Tianfeng also said, "We don't have enough manpower." Although the treasured ship was completely comparable to a pure yang practitioner on the sea, and in terms of power and endurance, the treasured ship was far superior to a pure yang practitioner, but it was important to note that a pure yang practitioner was much more agile than a treasured ship. The Fire Phoenix clan's pure yang practitioners would not be so foolish as to go head-on with a Zhenling's treasured ship. Moreover, the treasured ship had such power, apart from the quality of the ship itself, it also needed a grand practitioner and hundreds of middle and low-level practitioners who could command it with ease. Moreover, once the Fire Phoenix clan invaded Scarlet Mist Island, they would definitely be prepared for the worst. Apart from the pure yang practitioners, the number of grand practitioners they had would not be less than the total number of grand practitioners the North Sea humans currently had. In addition, there were also a large number of other Dharma adepts. The Fire Phoenix clan was a large demon clan in the East Sea, second only to the Green Sea Snakes, so their power was not to be underestimated. Although the number of Dharma adepts in Jinling had increased like a geyser in the past few years, compared to a large demon clan like the Fire Phoenix clan, they were still far behind. Apart from Tianling Mountain, which served as their headquarters, there were still many other important places in Jinling that required Dharma adepts to guard. As such, the number of people that could be transferred to Scarlet Mist Island was also limited. "There's no need for so many people." Lu Ping's voice suddenly had a hint of coldness in it. Who knows, when the time comes the Fire Phoenix clan might retreat. There was a commotion outside the secret chamber, and Tiancheng Laozu's voice could be heard from afar. This time the old man is most likely in trouble. Where is senior brother Jiang? Quick, bring me to him. Chapter 1377. Tiancheng Laozu rushed into the secret room, only to see that everyone was looking at him. This surprised Tiancheng Laozu and he said, "Why are there so many people here?" Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did brother Tiancheng discover something in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island? Or did you snatch something good from the hands of the other sects?" Tiancheng Laozu touched the back of his head and laughed, as if Jiang Tianlin had hit the nail on the head. However, his expression immediately turned serious and he said, "This time, I'm afraid it's not a small matter. I met the people of the Fire Phoenix clan in the central area, and I snatched this from them." Tiancheng Laozu opened his palm, and a 3-foot purple feather with golden edges appeared in his palm. From a distance, it seemed that there was a dense qi flowing in the feather, and the spiritual qi around the feather seemed to be affected as well. When it passed by the feather, the flow of the spiritual qi seemed to have been distorted. Lu Ping used his divine will to sense it, but he was surprised to find that the space within a 3-foot radius of the feather seemed to be distorted. Even though Lu Ping's divine will was strong, he was still unable to touch the feather with his divine will. Obviously, at this moment, not only Lu Ping but the other Dharma adepts also realized that this feather was extraordinary. Just like Jiang Tianlin and Mei Tianqin, they had other feelings in addition to the others' discoveries. Both of them could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Jiang Tianlin was the first to ask, "Brother, do you know what this feather is and how did you get it?" "Wanyu." Tiancheng Laozu said matter-of-factly. "But it looks like the quality is very high. Disciple Tianlian seems to value this feather very much. If it wasn't for the fact that he was envious of this kid, the old man might not have tried to steal it. At first it was a practitioner of the Fire Phoenix clan who first discovered it. Fortunately, this person was only an early Dharma adept. When the old man found this feather interesting, he snatched it from him. However, the practitioner of the Fire Phoenix clan was quite impressive, and he was able to call for companions in time. When the old man met him, he would soon find out the identity of the old man and come looking for him. The Fire Phoenix clan is not to be underestimated. It seems that this time the old man has caused a lot of trouble. As Tianqing Laozu spoke, Qin Lian had already followed him into the secret room. After bowing to Jiang Tianlin and the others, he smiled and nodded to Lu Ping as a greeting. Jiang Tianlin was silent for a moment, then turned to Qin Lian and asked, "Disciple Tianlian, you are one of the top craftsmen in our sect. In your opinion, what is so special about this feather?" Qin Lian hesitated as if he was not confident. Although he was also a Dharma adept, he had just advanced, and he had always considered his status and way of thinking as a core forging adept. However, seeing that everyone was asking, Qin Lian could only bite the bullet and say, "In my opinion, this feather is something that can only be found by chance. It is a rare spiritual material in the world, and at least it is enough to make a replica of the seven-feather fan." The seven-feather fan was one of the 6 divine weapons of opening the heavens. In the world of practice, the most famous replica was the seven-feather fan in Laozu's hands. This was because Laozu had inherited the functions of the seven-feather fan through the seven-feather fans. Although this was far from the seven-feather fan, it had also made seven-feather fan famous in the world of practice. The seven-feather fan was made from the phoenix feathers of Laozu's seven-feather fans. Each feather was the feather of a demon cultivator of the phoenix bloodline who had become a pure young demon cultivator. Since Qin Lian said that this feather could be used to make a replica of the seven-feather fan, then this feather should at least be left behind by a demon cultivator of the phoenix bloodline. More than that. Although Tianqing Laozu's words refuted Qin Lian's guess, everyone was shocked. Tianqing Laozu reacted the fastest. He said, "That means it is at least a pure yang level feather." In that case, the old man was not reckless this time. Such a feather is really worth the old man to make a move. "Yes." Tianqing Laozu said grumpily, "It is indeed worth you to make a move, but it is also worth the Fire Phoenix clan to make a move. The Fire Phoenix clan, led by a pure yang cultivator, is preparing to invade Scarlet Mist Island. We are gathered in this secret room to discuss this matter." Ancestor Chanqing let out a strange cry and said, "No way. It's too fast. It was only a few hours ago that I sneak attacked the cultivator of the Fire Phoenix tribe." Lu Ping hurriedly explained to Tianqing Laozu and Qin Lian what had happened. The two gradually frowned, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Tianlin took the feather in Tianqing Laozu's hand and carefully examined it. In the end, he shook his head and asked Tianqing Laozu, "How did this feather appear? Did someone lose it, or was it originally on Scarlet Mist Island?" Tianqing Laozu and Qin Lian were stunned. Obviously, they also realized the difference. Tianqing Laozu was obviously not sad about this matter. He looked at Qin Lian, who was next to him. There was no doubt that the conclusion of a tool refining grandmaster was more authoritative. Qin Lian thought for a moment and finally said, "The possibility of it being lost is very small. It's more likely that it was originally on Scarlet Mist Island. When I obtained this feather, I could sense the rich aura of volcanic magma from it. Clearly, this feather was brought out during the eruption of the volcano." Tianqing Laozu said excitedly, "Could it be that the Fire Phoenix clan really came for this feather? Could it be that Scarlet Mist Island was a habitat for the Fire Phoenix clan in ancient times? Could the volcanoes in the center of Scarlet Mist Island be the burial place of the Fire Phoenix clan?" As he spoke, Tianqing Laozu also took the feather from Jiang Tianlin's hand. The Zhen Yuan in his hand surged, and the moment it entered the feather, a loud cry suddenly came from the feather. Tianqing Laozu's expression changed. He saw a scarlet Zhen Yuan continuously flowing towards the feather in Tianqing Laozu's hand. Lu Ping and the others quickly realized that something was wrong. It seemed that Tianqing Laozu could no longer control the Zhen Yuan in his body. Jiang Tianlin straightened his palm and was about to attack, but Tianqing Laozu suddenly stopped him. "No, wait a bit more." Tianqing Laozu's face was pale because of the loss of Zhen Yuan. His forehead was covered in sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted in pouring the Zhen Yuan into the purple gold feather in his hand. Jiang Tianlin sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "This is at least a feather left behind by an existence that had become a phoenix's true soul, and it is most likely a life feather." In fact, the moment that Tianqing Laozu could no longer control his Zhen Yuan, everyone already knew that this feather was no small matter. However, they really didn't think that this feather would have such a great origin. After Tianqin Laozu's Zhen Yuan activated the remaining thought in the feather, Lu Ping's Dharma power of dragon in the new space suddenly created a huge wave in the suspended sea, and a dragon's roar resounded through the core space. If it weren't for Lu Ping's excellent divine will, which forcibly suppressed the dragon's roar, it would have competed with the previous roar from the feather. Just as the Dharma power of dragon roared, the true soul that had just successfully escaped from the thunder tribulation with Lu Ping seemed to have noticed something, and the trembling sound of the sword also danced up and down along with the longsword. What was even more intense than the reaction between the Dharma power of dragon and the true soul was a 1-foot square handkerchief. The handkerchief was enshrouded in a wave-like light, and the colorful phoenix embroidered in the corner of the handkerchief suddenly became alive the moment the roar sounded, as if it was about to fly out of the handkerchief. Lu Ping stared at the feather in Tianqin's hand with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This feeling was too familiar to Lu Ping. This was a reaction caused by the resonance between the relics of the world. Although this feather could not be compared to the huge astronomical phenomenon that shook the world when the true soul sword appeared, at least it was much stronger than the resonance of the relics of the world when the true soul handkerchief appeared. This feather was actually left behind by the real body of Luan Daoist. Tianqin Laozu had tested it with his qi before, which obviously triggered the remaining Luan Daoist thoughts in the feather. This phoenix feather was like a pebble in the Taoist altar world at this time, and the Luan Daoist thoughts contained in it became Tianqin Laozu's gains. Jiang Tianlin also cultivated the bloodline of Luan Daoist. He had also tried to test this feather with his qi before, but he obviously missed this opportunity. Lu Ping casually threw out 3 top-grade spirit stones, and then activated them one by one with the spirit explosion technique. A rich aura instantly surrounded Tianqin Laozu. Tianqin Laozu, who had become weaker because of the loss of qi, suddenly felt refreshed, and the input of qi in his hand became much more stable. After a long time, the qi in Tianqin Laozu's hand finally stopped gushing out. The phoenix feather shone brightly, and a bright red light flowed on the surface of the feather. It was as if another flame was being bred in it, and it could erupt at any time. Although the celestial zither ancestor had not yet recovered from the great consumption of true essence, he still stood up with a giggle. He seemed to be very impatient to sweep the feather in his hand over everyone in the secret room. The aura in the secret room suddenly became chaotic. Not only that, the moment the feather swept past Tianqin Laozu and the others, almost at the same time, found that their auras began to leak out uncontrollably. If they used magic spells at this time, their power would be greatly affected. This was still the case when Tianqin Laozu had not fully displayed the power of this feather. If Tianqin Laozu's strength was fully restored, and he had a deeper understanding of this feather, the power of this feather would be greatly enhanced. Although the power of Tianqin Laozu's previous surprise attack was not great, everyone except Jiang Tianlin and Lu Ping was affected in an instant. Jiang Tianlin barely suppressed the aura around his body, but Lu Ping was not affected by this feather at all from beginning to end. Tianqin Laozu seemed to also notice Lu Ping's strangeness. When he looked at Lu Ping, he heard Lu Ping say with a smile, "Congratulations, martial uncle, on obtaining the heaven-opening relic." Chapter 1378. The Heaven-Opening Relic. Everyone stared straight at the feather in the celestial zither ancestor's hand. It was a heaven-opening relic. Didn't that mean the feather came from the Luan Daoist's true spirit body? Tianqin Laozu looked at the feather in Tianqin Laozu's hand curiously. He said, "Is this the heaven-opening relic?" Then he looked at Chenlian next to him and said, "It seems we didn't have the luck to get it. We've studied the feather for a long time, but we didn't get it as easily as apprentice sister Tianqin." Tianqin Laozu didn't pay attention to Tianqin Laozu's complaints. He looked at Lu Ping and asked in surprise, "Why are you so sure it's the Luan Daoist heaven-opening relic?" Lu Ping said with a smile, "I was lucky enough to see a heaven-opening relic like this. That's why I know it." Tianqin Laozu didn't ask what it was. He smiled and said, "You're lucky." Tianqin Laozu suddenly realized something. He said, "Do you think the Fire Phoenix clan came for this heaven-opening relic? Or are there many other heaven-opening relic left by the Luan Daoist on Scarlet Mist Island?" Tianqin Laozu said seriously, "It's highly possible. The Fire Phoenix clan is the direct descendant of the Luan Daoist, so it's highly possible that they can take the heaven-opening relic for themselves. This feather is only something that fell from the Luan Daoist's body. It's not even a magic weapon, yet it has such power. Moreover, the Yuan Taoist will contained in it will be very beneficial to one's cultivation in the future. If there really is more than one heaven-opening relic on Scarlet Mist Island, then the Fire Phoenix clan has a good reason to make such a big fuss. Jiang Tianlin seemed to have thought of something. He said, ever since Scarlet Mist Island emerged from the sea, the Fire Phoenix clan has never stopped exploring the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're persistent. Even the sects and factions of the Northern Sea aren't as diligent as the Fire Phoenix clan. If that's the case, then it makes sense that the Fire Phoenix clan has discovered some secret in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. A few days later, under the secret instigation of Zhenling's sect, the news that the Fire Phoenix clan was about to invade Scarlet Mist Island in the North Sea quickly spread throughout the North Sea, causing quite a stir in the North Sea. The news from the Eastern Sea seemed to prove that the rumors were true. The sects and factions strengthened the defenses of Scarlet Mist Island, but only by a little. It seemed that no faction in the Northern Sea's cultivation world could resist the Fire Phoenix clan, unless the sects and factions of the Northern Sea could unite and fight against their enemies. However, just as the sects and factions of the Northern Sea were doing their best to prepare for the possible invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan far away in the Eastern Sea had already found out about the actions of the sects and factions of the Northern Sea. Although they didn't know how the sects and factions of the Northern Sea knew that the Fire Phoenix clan would invade Scarlet Mist Island, since their goal had been seen through, the Fire Phoenix clan had no choice but to enter the Northern Sea in advance to attack in order to maintain the element of surprise. Just as the sects and factions of the Northern Sea were still hesitating, the Fire Phoenix clan suddenly arrived in the Northern Sea and launched a thunderous attack on Scarlet Mist Island. Under the leadership of Yan Jiuxiao, the leader of the Fire Phoenix clan who had successfully advanced to the Pure Sun stage, the Fire Phoenix clan had gathered outside Scarlet Mist Island 2 peak adepts, 8 mid-Dharma adepts, 15 early Dharma adepts, and hundreds of core forging adepts. In the face of such a powerful force, the sects and factions of the Northern Sea were as silent as cicadas in winter. This time, the Fire Phoenix clan had invaded Scarlet Mist Island on a large scale. Yan Jiuxiao had taken away almost half of the Fire Phoenix clan's power in one fell swoop. Although the sects and factions of the Northern Sea had slightly strengthened their defenses on Scarlet Mist Island under the influence of Zhenling's secret messages, in the face of the Fire Phoenix clan's tyrannical power, they could only crumble. In just 3 days, the entire outer region of Scarlet Mist Island had been occupied by the Fire Phoenix clan. The Jade Sword clan, the Soaring Feather sect, the Linggu sect, the Chongming sect, and the various small factions of the Northern Sea, as well as many alliances of independent practitioners, had all been taken over by the Fire Phoenix clan. Apart from that, the Sea Flame sect and the Shuiyan Pavilion's territories had also been greatly reduced. For a time, the sects and factions of the Northern Sea had joined forces to fight against the Fire Phoenix clan. More and more people hoped that at this time, the 3 strongest factions of the Northern Sea cultivation world, the Zhenling sect, Xianling sect, and the Vast Sea sect, would join forces with the other sects and fight against the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion. In reality, although the Fire Phoenix clan was powerful, they had intentionally avoided Zhenling, Xianling sect, and Vast Sea sect when they invaded Scarlet Mist Island. It was obvious that unless they had no other choice, the Fire Phoenix clan was unwilling to fall out with the 3 strongest sects of the Northern Sea. Yan Jiuxiao could see very clearly that as long as the 3 sects did not show up, especially Zhenling, the largest sect in the Northern Sea that was about to become a large sect, was unwilling to clash with the Fire Phoenix clan, then the entire Northern Sea cultivation world would definitely be in a state of disunity. They would not be a match for the Fire Phoenix clan at all. This time, the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion of the Northern Sea was very big. If everything went smoothly, it would naturally be best if they could avoid the alliance of the 3 great sects of the Northern Sea. If that didn't work, then Yan Jiuxiao would not hesitate to fight against the sects of the Northern Sea. So what if that Zhenling had a treasured ship? Yan Jiuxiao really did not care about it at all. The envoys of the various sects all asked Zhenling for help. Zhenling's sect master Lu Tianling repeatedly expressed his support for the sects of the Northern Sea and condemned the Fire Phoenix clan's barbaric behavior. However, he still did not take any further action. The Fire Phoenix clan, on the other hand, had schemed for a long time, so they naturally would not take these words to heart. However, Yan Jiuxiao was still wary of them, so he still gave an explanation to Zhenling's questions. No matter what, it was just wrangling. What the Fire Phoenix clan needed right now was time. Although Zhenling had expressed his stance, he had not actually taken any action. Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect, on the other hand, did not have the qualifications to stand out. Even though these two sects were equally influential in the Northern Sea, now that Jinling's power had been established in the Northern Sea, they naturally would not jump out and challenge Jinling's authority at this time. The public opinion in the Northern Sea was turbulent. Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect released rumors, saying that Jinling was conserving his strength and perhaps had secretly come to an agreement with the Fire Phoenix clan. Jinling was indeed not fit to lead the Northern Sea. However, Jinling completely ignored these rumors. It was only when the sects of the Northern Sea realized that without Jinling's leadership, they really could not fight against the Fire Phoenix clan did they automatically quell the rumors and realize Jinling's true intentions during this period of time. Jinling was using this opportunity to announce his position to the entire Northern Sea's cultivation world. This position must be voluntarily acknowledged by all the sects, including Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect. The envoys of Xianling sect and Vast Sea sect finally arrived. They begged Jinling to come forward and organize the cultivators of the Northern Sea to resist the invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan. This could be considered as them acknowledging Jinling's position as the ruler of the Northern Sea. Jinling's ship that was anchored in the waters of Scarlet Mist Island immediately set sail. Jiang Tianlin sat on the ship and confronted the Fire Phoenix clan outside the waters of Scarlet Mist Island. However, after Jinling started the ship, he did not make any further moves. The Fire Phoenix clan seemed to be afraid after Jinling took action and did not further expand their territory on Scarlet Mist Island. Although there were small skirmishes between the two sides, the high-level cultivators on both sides restrained each other and did not further escalate the conflict between the two sides. The Fire Phoenix clan was trying their best to buy time, but in reality, Jinling was doing the same. After Tianqin Laozu obtained the opportunity of creating the heavens, other than Jiang Tianlin, Tianchang Laozu, Tianfeng, and the others who stayed behind to watch over Jinling's territory on Scarlet Mist Island, the 7 Dharma adepts, Lu Ping, Tianqin Laozu, Chancheng Laozu, Tianlian, Tianyong, Wanyu and Lu Qiner, went deeper into Scarlet Mist Island. The reason they went deeper into Scarlet Mist Island was to confirm the true purpose of the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion this time. In the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, whether there was only this feather or something even more shocking than the heavens was hidden, no matter what, Jinling and the others had to try their best to obtain as many benefits as possible before the Fire Phoenix clan invaded. It was a pity that this time, Jinling had somewhat miscalculated. He had spread the news of the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion in advance. Originally, he had done this so that the various sects in the North Sea could prepare and delay the Fire Phoenix clan when the war broke out. However, he did not expect that the Fire Phoenix clan had been coveting Scarlet Mist Island for a long time. Just as the news of the invasion started in the North Sea cultivation world, the Fire Phoenix clan entered the North Sea much earlier than expected. Apart from Lu Ping and Luan Yu, the rest of the cultivators who entered the depths of Scarlet Mist Island in advance were all outstanding fire attribute cultivators in Jinling. They were like fish in water in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island and were able to take advantage of the geographical advantage. Lyra Laozu, who had obtained the Luan Daoist feather, was the key to this investigation. Luan Yu and Lu Qiner were both direct descendants of the genuine top-grade Luan bloodline. Since the true spirit feather of the Luan Daoist had been discovered on Scarlet Mist Island, Luan Yu and Lu Qiner might be able to help. Lu Ping clearly remembered that when Scarlet Mist Island first emerged from the sea, it was because of Lu Qiner's guidance that he had repeatedly seized the initiative during the nimble plundering of the world. As for Lu Ping himself, although the cultivation technique he cultivated countered the continuous volcanoes of Scarlet Mist Island, he was, after all, one of the 3 great experts in Jinling. With Celestial Phenomenon Laozu overseeing Heavenly Spirit Mountain and Jiang Tianlin controlling the treasured ship, this investigation into the depths of Scarlet Mist Island could only be led by Lu Ping. Patriarch. Yan Jiuxiao nodded, then turned to the 2 great cultivators of the clan and asked, "What's the current situation?" A red-faced, thick-browed great cultivator of the Fire Phoenix race hesitated for a moment, then said, "The current situation isn't as smooth as we expected. Our estimation of the strength of the North Sea's cultivation world is somewhat insufficient." Yan Jiuxiao was taken aback, then said with some dissatisfaction, "Insufficient? But what other trump cards does that Jinling still have hidden?" The other great cultivator with a tall and long neck said, "It's not Jinling, it's the other sects. When our clan entered the North Sea this time, we paid the most attention to this Jinling. No matter how much strength Jinling has hidden, it's completely within our sect's expectations. Little did we know that because Jinling has become more and more powerful, the other sects have been unable to conceal their sharpness, so they've decided to hide their strength and bide their time. Instead, it's these sects who have truly hidden their strength. Now, under the pressure of our clan, Junling's attitude is ambiguous, and the other sects have revealed much of their hidden strength in a hurry. What a good Junling. Yan Jiuxiao laughed, then said, using our clan to invade Scarlet Mist Island this time, they first retreated in order to gain the righteous cause of leading the North Sea, then using our clan's strength to force out the other sect's hidden strength. Next, they should be joining forces with the other sects of the North Sea to officially fight against our clan. It's said that this Junling sect master is a rare female hero in the cultivation world. Now that I've personally experienced it, her open schemes truly live up to her reputation. The red-faced, thick-browed great cultivator said, even the most brilliant methods must be backed by absolute strength. Could it be that this Junling really thinks that they have the strength to fight against our clan just because they have a treasured ship? The other long-necked great cultivator glanced at Yan Jiuxiao and said, we absolutely cannot be careless. If the other sects of the North Sea really join forces, it will be a very troublesome matter for our clan. Our clan's true goal for this trip to the North Sea this time is not to start a war with the other sects of the North Sea. It's best if we can stall for time. We only need to obtain the treasures on Scarlet Mist Island. Although Scarlet Mist Island is good, it is ultimately not our clan's resting place. Moreover, this time our clan is mobilizing on a large scale, and the clan master has already suffered a lot of criticism. If it wasn't for the clan master becoming a pure young cultivator and temporarily suppressing the opposing forces within the clan, we might not even be able to make this trip. If we get caught in the quagmire of a war with the other sects of the North Sea, as time passes, I'm worried that the East Sea will become unstable. The red-faced cultivator wanted to say more, but Yan Jiuxiao raised his hand and stopped him, saying, although Fifth Brother's words are reasonable, if we can obtain the treasures on Scarlet Mist Island this time, we won't hesitate to start a war with the other sects of the North Sea. The long-necked cultivator still wanted to argue, but Yan Jiuxiao continued, do the two of you know why the old man was able to successfully overcome the pure young lightning tribulation this time? The red-faced cultivator said loudly, of course it's because Big Brother's forces are superior. The long-necked cultivator hesitated, could it be related to this Scarlet Mist Island? Yan Jiuxiao nodded, saying, that's right. What the old man can confirm is that there is more than one treasure that can help the old man advance to pure yang. As long as we can find it again, it's not impossible for us two brothers to have a glimpse of pure yang in the future. Yan Jiuxiao's words caused the eyes of the two great cultivators to light up, and even their breathing became hurried. Yan Jiuxiao smiled slightly and seemed to be mumbling to himself. What's more, the old man suspects that there may be something even more exciting than the treasure that can help us advance to pure yang on Scarlet Mist Island. If we can obtain it this time, our Fire Phoenix clan may even be able to build a foundation like the Green Sea Snake and the Peacock Royalty for tens of thousands of years. If that's the case, what's the harm in fighting with the other sects of the North Sea? At this moment, a fiery red streak of light approached from afar, arriving in front of Yan Jiuxiao and the others. Without waiting for the person riding the streak of light to appear, his voice was already heard saying, Grandfather, there's news from the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. There are Junling practitioners there. Could it be that this Junling has already discovered the secret of our clan's invasion of Scarlet Mist Island? Yan Jiuxiao's face darkened and he said, Coffin, you're already a peak mid-Dharma adept now with 1 foot in the late Dharma stage. How can you still act so rashly? In this way, even if you manage to obtain the treasure of creation and successfully pass through the second trial, it will be extremely difficult for you to advance further in the future. The person who had come was the first direct descendant of the third generation of the Fire Phoenix clan, Yan Jiuxiao's grandson, Flame Coffin, who had once competed with Lu Ping and the others in the Battle of Phantom Island. After the battle at the Nine Mysteries Tower in Central Earth, the third generation of adepts in the world of practitioners had begun to advance to the late Dharma stage. This Flame Coffin's level of practice had increased extremely quickly, but he had taken some shortcuts, which caused his foundation to be unstable. When his level of practice had increased to the bottleneck of the mid-Dharma stage, he was a little apprehensive when faced with the second trial. However, not long ago, there was news from the Green Sea Snakes that Chu Haitian had successfully passed through the second trial and advanced to the late Dharma stage. This Flame Coffin could no longer sit still, and he wanted to ask his grandfather, who had just advanced to the pure yang stage, for advice. Yan Jiuxiao thought very highly of this grandson of his, and when they talked he revealed a little about Scarlet Mist Island. Thus, this Flame Coffin became the vanguard of the invasion of Scarlet Mist Island. Seeing that the flame coffin was hesitant, Yan Jiuxiao pondered for a moment, then said, Junling has yet to discover the secret of Scarlet Mist Island. He must have guessed our goal through this operation, and he wants to find out the secret of Scarlet Mist Island before we do. Otherwise, Junling would have used all the strength of the clan to snatch it, instead of just sending a few people to investigate. Lu Tianling, it turns out that when the old man said that you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he had underestimated you. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The flame coffin tried his best to hide the anxiety in his heart and asked, Grandfather, what should we do now? Should I bring people to kill the Junling practitioner in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island? Yan Jiuxiao glared at him and said, Kill him? With just you? If the old man's guess is correct, Junling's celestial phenomenon is overseeing Heavenly Spirit Mountain, and the treasured ship that is confronting our clan is being overseen by another great cultivator of Junlings. If that's the case, the one in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island should be the world-famous North Sea Water Sword Immortal. Are you sure you're his match? The flame coffin's expression froze. Yan Jiuxiao clearly didn't expect to get an answer from him, so he directly said, It's better for the old man to go in. The red-faced great cultivator immediately said anxiously, Clan head, you can't. That Junling's treasured ship is now bearing down on us. If the clan head isn't here, who can stop that treasured ship? What's more, it's just a 3rd-generation disciple. It's not that the clan head has to personally take action. Yan Jiuxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, This 3rd-generation cultivator is not to be underestimated. It's not that the old man is underestimating the 2 of you, but this person's strength is so strong that the 2 of you may not be his match. As for that Junling's treasured ship, as long as the old man doesn't take the initiative to attack, I think that Junling will not dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with our clan. At the same time, under the leadership of Tianqing Laozu and Chen Lian, Junling's group of 7 had already arrived at the place where Tianqing Laozu had previously ambushed the early Dharma adept of the Fire Phoenix clan. That feather had been discovered by the adept of the Fire Phoenix clan, and it had been snatched by Tianqing Laozu, who had just arrived. Chapter 1379. Although Tianqing Laozu had been in and out of the central region of Scarlet Mist Island several times, he was still quite wary of the threats in the central region. Even a Dharma adept would have to tread carefully in there, as if treading on thin ice. Lu Ping and the rest of the group of 7 went deep into the central region of Scarlet Mist Island. Along the way, Tianqing Laozu talked endlessly about the dangers in the central region and the things to take note of for fear that something would happen to the group. Although they were following an old road that ancestor Tianqing had taken, in the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, because of the volcanic eruption and the flowing hot magma that might occur at any time, even the old road could become a new dangerous place at any time. The group that was walking stopped because of Lu Ping's sudden stop. Tianqing Laozu turned around and saw that Lu Ping's gaze was fixed on a green-gold flame floating in the flowing lava a few hundred feet away. A mid-grade earth-level spiritual fire, the heavenly green-golden flame. Tianqing Laozu naturally saw that Lu Ping was tempted and hurriedly stopped him. No hurry, no hurry. You can't take this flame. Lu Ping was surprised. What? This heavenly green-golden flame is of a high grade. Even though it is not suitable for alchemy or forging weapons, it is an excellent item for cultivation among spiritual fires of the same grade. Tianqing Laozu said helplessly, This spiritual fire has been discovered by the practitioners that entered and exited Scarlet Mist Island for many years. However, until now no one has taken this spiritual fire away. Why do you think that is? Tianqing Laozu did not wait for Lu Ping to answer and continued, Although this spiritual fire is of good quality, it was coincidentally nurtured by this lava river and suppressed it at the same time. If this spiritual fire is taken away, the lava river will definitely explode. At that time it may not only cut off our escape route, but it may also directly endanger our safety. The celestial Zither ancestor clearly did not believe it either. He said, It's just a mid-grade earth spirit fire. How can it be so wondrous? Also, even if the river of lava goes berserk, are we unable to suppress it with our strength? Tianqing Laozu shook his head. Sai, you may not believe it, but the truth is that it is so dangerous. Because of this spiritual fire, over the past few decades, 3 Dharma adepts have either died or been seriously injured. As for core forging adepts, even more have died. Tianqing still did not believe it, but then Lu Ping suddenly said, What if we can suppress this lava river? What? Tianqing Laozu hurriedly advised, It is better not to take this risk. After all, it is just an earth-level spiritual fire. If a core forging adept saw it, he might be able to give it a try. But we are all Dharma adepts, we cannot take this risk. Before Tianqing Laozu could finish speaking, Lu Ping had already grabbed the heavenly green golden flame from afar. At the same time, Tianqing Laozu and Lu Ping seemed to have a tacit understanding. They were already standing beside Lu Ping, ready to suppress the boiling lava. Tianqing Laozu looked at the two of them with his mouth wide open, speechless. Finally he said, "Hi," and hurriedly ordered Tian Yong, Tian Lian, and the others to be ready to work together to deal with any unexpected situation. The heavenly green golden flame swayed in the air above the lava river. It was obvious that it had been grabbed by Lu Ping. Then Lu Ping felt as if a force was trying to break free from his control. The corner of Lu Ping's eye twitched, and he suddenly turned his outstretched arm back. The spiritual fire could no longer resist, and it left the lava river and floated towards Lu Ping. "It's coming?" Tianqing Laozu let out a strange cry. In fact, when Lu Ping caught the spiritual fire in the air, the originally calm lava river began to gush. And when Lu Ping completely pulled the spiritual fire over and left the lava river, the already turbulent lava river suddenly began to boil violently. Fiery red lava began to splash everywhere, and the commotion became louder and louder. There was even a 3-foot-high wave of lava on the surface of the lava river, and it rushed out of the original channel of the lava river. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. But when the lava river began to riot, the area where everyone was standing suddenly began to shake. Muffled rumbling sounds came from underground, and a volcano thousands of feet away suddenly rolled out thick red smoke. Then, a crashing sound came from the top of the volcano, and red lines of fire spread from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. After the eruption of this volcano, several volcanoes around them also emitted thick red smoke at the same time. Flashes of fire flickered on the top of the mountain, and it looked like they were about to burst out. Once that happened, the flowing lava of the surrounding volcanoes would form a huge lava fire net, trapping everyone in it. At the moment when the lava river boiled, Tianqing Laozu, and the others had already tried to suppress the increasingly violent lava river, but they could only delay it, not stop it. Seeing that everyone was about to be trapped in the lava, Lu Ping, who had already subdued and refined the heavenly green golden flame, suddenly made a move. Unbeknownst to everyone, a thick crimson cloud had formed above Chiamo Island that was shrouded in crimson volcanic dust. As Lu Ping cast his secret spell, a crimson rain of mud fell on the volcanic area where the group was. The scarlet mud rain became heavier and heavier, and finally became a heavy downpour. After the red mist dust floating in the air was washed away by Lu Ping's art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain, the raindrops that fell were no longer scarlet, and the original scarlet cloud in the air had turned into a thick ink-like dark cloud. The sound of chi-chi sounded around everyone, and white mist rose from the ground and the lava along with the heavy rain. From a distance it looked like a fairyland. As the rain continued to intensify, the surging magma was suddenly cooled into pieces of green-black rocks. The volcano in the distance, which was already steaming with red mist, seemed to be quieter under the pouring of the heavy rain. The lava river was originally in a low-lying place in this area, but because of the heavy rain after the magma cooled and surged, streams of water gradually converged towards the lava river. A series of explosions sounded. Although Lu Ping's art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain was tyrannical, the lava river was close to the power of heaven and earth. The converged water could not completely cool down the surging lava river, but the originally violent lava river also lost its previous power and became silent again. The dark clouds in the air dispersed, and a bright beam of light fell down, bringing a trace of freshness to the island that was filled with red mist all year round. But as the red mist spread to other parts of the island, this beam of light did not last long before it was blocked by the red mist again. Ancestor Tianqing, Ancestor Tianqin, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that the raging magma river that they couldn't suppress together would be extinguished by Lu Ping's rain. What's more, they didn't expect that on this scorching island, Lu Ping could cast such a powerful water elemental spell. "You're amazing." After a while, Tianqing Laozu murmured for a long time and finally spat out these 3 words. Lu Ping laughed and opened his left palm. The cyan gold heavenly green golden flame was constantly rising and falling in Lu Ping's palm. Lu Ping had gone through so much trouble and made such a big noise just for this earth-rank middle-grade spiritual fire. Then Lu Ping opened his right palm again, and a bright yellow flame of 7 inches suddenly jumped up. Tianqing Laozu's eyelids twitched and she said, 7-inch spiritual flame. You went through so much trouble to get this heavenly green golden flame just to let this 7-inch spiritual flame devour it and advance, right? Tianqing Laozu and the others looked at Lu Ping in surprise. They saw Lu Ping put his palms together and the two flames magically fused together. The cyan gold flame and the bright yellow flame were constantly flickering and jumping in the fire. Lu Ping didn't have time to answer Tianqing Laozu's question. When the two flames fused together and devoured each other, he hurriedly blew up 3 top-grade spirit stones around the two flames in the air. Under the spirit explosion technique that Lu Ping used, rich spiritual energy gathered between the two flames. Then the originally bright yellow 7-inch spiritual flame gradually gained the upper hand, and the flickering flame also had a bright yellow color. The jumping of the flame gradually stabilized, and the flickering light of the whole flame completely turned bright yellow. At this moment, the originally only 7 inches flame suddenly grew 1 inch higher and became 8 inches. 8-inch spiritual flame, heaven rank middle grade. After devouring this earth rank middle grade heavenly green golden flame, Lu Ping's 7-inch spiritual flame finally underwent a qualitative change and was upgraded from heaven rank low grade to heaven rank middle grade. It has advanced. Previously, the only secret skill you mastered was the blood condensing pill. In the past few years of secluded cultivation, your alchemy skills have not fallen behind. According to the news you brought back from the Tao altar world, this 7-inch spiritual flame is the most useful for alchemists to comprehend the secret skill of pill transformation. Now, how many secret skills of pill transformation have you mastered? Tianqing Laozu's eyes flashed when he saw the 7-inch spiritual flame in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, how can it be so easy to obtain the secret skill of pill transformation? These years I have gone through almost all the elixirs I can refine from beginning to end, but I have only comprehended the secret skill of golden resilience pill." What? This time, it was Tianqing Laozu's turn to be surprised. You really comprehended another secret skill of pill transformation? So, Taoist Gui's guess was not unreasonable. Are the 13 kinds of heaven and earth spirit fires really effective in comprehending the secret skill of pill transformation? By the way, which secret skill of pill transformation did you say you comprehended? Golden resilience pill? Isn't that a miraculous elixir that can be used to strengthen the physical body? Boy, you actually comprehended this kind of secret skill of pill transformation? Tianqing Laozu seemed to be a little jealous at this time. I heard that you have a golden nut tree and with all kinds of secret skills, you can harvest 36 golden nuts almost every 60 years. Doesn't this mean that you can unceasingly refine golden resilience pills in the future? This is really enviable. Chapter 1380. During his years of closed-door cultivation on Feiling Island, Lu Ping had used the 7-inch flame in his hand to refine dozens of spirit pills equivalent to the late stage of core forging with its 7-inch flame in his hand, hoping that Taoist Gui's conjecture about the secret pill-forming technique would come true. However, Lu Ping, who had originally been in high spirits, had suffered several setbacks. After successfully refining dozens of spirit pills, except for Fornax Laozu, who was quite satisfied with the results, Lu Ping had never been able to successfully use the pill-forming technique on any kind of spirit pill. Right at this moment, the gold nuts in the house of gold ripened again. The gold indomitable pill refined from gold nuts was a very precious spirit pill in the world of cultivation that could be used to strengthen one's physical body. However, after taking the white lotus body recovery pill with the 9,000-year-old white jade lotus root as the main ingredient and going through the second lightning tribulation, Lu Ping's physical body had already reached an unimaginable level. For Lu Ping's physical body, this gold indomitable pill was no longer essential. Out of boredom, Lu Ping thought of concocting a cauldron of golden invincible pellets as a reward for his disciples, or as a gift to a close friend. But unexpectedly, the Nachuan cauldron spat out 11 golden invincible pellets in one go. The golden invincible pellet transformation technique actually worked on the golden invincible pellets. Lu Ping didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this. Although the gold indomitable pill was precious, and the pill-forming technique was very effective on this spirit pill, it was not easy to cultivate the gold nuts. Lu Ping had used all sorts of methods to take care of the fruit tree, but he had only managed to shorten the time it took for the fruit to hang to 60 years. After that, even if he specially invited Luan Qing, Luan Xiu, and other wood phoenix cultivators to take a look at the fruit tree, he still could not improve it further. As a result, although Lu Ping had the golden corporeal pellet transformation technique, the spirit pellet was scarce to begin with. He could only use it a few times every 60 years. In Lu Ping's opinion, it was of little value. What he didn't know was that mastering one concoction technique was considered a great fortune for an alchemist. But now Lu Ping had mastered two. This had already made ancestor Tianqin, who was also a grandmaster alchemist but only had one concoction technique for mid-blood condensation realm medicinal pellets, extremely jealous. But now Lu Ping was complaining to ancestor Tianqin that his concoction technique was too useless. Seeing the anger on Tianqin Laozu's face, Lu Ping still didn't notice. Tianlien quickly changed the topic and said, "Uncle Master, I heard that recently the Elixir Pavilion has been collecting several types of heaven and earth spirit fires. Is it related to the pill-forming technique?" Taoist Gui's conjecture about the 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires of the elixir transformation technique was a top secret of the Zhenling sect. In the Zhenling sect, only adepts at the mid-dharma stage and above knew about it. However, the Sky River Great Ancestor was nearing the end of his lifespan. Now that the Heavenly River Great Ancestor was in charge of the crafting hall, and as the #1 crafting grandmaster of the Zhenling sect, he was qualified to know about the secrets of the Zhenling sect. Therefore, the Elixir Pavilion did not hide the news of the 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires from him. After all, the crafting hall also had a persistent pursuit of heaven and earth spirit fires. Both divisions had their own channels to obtain heaven and earth spirit fires, so it was inevitable that they would exchange information from time to time. Tianqin Laozu glanced at Tianlien and snorted coldly without answering. Instead, Lu Ping came to his senses and said with a smile, "I was about to ask Uncle Master, how many types of heaven and earth spirit fires have you collected?" Tianqin Laozu didn't want to put on airs anymore, but he still said grumpily, 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires. In addition to the blue spirit fire and the 7-inch spirit fire in your disciple's hands, the guest elder of the Elixir Pavilion, Li Yenshan, obtained a mid-grade earth spirit fire when he went out to travel. Lu Ping said in surprise, "Brother Yenshan has a spirit fire? Then I wonder if Brother Yenshan has also mastered the pill-forming technique?" Tianqin Laozu said, "Not in the past, but after learning that he had such a spirit fire, the Elixir Pavilion specially gathered a batch of cultivation resources and dozens of pill recipes for him to refine. After 3 years, he finally succeeded in refining a mid-stage core forging pill he had never seen before. He is now one of the 5 people in the Elixir Pavilion who can use the Elixir Pavilion's secret art." Lu Ping was shocked again. There are 5 people who can use the Elixir Pavilion's secret art? Besides Fornak's ancestor, Uncle Master, Brother Yenshan, and me, who else can it be? Tianqin Laozu snorted, You are not one of our Elixir Pavilion's people." When Lu Ping first revealed his talent in alchemy, Fornax Laozu had the intention of taking him into the Elixir Pavilion. But Master Lu Tianling and the Elixir Pavilion didn't get along, and Lu Ping himself didn't have many restrictions, so he didn't join the Elixir Pavilion. But later on, Lu Ping's alchemy skills advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming one of Zhenling's 3 grandmasters. Zhenling was in charge of refining many of Zhenling's rare pills, and he had a close relationship with the Elixir Pavilion. With Tianqin's return and Lu Tianling in charge of the sect, the conflict between the Elixir Pavilion and Zhonghua lineage gradually disappeared. Zhonghua lineage's Hearing Wave Manor's second disciple, Tian Xianyue, entered the Elixir Pavilion and became an alchemy grandmaster. No one brought up the matter of Lu Ping's independence from the Elixir Pavilion, but it also made many of the sect's juniors think of Lu Ping as a member of the Elixir Pavilion as a role model. But this time Tianqin Laozu deliberately pointed it out. Although he had a grudge in his heart, Lu Ping didn't have time to care about it. On the contrary, he became even happier. "So there are 2 people who can use the Elixir Pavilion's secret art? I'm really overjoyed." "Who are they?" Tianqin Laozu replied angrily, "One of them is none other than your disciple, Tian Xianyue. This kid inherited your blue spirit fire, and he's wholeheartedly following in your footsteps. Although his talent isn't as good as yours, he's still quite diligent. Of all places, that Elixir Pavilion's secret art was used to refine the blood-condensing pill that you've already mastered." "Good kid." Lu Ping's face lit up when he saw that his disciple was successful. He naturally beamed and said, "This will save me a lot of effort. In the future, the Elixir Pavilion won't have to put half of the blood-condensing pill's refinement on me. As the saying goes, when a disciple has something to do, a disciple will do it for him. In the future, I'll just give this kid some of the blood-condensing pill's refinement." Tianqin Laozu's face darkened. "It's only right to give this kid some more responsibility, but you're dreaming if you want to skip the refinement of the blood-condensing pill. Lu Ping said miserably, "Why? With your current Elixir Pavilion's refinement skills, you have a 90% chance of producing a full blood condensing pill. Although that kid's Elixir Pavilion's refinement skills aren't bad, it's already not bad for him to produce a full blood condensing pill or more. It's also common for him to produce 7 or 8 blood condensing pills in one cauldron. In order to make full use of your cultivation resources, half of the sect's blood condensing pills task will be given to you. However, the remaining half can be given to that disciple of yours." Lu Ping muttered, "Good kid, for the sake of your master, I'll have to give you some pointers after this matter is over." Although Tianlien was a weapon refiner, his understanding of Elixir Pavilion's secret art was not shallow. He knew the importance of the Elixir Pavilion's secret art, so he asked, "Isn't there another person who has mastered the Elixir Pavilion's secret art? Which Grandmaster is this person?" Tianqin Laozu revealed a strange expression and said, "What Grandmaster? He's just a clumsy disciple who can barely be considered a pill refiner." "Huh? Clumsy disciple?" Tianlien was curious and surprised. "Your luck is so good, what's going on?" Tianqin Laozu rubbed his temples as if he had a headache and said, "Although our sect has only obtained 3 kinds of heaven and earth spirit fire, there are 2 blue spirit fire. In addition to the one in Tian Xuanyue's hand, there is also a 4th-generation disciple of the sect who ventured into the central area of Scarlet Mist Island to explore. By chance he obtained a blue spirit fire. However, this lucky but ignorant guy happily smelted it into his true essence and helped him advance to the middle stage of core forging." Lu Ping seemed to have guessed something and asked, "Could it be that this kid is not an alchemist?" Looking at Tianqin Laozu's rapidly twitching eyelids, how could Lu Ping not know that he had guessed correctly? Tianqin Laozu also laughed and scolded, "This kid's luck is really good. Senior sister, you won't force this kid into the pill pavilion to practice alchemy, right?" Tianqin Laozu said confidently, "If he obtained the blue spirit fire and brought it to the pill pavilion, I would find a low-grade earth spirit fire to exchange for it. But this kid was impatient, and a good blue spirit fire was ruined by a layman in alchemy. I was naturally not willing to accept it. Even if he is a waste, I still have to make use of him, so I forcibly brought him into the pill pavilion." Lu Ping asked cautiously, "Is this kid's talent in alchemy very poor?" "Not just poor, he is simply stupid. A dignified middle-stage core forging cultivator who cultivates an authentic fire attribute cultivation method. He wasted several years and a large number of elixirs to barely refine the blood vigor pill. If it were not for the blue spirit fire in this kid's hand, I would have kicked him out of the pill pavilion." Then Tianqin Laozu's expression was both angry and amused at the same time. She said, "Let's just say that this kid is extremely lucky. Or maybe it's because his cultivation is high enough, and he has enough true essence he actually managed to refine 12 blood vigor pills in his first batch. This really shocked me." "Blood vigor pill? Not bad. This is the best pill for blood refining realm disciples to break through to the blood condensation realm. What level has this kid's alchemy reached?" Tianqin Laozu's face fell. "Other than the blood vigor pill and the few lowest grade pills in the blood refining realm, this kid can't refine any other pills. Now that this kid is angry with me, he won't stay in the pill pavilion no matter what. I can't be bothered to waste my time and cultivation resources on this kid. Let him be." Lu Ping laughed dryly. "This kid is really strange. He only learned this blood vigor pill, but he also mastered the pill refining secret technique." Tianqin Laozu's interest in this kid was piqued. "What's his name? Whose disciple is he?" Tianqin Laozu said, "He's a 4th-generation disciple called Qi Xianxing. His master was also a normal 3rd-generation disciple, but you should know by now that his master is Wu Xianren, who rose to fame after the battle at the 9 Mystical Tower." "Senior Martial Brother Wu?" Chapter 1381. With Lu Ping's strong performance in restraining the lava river and suppressing the volcano eruption, Tianqin Laozu was very excited. Originally, in the opinion of Tianqin Laozu and the others, although Lu Ping was strong, his cultivation method would be restrained here. At that time, it would be good if he could use 70 or 80% of his strength. Who would have thought that Lu Ping, who was in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, did not seem to be restrained by the power of heaven and earth here at all. Instead, it seemed like he was restraining the power of heaven and earth here. While Lu Ping, Tianqin Laozu, Tianlien, and the others were discussing the current situation of the pill pavilion, Tianqin Laozu brought everyone to an unfamiliar place. The surroundings were filled with dark red dust and fire mist, and the hot air was poisonous. Tianyong looked at his teacher who was leading the way and said in a low voice, "Teacher, why are we here?" Tianyong was proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods, and was a disciple of Tiancheng Laozu. He had also followed his teacher to the central area of Scarlet Mist Island several times, so he was obviously quite familiar with this place. Tiancheng Laozu smiled at everyone and said, "This is a land of fire poison. Normally even I can't stay here for too long. However, in this land of fire poison, there are many fire seeds of spiritual fire and strange fire." Tianqin smiled and said, "Junior brother, are you using your position for personal gain? You should know that this time, we joined forces to enter the depths of Scarlet Mist Island for this Luan Daoist feather." Tianqing Laozu waved his hand and said, "Ah, I know. In fact, I have been to the place where the Luan Daoist feather appeared many times, but I have never found anything similar. This means that if there are other similar treasures, they must have appeared randomly, or that feather appeared with the eruption of the volcano. Then do we still have to go into the lava?" Tianqing Laozu seemed to feel that this reason was not good enough, so he said, "Ever since the appearance of Scarlet Mist Island, it attracted most of the Dharma adepts of the North Sea training world. The inner areas of Scarlet Mist Island have not been explored on a large scale. Although the old man often enters the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, in reality he only investigates the relatively safe areas. Now that Disciple Lu is here, as well as Senior Sister and a few other friends who are proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods, it is a good opportunity to investigate the central area of Scarlet Mist Island." Seeing that Tianqin Laozu was hesitating, Tiancheng Laozu continued, "Furthermore, we talked about the 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fires collected by the Elixir Pavilion. This Scarlet Mist Island itself is an important source of heaven and earth spirit fires in the North Sea training world. Disciple Lu's 7-inch spirit fire and the 4th generation disciple Qi Xuanxing's blue spirit fire were both obtained from Scarlet Mist Island. Li Yinshan's spirit fire was obtained with the help of the old man. That is already 3 types. Out of the 13 types of flames, the other 10 types might be found on Scarlet Mist Island." At this time Lu Ping also said, "The heaven opening relic is something that can only be found by chance. If there is really a big secret hidden on Scarlet Mist Island, just a random feather that appears may not be enough. Perhaps the more dangerous the place, the more secrets there are." "Exactly." Tianqing Laozu was overjoyed and said, "The old man has explored many strange and dangerous places in the depths of Scarlet Mist Island. However, with the old man's cultivation, he is unable to go deep. If we join forces and with Disciple Lu's help, perhaps we can find more secrets." Tianqing Laozu pointed at the dark red fire poison land and said, "Disciple Lu, the old man knows that you have the dark prison poison fire on you. Perhaps you can avoid the fire poison's corrosion. In this area, the old man has found at least 3 fire seeds. However, due to his lack of strength, he has never been able to obtain them." Lu Ping smiled and said, "In such a wonderful place, Disciple cannot bear to let the dark prison poison fire take advantage of it." After that, a pitch-black flame rose from Lu Ping's palm. The flame flickered for a moment and 6 fire sparks flew out from it and fell into everyone's palms. With the protection of the 6 fire sparks, the fire poison in the fire poison field would be greatly reduced. Tianqing Laozu was about to lead the way, but he was stopped by Lu Ping's hand. He saw Lu Ping put away the dark prison poison fire, and then took a few steps forward, completely entering the dark red poisonous fog of the fire poison land. Tianqing Laozu was about to remind him when he saw Lu Ping erect one palm and wipe his body. A sparkling golden water barrier appeared around Lu Ping's body. The surrounding fire poison fog was like a moth flying into a flame, rolling towards Lu Ping and then merging into the golden water barrier. Is this senior brother Lu's protective magical power? After all, Tianlian had not been in the Dharma stage for long. Obviously, he did not know much about the magical powers of Dharma adepts. Guan Yu shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like it. It looks more like a space magical power. Strange, why does this golden water look so familiar?" Lu Qiner said, "How can it not be familiar? Isn't this the 10,000 poison? Guan Yu suddenly understood and said, "Oh, so that's what Brother Lu was planning." Different from the few early Dharma adepts who were discussing what the water barrier around Lu Ping was, Tiancheng and Tianqin, the 2 Laozu, were interested in the space magical power that Lu Ping had used. Using space magical power to isolate oneself from this world. This method is far beyond space magical power like controlling objects through the air. I'm afraid it's already close to the battle space that those pure young adepts used to avoid causing too much damage to the cultivation world. This kid is becoming more and more mysterious. He's still a disciple of our sect. The more outstanding he is, the better it is for the sect. That's true. Right now, our sect seems to be enjoying the limelight, but there are actually hidden worries. With such a powerful figure suppressing us, both internal and external enemies will be wary of us. As long as we can get past the big sects, there will always be a way to solve these problems when the sects are free. Lu Ping used his space divine ability and used the 10,000 poison liquid as a space barrier, absorbing all the dark red poisonous mist that had gathered from the fire poisonous land into the air above the bluestone pool where the 10,000 poison liquid was stored. The mist condensed into a dark cloud, which then turned into a golden rain and merged with the 10,000 poison liquid. From the outside, it looked as if the poisonous mist had directly merged with the 10,000 poison liquid. This space divine ability was something that Lu Ping had comprehended after crossing the Second Thunder Tribulation. This kind of space divine ability usually required a strong divine sense to cooperate with it. With Lu Ping's divine sense cultivation that was equivalent to that of a pure young adept, he was able to control this kind of secret space technique with ease. Although the 10,000 poison liquid could merge all the poisons in the world, it could only absorb a certain amount of each poison. Just like a gourmet who strived to taste all the delicacies in the world, he didn't necessarily have to eat all the delicacies he came across. The poisonous mist in the fire poisonous land is fading, and the fire poisonous poison has also been greatly weakened. Tianqing Laozu and the others followed Lu Ping into the depths of the fire poisonous land with the flames of the dark prison poisonous fire in their hands. Soon, under the guidance of Tianqing Laozu, they found a cluster of dark light. Fierce dark flame, upper grade earth stage, it's actually such a strange spiritual fire of heaven and earth. When Lu Ping saw this flame he couldn't help but be speechless, while Tianqing Laozu, who was beside him, cried out in surprise. He never thought that he would encounter such a strange and peculiar spiritual fire of heaven and earth here. When Laozu saw the two of them looking shocked, he asked in confusion, "Isn't it just a high-grade earth stage spiritual fire? Although it's precious, it shouldn't cause the two of you to be so shocked, right?" Tianqing Laozu rolled her eyes at him and said, "What do you know?" Although this item is only a high-grade earth stage spiritual fire, the number of times it has appeared in the cultivation world can be counted on one hand. However, just the fact that it is rare is enough to be precious. Tianqing Laozu said disapprovingly, "What's the use of this fire? Is it for alchemy or artifact forging? Alchemy is definitely a poisonous pill, and refining is a poisonous blade. It's extremely vicious." This time the one who spoke was Tianlian. It was obvious that Tianlian knew about this kind of spiritual fire of heaven and earth that was commonly used in alchemy and artifact forging. Chapter 1382. To Dharma adepts, this place of fire poison was considered a dangerous place. It was not that the adepts could not rely on their cultivation to force their way through, but this place of fire poison would continuously deplete the true yuan around the body of the adepts, causing the adepts to be unable to enter the depths of this place of fire poison. However, to Lu Ping this was not a problem at all. The fire poison that others feared like a tiger in Lu Ping's eyes was a rare tonic. To Lu Ping this place of fire poison was naturally like walking on flat ground. Although the fierce dark flame was a high-grade earth-level spiritual fire of heaven and earth, it was a common fire used for alchemy and forging weapons. Originally, it should be a treasure that all alchemists and blacksmiths wanted. However, this kind of fire had a special characteristic, which was that no matter what kind of elixir, magic weapon or spiritual treasure was used to refine, the finished product would definitely contain poison, and this poison would not affect the original effect of the elixir or magic weapon. Especially when refining elixirs, if the original elixir was refined with this fierce dark flame, the elixir would still have the effect of clearing the heat and detoxifying the elixir, and would not be affected by the fierce dark flame at all. However, the practitioner would often be poisoned while clearing the heat and detoxifying the elixir. The two were completely unrelated and it was really strange. Of course, if the alchemist focused on refining poisonous elixirs, using this fierce dark flame would naturally be like adding wings to a tiger. Even so, this fierce dark flame was still sought after by many alchemists and blacksmiths. However, it was not easy to subdue this spiritual fire, but now it had met its nemesis, Lu Ping, who easily suppressed this spiritual fire. Lu Ping had the dark prison poison fire in his hands. After several mutations in Lu Ping's hands, although it was only a rare fire, its quality was even higher than this fierce dark flame. Hence, this spiritual fire was useless in Lu Ping's hands. However, this spiritual fire was hard to come by. If it was fed to the 7-inch spiritual fire, it would be a pity. Hence, he looked at Tianqin and Tianlian for advice. Tianqin did not hesitate and said, "This item is of great use to the elixir court. Disciple Lu naturally understands. If it is of no use to you, just let me bring it back to the elixir court." This isn't appropriate. Although Tianlian was a junior when Tianjiang Laozu's lifespan was about to end, the refining hall was actually presided over by Tianlian. In other words, Tianlian's status was not below that of Tianqin, the person in charge of the pill pavilion. Naturally, he would not watch this spiritual fire, which had many mystical powers, be taken away by the pill pavilion. If this spiritual fire is used to refine weapons, especially to refine some killing treasures, it will be able to add a lot of unexpected surprises. I think it's better to leave it in the weapon refining hall. The two of them could not come to an agreement, so they had to look for Lu Ping's opinion. Lu Ping could not favor one and discriminate against the other, so he simply pushed the matter to Tianqing Laozu and said, "After all, this fire poison land was discovered by martial uncle Tianqing, so the ownership of this item should naturally be decided by martial uncle." Lu Ping handed the fierce nether dark flame to Tianqing Laozu, and he took Wan Yu and Lu Qiner and slipped away, leaving only Tianqing Laozu staring angrily at Lu Ping's back. However, Tianlian and Tianqin were glaring at him from both sides, so he could not leave even if he wanted to. Lu Ping led Wan Yu and Lu Qiner deeper into the fire poison land, but he saw that Wan Yu and Lu Qiner's faces were solemn, but their eyes were looking at each other. He could not help but laugh. Even if you two are flirting with each other, you still have to look at the place. This place is full of danger, don't be too relaxed. Wan Yu immediately blushed and wanted to explain, but Lu Qiner spoke first. "Don't tease us, big brother. We've made some new discoveries but we're not sure. That's why we're hesitating to tell you." Lu Ping's expression also became solemn. "What discovery? Why didn't you say it earlier?" Wan Yu looked at Lu Qiner and said, "A mysterious feeling. After entering the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, I sensed it. However, the central area of Scarlet Mist Island is full of dangers, so I did not pay much attention to it at that time. However, as we went deeper into Scarlet Mist Island, this feeling seemed to become stronger." Lu Ping furrowed his brows and asked, "Both of you have this feeling?" Seeing that the two nodded, Lu Ping asked again, "Can you sense the direction of this mysterious feeling?" Lu Qiner said in a sweet voice, "It is because this feeling is strange. It seems to come from all directions and there is no fixed position at all. I always thought it was an illusion, or that it was caused by the special environment of the central area of Scarlet Mist Island, so I did not tell brother." "Then why are you so sure now?" Wan Yu pointed in the direction that the three of them had gone and said, "After entering the fire poison land, this feeling has become even stronger. Although I still do not know the exact direction, this feeling will not be wrong." Lu Ping nodded and was about to say something, but he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Tianqing Laozu and the other three had caught up. Tianqing Laozu glared at Lu Ping and Lu Ping could only smile. However, seeing the satisfied look on Tianqin and Tianlian's faces, it was obvious that Tianqing Laozu had already thought of a compromise. He could not help but sigh inwardly. "How is it, did you find anything?" Tianyong opened his mouth and asked. Lu Ping looked at the depths of the fire poison land, which had become a lot fainter, and said, "There should be a fire seat 100 feet ahead, but I do not know if it is a spiritual fire or a mystical fire." Tianqing Laozu was shocked and said, "Then what are we waiting for, let's go and take a look." Lu Ping said, "No hurry," and told them about the feeling that Wan Yu and Lu Qiner had just felt. Tianqing Laozu did not believe it and said, "The central area of the Scarlet Mist Island is full of danger, and there are many external influences. Since it is a feeling, how can there be no direction? Perhaps it is because of the special environment of the Scarlet Mist Island. After all, they are both demon phoenix cultivators." Hearing that they were both phoenix cultivators, Lu Ping's heart moved, and when he looked at Tianqin Laozu, he found that Tianqin Laozu also seemed to be thinking about something, so he asked, "Martial uncle, did you find anything?" Tianqin Laozu hesitated for a moment, opened her palm, and the heaven-opening relic that seemed to be the Wan Daoist's feather appeared in her palm. Tianqin Laozu silently circulated her true essence, and the feather immediately emitted a colorful light. Wan Yu and Lu Qiner both looked excited and said, "This feeling seems to have strengthened." Tianqing Laozu said disapprovingly, Of course it has strengthened. Perhaps that mysterious feeling originally came from this feather. After all, Martial Nephew Lu said that this item is a heaven-opening relic, something that belongs to the Yuan Daoist. You are originally the top demon race of the Phoenix clan, so you naturally have a natural feeling towards this item. Tianqing Laozu's words were very reasonable, but then Tianqing Laozu said, maybe it is because this feather has strengthened their sensing ability, and there really is something in the central area of the Scarlet Mist Island that they can sense. Lu Ping's heart moved and he said, did Martial Uncle also find something? Tianqing Laozu hesitated for a moment and said, I am not too sure, but the feeling they mentioned seems to be felt through this feather. Lu Ping nodded and said, then it should be because of the bloodline. Brother Luan and Qin both have the top demon race bloodline, and are direct descendants of the Yuan Daoist. Martial Uncle also cultivates the Yuan bloodline, but it is obviously not comparable to these direct descendants, but through this feather, it can make up for the lack of bloodline. Similarly, those cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan also have the top Yuan bloodline, so they can definitely feel this strange feeling in the central area. This is probably the reason why they have never stopped exploring the Scarlet Mist Island for more than 100 years. They might even have discovered some secret on the Scarlet Mist Island, which ultimately led to this large-scale invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan. What kind of secret could it be? Everyone had their own guesses, but none of them said it out loud. The Yuan Daoist's feather, the mysterious feeling of the Yuan bloodline, and the large-scale invasion of the Fire Phoenix clan, all of this seemed to reveal a corner of the Scarlet Mist Island's hidden mystery, and it made them even more fascinated. At this time, Lu Ping suddenly opened his mouth, breaking everyone's reverie, and said, it is something that the Fire Phoenix clan has only confirmed after more than 100 years of exploration, and it is too impatient for us to understand it in just a day. The most urgent matter at hand is to find out what secret is hidden on the Scarlet Mist Island, so we must rely on the Fire Phoenix clan. Tianqing Laozu frowned slightly and said, right now the Fire Phoenix clan has not shed all pretense of cordiality with our sect. If we give them a weakness, then the Fire Phoenix clan will have a reason to attack, and Yan Jiuxiao's pure yang might is not easy to resist. Right now, our sect is on the verge of becoming a large-scale sect, and it is not good to complicate matters. Lu Ping did not agree with Tianqing Laozu's words and said, the entire North Sea will definitely belong to our sect in the future. If there really is a big secret hidden on this Scarlet Mist Island, our sect will definitely not stand idly by. Otherwise, in the future we will end up with a reputation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. How can we lead the North Sea's cultivation world? Tianqing Laozu saw that the two were about to argue again, and hurriedly said, let's take the fire seed in front of us first. The two did not want to argue too much on this point, and if they were to fight with the Fire Phoenix clan in the future, they would most likely have no choice but to fight. So, Lu Ping's opinion was only a little more radical. As the seven of them moved forward, they quickly collected the fire seed that Lu Ping found. However, it was only a strange fire, and Lu Ping casually threw it into the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. After passing through the Fire Poison Land, everyone found another 3 fire seeds, 2 of which were Heaven and Earth Spirit Flames, 1 of which was a low-grade Earth Spirit Flame, and the other was a mid-grade Profound Spirit Flame. Lu Ping casually fed them to the 7-inch Spirit Flame to swallow, causing the second-generation cultivator of Jinling, who had always been meticulous in running the sect, to feel heartache. As for the remaining fire seed, although it was also a type of Heaven and Earth Spirit Flame, its grade was too low, and the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash did not even take a fancy to it. In the end, it was taken away by Tian Yong, seemingly to be used to cultivate a kind of secret ability. This fire poison land had obviously never been explored before, and this time, it was swept by everyone. The biggest harvest was not the few Heaven and Earth Spirit Flames in Lu Ping's hands, but the various fire attribute precious spirit materials that Tian Lian had collected in this dangerous land. Chapter 1383. This Scarlet Mist Island is really a treasure land rich in fire attribute spiritual materials. Because no one has ever completely explored this land of fire poison, the fire attribute spiritual materials inside are even more abundant and rare. Tian Lian said excitedly, holding a piece of fiery gold in his hand. This was a treasure that could be used to improve the quality of fire attribute spiritual treasures. After completely exploring the land of fire poison, Lu Ping and others found a total of 3 pieces of fiery gold. This kind of treasure was often sought after in the cultivation world, but now they found 3 in one breath. How could this not make Tianlin, who was obsessed with refining weapons, go crazy with joy? Tianqing Laozu asked for one of the 3 pieces of fiery gold. Since Laozu entered the Dharma manifestation stage, he began to collect spiritual materials and treasures of fire attribute, hoping to upgrade his natal magic weapon to a spiritual treasure. This was also the reason why Tianqing Laozu often stayed on Scarlet Mist Island and went to the central area of Scarlet Mist Island many times to collect top-grade spiritual materials of fire attribute. This piece of fiery gold was one of the most important spiritual materials that Tianqing Laozu needed to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Tianqing Laozu was obviously very satisfied with this trip to Scarlet Mist Island. He smiled and said, "This Scarlet Mist Island is not only rich in all kinds of cultivation resources, but more importantly, the special environment of Scarlet Mist Island can regenerate many kinds of treasures of heaven and earth in a certain period of time. Just like this fiery gold, this land of fire poison is one of the ideal places for its formation. This time we have collected it. In another 100 years, as long as this land of fire poison is still here, it is possible to condense fiery gold again." There were many kinds of top-grade spiritual materials harvested in the land of fire poison this time, and this fiery gold was just one of the most precious ones. Tianqing Laozu also obtained a piece of earth fire essence iron, which was a necessary material for forging a top-grade alchemy furnace or even a magical alchemy furnace. Tianyong, Wanyu, and Lu Qin'er were collecting the fiery poison evil qi contained in the fire poison mist. This evil qi could also be regarded as one of the rare fire treasures of heaven and earth. Although they could not use it themselves, it was an excellent thing to reward the disciples of their sect to condense the protective gang qi. Now that Junling had risen, more and more cultivators came to join their sect. Although Junling did not deliberately open the mountain gate to accept disciples, the number of disciples inevitably increased. Fortunately, in the past few years, Junling's sphere of influence had expanded again and again, and the sect was also working hard to govern. There was no need to worry about the shortage of cultivation resources. On the contrary, the sect was becoming more and more prosperous. However, this was not a reason for the disciples to start being extravagant. On the contrary, Junling's desire for cultivation resources had become stronger and stronger. This was also the result of Lu Tianling's strict instilling in the sect the concept of being cautious in times of peace and being diligent and thrifty. Tianlin said with some regret, "There might be even more treasures hidden underneath this fire poison land, but it's a pity that the fire poison land is already so dangerous, and the underground is definitely filled with earth fire, making it even more dangerous. However, we don't have time to stay in this place for long, otherwise the harvest this time would be even greater." The fire poison mist not far away was slowly dissipating, but the fire poison behind them was gradually becoming denser. They had already passed through the land of fire poison, and the fire poison mist that had been weakened by Lu Ping had also gradually begun to recover. Tianqing Laozu smiled and said, "There are only a few miles left before the place where we obtained the feather." The reason why the old man insisted on passing through the land of fire poison is because this place is on the other side of the land of fire poison. Usually, if we want to reach this place, we have to go around this land of fire poison and walk in a big circle. If we can pass through this land of fire poison, not only will we have such a rich harvest, we will also be able to save a lot of time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tianqing Laozu and the others seemed to be a little impatient, but they were stopped by Lu Ping, whose expression had become extremely ugly. "Martial nephew Lu, why are you?" When Tianqing Laozu saw Lu Ping's serious expression, he immediately stopped talking. At the same time, he rubbed his hands and a fire copper mace appeared in his hand. Tianqing Laozu and the others were all cultivators of the same sect, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. Seeing Lu Ping's expression, they had already guessed that the result was not good. They all took out their magic weapons to guard against it, but they heard Lu Ping say anxiously, "Retreat, retreat into the land of fire poison." Although everyone did not understand what was going on, they did not refute. Instead, as soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, they all retreated into the land of fire poison that they had just passed through. "In front of us is Junling Lu Tianping Lu Xiaoyu, the old man greets you." A thick and mellow aura came from the void several miles away, crossing the many danger zones of Scarlet Mist Island in one fell swoop and descended around Lu Ping and the others. However, they were not affected by the fiery aura of Scarlet Mist Island in the slightest. A voice that was neither fast nor slow floated over from an unknown direction. However, Lu Ping's eyes were fixed on the void several miles away, and he said, "Is this Senior Yan Jiuxiao, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan?" Junior Jinling Lu Tianping greets you. Hearing Lu Ping's words, the hearts of Tianqing Laozu and the others, who had just retreated into the land of fire poison, immediately sank. Yan Jiuxiao, the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, a pure yang cultivator, why would he be here? Shouldn't he be confronting Jiang Tianlin Laozu's treasured ship in the Sea of Scarlet Mist Island right now? Haha, it is indeed the old man. A silhouette slowly materialized in front of Lu Ping and the others as the aura descended. It was like a shadow clone, and the actions and tone of the person who cast the technique could be expressed through this shadow clone. This was a skill that only pure yang cultivators could master. The silhouette looked at Tianqing Laozu and the others behind Lu Ping, and then said, I have long heard that the North Sea Watersword Celestial was a young hero, and now that I have seen him in person, you are even more famous. Lu Xiaoyu is now a great cultivator of the late Dharma stage, right? Lu Xiaoyu can be counted as a great cultivator of the great theurgy of the present age. Lu Ping was still calm and he smiled and said, in front of Senior, how would I dare to use the title of Great Theurgy of the North Sea? Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Yan Jiuxiao chuckled, but the words that came out of his mouth were filled with a murderous aura. It seems that Jinling and the others have come for the old man. This means that the items that were stolen from the disciples of our clan after they were ambushed here must have fallen into the hands of your esteemed sect. The old man has yet to find trouble with you Jinling, and you Jinling have already come to bully the Fire Phoenix clan. Do you really think that the Fire Phoenix clan is afraid of you Jinling? At the end of his speech, Yan Jiuxiao's tone had become extremely stern, and the roiling pressure of pure yang surged through the air. Tianqing Laozu and the others could not withstand it and they all retreated. Only Lu Ping remained standing there steadily, ignoring the impact of Yan Jiuxiao's divine will as if it did not exist. Good skills, no wonder some people call Lu Xiaoyu the number one of the 3 generations in the world of cultivators, he really does live up to his reputation. Chapter 1384. Yan Jiuxiao had yet to arrive, but his surging divine might had already caused Tianqing Laozu and the others to be greatly shocked. Lu Ping took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, completely ignoring Yan Jiuxiao's divine might. Good ability, no wonder some people call Lu Xiaoyu the number one of the 3 generations in the cultivation world, you really do live up to your reputation. Lu Ping suddenly smiled, Senior's divine might is something this junior can't match. A meteor suddenly streaked across the sky from the depths of Scarlet Mist Island, smashing straight towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression changed slightly. He turned around and said something to Tianqing Laozu and the others who were several tens of feet behind him. Tianqing Laozu looked hesitant, but he was grabbed by Tianqing Laozu, who turned around and led the others back into the depths of the land of fire poison, disappearing in an instant. Just as Tianqing Laozu and the others had left, the meteor suddenly fell from the sky. Amidst the loud explosion, the pure yang divine sense clone in front of Lu Ping revealed a trace of a vicious smile before it was shattered by the powerful shockwave brought about by the falling meteor. Just like how a meteor would cause underground water to gush out when it crashed into the ground, what erupted from the ground this time was a boundless sea of magma. A gigantic fire luan, surrounded by warm pure yang energy, flew up and down in the sea of fire. The boundless sea of fire also rose and fell, followed closely by a huge wave of fire that surged towards Lu Ping. After Tianqing Laozu and the others retreated, Lu Ping let out a temporary sigh of relief. However, when he saw Yan Jiuxiao stirring up such a huge commotion in the valley to deal with him, Lu Ping could not help but laugh involuntarily, feeling rather overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Of course, this was not the time to be lamenting about such things. This thought merely flashed through his mind for a moment. As the boundless sea of fire whistled towards Lu Ping from all directions, the scorching ground beneath Lu Ping's feet suddenly began to emit a thick white mist. Following that, the white mist grew thinner and a strange gurgling sound could be heard from beneath his feet. Lu Ping's figure immediately rose higher, only to see that a pool of water had unknowingly formed under his feet. As his figure rose higher, the water's surface also rose higher and higher, expanding continuously. Very soon he collided with the sea of fire. Amidst the crackling sounds, a large circle of white mist rose from the point of contact. In this dry and scorching environment, there was an inexplicable trace of dampness, causing one to feel even more stifling. The sea of fire's waves of flames rushed towards Lu Ping from all directions, while the pool of water beneath Lu Ping's feet expanded from the center. The moment the two sides came into contact, the sea of fire's impact gained the upper hand, instantly compressing the expanding pool of water towards the center. However, at this moment, the auspicious clouds behind Lu Ping flourished, and a distant roar came from within the auspicious clouds. Lu Ping's Dharma WRM, supported by the auspicious clouds, circled above Lu Ping's head. Every time it circled a circle, the pool of water beneath its feet would expand. The Dharma WRM circled 18 times above Lu Ping's head. The size of the pool of water not only pushed the Sea of Fire's waves back to the point where the two sides met, but also surged on the surface of the water to attack the surrounding waves of fire. The Dharma WRM's counterattack stance was extremely strong. If someone could take the risk to fly above the flaming valley where the two were fighting, they would be able to clearly see that the valley had been divided into two distinct parts. Most of the valley was occupied by the orange-red sea of magma, while on the east side of the valley, there was a steaming blue lake. Surrounded by the sea of magma, it was still standing firm, competing with the sea of magma for the right to occupy the valley. That's right, it was indeed a fight and not completely suppressed by the sea of fire. In the sky above the flaming valley, one could clearly see the contact between the two sides. The sea of fire surged with tongues of fire, but the lake also surged with waves of water. Every wave of water and tongue of flame contained the true essence and will of the user. Every time the two sides collided, it was in fact a direct confrontation between two people. Therefore, every wave of water and tongue of flame would explode with a momentum like a landslide. The entire valley was filled with surging white mist, and even the original red mist was polluted by white water vapor. After the layers of flame were cooled by the lake water, they turned into gray rocks that blocked the expansion of the lake water. However, this was only Scarlet Mist Island after all, an area densely packed with volcanoes, a paradise for fire attribute cultivators. Lu Ping's counterattack seemed strong, but in reality he was forced to use offense as defense. In this confrontation between the two sides, Lu Ping had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Even so, this was enough to shock Yan Jiuxiao. Even though he had already placed Lu Tianping in a high enough position, and even regarded him as another Xiao Baiyu, the scene before him was still something he had never expected. Although Xiao Baiyu being able to kill Lu Taiqing back then was enough to shock the world, it was also because of a trick. In Yan Jiuxiao's opinion, even if this Lu Tianping was able to contend against him, in a direct confrontation where there was no room for tricks, it would be good if Lu Tianping could at most escape. What's more, they were currently on Scarlet Mist Island, and the Fire Phoenix clan had the geographical advantage in the volcanic region. On the contrary, they were at a complete disadvantage against this Lu Tianping. Under such circumstances, Yan Jiuxiao believed that it was not impossible for him to take advantage of the situation and kill this rising star. In reality, this was the reason why he had calculated that it would definitely be Lu Tianping when he found out that a Jinling cultivator had snuck into the central region of Scarlet Mist Island. Although it hadn't been long since Yan Jiuxiao had advanced to the pure yang stage, he was still extremely conceited. He knew that in his current situation, including the geographical advantage, he was far stronger than Lu Taiqing from several hundred years ago. However, everything that had happened in reality was truly difficult for him to accept. That Lu Tianping was actually able to hold his ground under his frenzied attacks despite being at a complete disadvantage. On the other hand, he had the advantage of cultivation and geographical advantage, and in the end he seemed to have the upper hand. However, how could he not feel the undercurrent hidden beneath the surface of Lu Ping's lake? How could it be like this? Could it be that this Lu Tianping was even stronger than Xiao Baiyu from back then? The phoenix avatar that was patrolling in the Sea of Fire stretched its neck high, and flapped its wings continuously within the Sea of Fire. With every flap, the Sea of Magma would rise by a foot. It flapped its wings 9 times, and the 9 feet of flame tongues completely suppressed Lu Ping's blue waves. Thick fog rose once more, and the waves beneath Lu Ping's feet began to shrink once more. Moreover, the speed at which it was shrinking was extremely fast, as if Lu Tianping's perseverance had suddenly collapsed all of a sudden. In reality, at this moment, Lu Ping, who was hovering above the lake, seemed to be at his wit's end. The avatar behind him was also rapidly retracting. However, Yan Jiuxiao's angry snort suddenly came from within the Sea of Fire, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Then, above the lake, Lu Ping's body suddenly shattered and collapsed, turning into a puddle of water that splashed into the lake beneath his feet. A long laugh came from the only exit of the valley, which was the land of fire poison. The Fire Phoenix clan leader's divine might truly surpasses the heavens, and Lu Tianping is no match for you. I will definitely seek your guidance another day. The waves of magma seemed to echo Yan Jiuxiao's current mood, and in an instant, they engulfed the puddle of lake water with a roar, instantly turning the entire valley into a veritable lake of magma. The Phoenix Avatar soared into the sky like a fairy of fire, and a scarlet cloud of auspicious mist wrapped around its body. After that, it landed behind a red-robed old man at the edge of the valley and disappeared. The old man stared at the place where Lu Ping had disappeared, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. In the end, he let out a long sigh, and his expression quickly regained its calm. Several streaks of light descended from behind the old man. The person in the lead called out, "Grandfather," while the others bowed and said, "Greetings, clan leader." The cultivator in the lead was none other than the flame spirit Coffin. After seeing that the valley in front of him had completely turned into a lake of magma, a hint of joy flashed across the flame spirit Coffin's face, and he said excitedly, "Grandfather, did you turn that Lu Tianping into ashes in the magma lake?" The flame spirit Coffin didn't look at his grandfather's current expression, and only listened to the magma lake that filled the entire valley. He said excitedly, "What North Sea water sword immortal? A poor family from a remote and desolate place actually dares to take the title of number one in the third generation." Exactly. Several cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan who came with the Flame Spirit Coffin clamored. The Flame Spirit Coffin also became more and more complacent. And that Junling actually wants to promote to a large sect and ascend to the heavens in a single bound. This time it's best that Lu Tianping dies. Without Lu Tianping, Junling is naturally just a chicken and a dog in front of grandfather. As long as we smash their treasure ship, which force in the North Sea dares to fight against our Fire Phoenix clan? The more the Flame Spirit Coffin spoke, the more excited he became. He completely didn't see the increasingly ugly expression of his grandfather in front of him. He was still dreaming. At that time, we only need to take the opportunity to occupy the Scarlet Mist Island and establish a second dojo for our clan. Then we will obtain the treasures left by Luan Daoist on Scarlet Mist Island and establish the foundation of our clan for eternity. In the future, we will not be inferior to the Green Sea Snake and the Peacock Royalty. Grandfather will definitely transform into a true spirit and travel beyond the heavens, becoming an existence like the seventh patriarch. Enough! Yan Jiuxiao's stern shout first caused the Flame Spirit Coffin to panic. Then he was stunned. He didn't know why Yan Jiuxiao was so angry, but the prestige that Yan Jiuxiao had accumulated over the years as the clan leader caused the cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan behind him to keep quiet out of fear. Yan Jiuxiao let out a long sigh, suppressing the anger that was provoked by his grandson once more. Then he slowly said, "That Lu Tianping didn't die. He retreated. Yes, he escaped." It wasn't just the Flame Spirit Coffin. The other cultivators of the Fire Phoenix clan were also astonished. However, none of them would have thought that the Flame Spirit Coffin would act so presumptuously in front of Yan Jiuxiao. This time, the Flame Spirit Coffin finally remembered to observe people's expressions. When he saw that his earlier exclamation had caused Yan Jiuxiao's expression to darken, he hurriedly corrected himself and said, "This fellow is really quick to react. I'm afraid that he retreated without a fight after witnessing grandfather's overwhelming might." The people behind him all chimed in. However, Yan Jiuxiao let out a long sigh and said, "Although this person isn't a match for the old man, he still has the ability to escape unscathed. Retreating without a fight? You've underestimated him." Yan Jiuxiao turned around and looked at the Flame Spirit Coffin, who had a look of disbelief on his face, with a hint of disappointment in his heart. He slowly said, "Coffin, if you see this Lu Tianping in the future, you must not clash with him. Even if you've also advanced to the late Dharma stage, you must still give in to him. Sai, the North Sea is about to produce a Shao Baiyu." As soon as he finished speaking, the magma lake in front of him gathered into a sea of flames. Yan Jiuxiao stepped onto it and turned around to leave. At the same time he continued to instruct, "Tell the people outside the island not to get too entangled with the sects of the North Sea. The old man has already found the exact location of the Luan Daoist's inheritance. We must do everything in our power to obtain the Luan Daoist's inheritance before the sects of the North Sea do. Once we're done, we must all return to the East Sea." Yan Jiuxiao had already risen into the air. However, not only did the Flame Spirit Coffin and the other Fire Phoenix clan cultivators not follow him, they looked as if they had lost their parents. Yan Jiuxiao's heart sank. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He said angrily, "What happened?" The clansmen looked at each other, but no one dared to say anything. In the end, it was the Flame Spirit Coffin who said miserably, Grandfather, I'm afraid the cultivators outside the island have already fought with the sects of the North Sea. What? What happened? Who gave the order? Did the sects of the North Sea provoke them? The flame spirit coffin was burning with anxiety. Seeing that his grandfather was enraged, the flame spirit coffin did not dare to say anything else. The flame spirit coffin immediately flew into a rage. But what exactly happened? Seeing that he could not hide, the flame spirit coffin said in a low voice, "When grandfather fought with that Lu Tianping, I was certain that grandfather would win." As he said this, the flame spirit coffin sneaked a glance at his grandfather. He saw that Yan Jiuxiao was surrounded by flames, but his eyes were staring at him with a cold light. The flame spirit coffin's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he did not dare to stop talking. He could only bite the bullet and say, "At this time, there was news from outside the island that Jinling had suddenly sent reinforcements. Another mid-Dharma adept and 3 early Dharma adepts rushed over as reinforcements. I felt that since grandfather had already dealt with that Lu Tianping, a battle with Jinling was probably inevitable. Thus, I sent a teleportation talisman to 5th grandfather to send people to stop the Jinling adepts. Before I came here, I had already received news that out of the 4 Dharma adepts of Jinling, 1 was dead, 1 was seriously injured, and the last one was lightly injured. They were later rescued by a treasure ship. Now, 5th grandfather has already led people to fight with Jinling." Before the flame spirit coffin could finish speaking, a cold wind had already slapped him in the face. The flame spirit coffin instinctively wanted to dodge, but how could he possibly dodge? With a crisp slap, the furious Yan Jiuxiao's slap landed squarely on the flame spirit coffin's face, which was filled with astonishment. "You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. You almost ruined my plans." Yan Jiuxiao's light flashed, and he had already turned into a shooting star once again, flying in the direction from which he had come. However, his angry voice lingered as he said, "What are you still standing there for? The few of you, go out of the island to support 5th brother and the others. Flame spirit coffin, get your ass over here." Several cultivators of the Fire Phoenix race hurriedly turned into streaks of light and left. The flame spirit coffin, who had been muddle-headed from Yan Jiuxiao's slap, quivered, and the muddle-headed expression on his face suddenly changed to one of joy. He hurriedly summoned a stream of lava and turned into a streak of light as he chased after Yan Jiuxiao. Lu Ping retreated all the way to the center of the poisonous fire land, and saw Tianqin Laozu and the others pacing back and forth with anxious expressions on their faces. When they saw Lu Ping's return, they were immediately overjoyed. Tianqin Laozu asked anxiously, "How are you? You're not injured, are you?" Lu Ping smiled and shook his head. Astonishment flashed across the crowd's faces. After all, the earth-shaking and mountain-shaking commotion in the valley was truly worrying. But now that Lu Ping was able to escape unscathed, the crowd was also amazed by Lu Ping's current cultivation base. Lu Ping's cultivation base was also very high. Only Lu Qiner giggled heartlessly and said, "I knew Big Brother would be fine. Big Brother is the best." Tianqin Laozu was the calmest of them all. She quickly snatched a jade slip from Tianqin Laozu's hand, who was still immersed in the shock of Lu Ping's battle against a pure young cultivator. She threw it to Lu Ping and said, "The sect has just sent news that the Fire Phoenix race ambushed our sect's cultivators who were rushing to reinforce us. Junior brother Tianxin has fallen. Martial uncle Xiang Lu was severely injured in order to protect our sect's disciples. Xian Er and Tian Xian also suffered some light injuries, but they weren't too serious." When the treasured ships arrived, both sides had already started fighting. What? Lu Ping couldn't believe his ears at all. He asked again, "Martial uncle Tianxin has fallen?" A trace of grief flashed across Tianqin Laozu's eyes, but she still managed to restrain herself and said, "That's right, junior brother Tianxin died in order to protect martial nephew Tian Xian. That's why 6 or 7 of the 20 core forging disciples who accompanied him died." Boom. The aura around Lu Ping's body could no longer be restrained. Tian Cheng and Tianqin Laozu, who were beside him, were completely unable to resist the aura that Lu Ping had released in his rage. Each and every one of them couldn't help but retreat. The shock in their hearts deepened. Only now did they deeply understand where Lu Ping's confidence to contend against Yan Jiuxiao came from. What a great Fire Phoenix race, what a great Yan Jiuxiao. Lu Ping was so angry that he started laughing. The aura around his body was like a great wave that spread outwards one after another. Tianqin Laozu did her best to restrain the pressure that the enraged Lu Ping had brought to everyone. She calmly said, "Martial nephew Lu, calm down. Right now, we need to rush to the center of Scarlet Mist Island as soon as possible. You are our sect's fully deserving #1 combat power. You need to return and attack the Fire Phoenix race as soon as possible." Tianqin Laozu's words quickly made Lu Ping realize that now wasn't the time to be angry. His boundless aura immediately calmed down. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Even Tianqin Laozu's gaze towards Lu Ping had a trace of reverence in it. Under the full force of Lu Ping's aura, everyone felt as if they had encountered Yan Jiuxiao before. Tianqin Laozu saw that Lu Ping had calmed down, but was still standing there without moving. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She anxiously said, "Martial nephew Lu." Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and looked at the crowd. He said, "Martial uncles, please lead your men to reinforce our sect first. This disciple still needs to stay here." Tianqin Laozu immediately said anxiously, "How can we do that? Without you, our sect's strength will suffer a great loss." Lu Ping interrupted Tianqin Laozu and said, "Martial uncle, there's no need to say anything more. This disciple is staying here to keep Yan Jiuxiao busy. Without the pure yang restraining him, the two great cultivators of the Fire Phoenix race won't be able to do anything in the North Sea." Chapter 1385. Tiansen's death was the second time Jinling had lost a Dharma adept after Tianfan and Tian had fallen in the battle at Jiushuan Tower. Currently, Jinling was making use of Mara's calamity to expand its power. Many of the plans and schemes involved Lu Ping's personal involvement. Now that they were at the juncture of becoming a large sect, every Dharma adept was an important part of Jinling's battle strength. Now that one of them had fallen so easily, how could Lu Ping not be filled with grief and rage? Lu Ping actually wanted to go directly to Yan Jiuxiao. This decision caused Tianqin and Tiancheng to turn pale with fright, and they rejected it without hesitation. Although Lu Ping had managed to escape unscathed from his encounter with Yan Jiuxiao, and although the two of them knew that Lu Ping was powerful and had many trump cards, they did not think that such a thing would happen again and again. After all, that was the pure Yang Laozu. "Nephew Lu, this is not the time to be angry. Only our sect's treasured ship is the right way to go against Yan Jiuxiao. That's right, the Fire Phoenix clan is powerful. Although our sect now has the power of a large sect, our foundation is still shallow. Now that the Fire Phoenix clan has provoked us, we can only defend with our lives. I believe that with the treasured ship here, the Fire Phoenix clan will not take the risk of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own to fight against our sect." The rest of the crowd also started to urge Lu Ping not to take the risk. Even Lu Qiner, who had the most confidence in Lu Ping, looked at Lu Ping worriedly. Lu Ping slightly furrowed his brows. Ever since the Jinling treasured ship's trial voyage, the Jinling era had indeed been greatly boosted. However, it had been overly reliant on treasured ships. It should be known that in this world, the cultivator's own strength still mattered. Treasured ships were indeed powerful, but they were still external objects after all. Although they were known to be able to contend against pure Yangs, they still had many inconveniences. If a pure Yangs were to engage in a battle of attrition with a treasured ship, the treasured ship would most likely be at a disadvantage in the end. It seemed that after this matter, it was necessary to redefine the role of the treasured ship. Although this treasured ship had been repaired, it might not be much stronger than the treasured ship of Fei Ling's sect, but it was still destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the sea. However, Lu Ping still acted as if nothing had happened and explained, "Don't worry, martial uncles. Since this disciple dared to look for that Yan Jiuxiao, I naturally have some confidence. Moreover, it's really strange for Yan Jiuxiao to suddenly enter the center of Scarlet Mist Island. Perhaps it's related to the secret of the Fire Phoenix clan's invasion of Scarlet Mist Island, so this disciple must make this trip. Moreover, as long as this disciple can delay Yan Jiuxiao, Martial Uncle Jiang and the others will naturally have a greater chance of success in the sea region outside the island." Before Tianqin Laozu could say anything, Lu Ping spoke first. "Martial Uncle, this time, this disciple will need to use the Heaven Creation Relic in Martial Uncle's hands." Tianqin Laozu hesitated for a moment, then passed the feather to Lu Ping and said, "Feel free to take it. Although this feather is an extraordinary treasure to me, it's more important that it contains the will of the Luan Taoist. It's just that this item seems to only be used to its greatest effect by adepts of the Phoenix bloodline." "Martial nephew Lu Ping smiled and said, Don't worry, Martial Uncle. After this matter is over, the treasure will definitely be returned to me in good condition. The Fire Phoenix clan had never imagined that Jinling's counterattack would come so quickly and decisively. Just as the Flame Spirit Coffin had used the name of the clan leader to order an attack on Jinling's reinforcements, killing an early Dharma adept on the spot and severely injuring the mid-Dharma adept who was leading the attack, Jinling's treasured ship, which had come to support them, had decisively counterattacked and forced the Fire Phoenix clan adepts to retreat. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix clan adepts who had been chasing after the Jinling adepts had not acted rashly. Seeing that Jinling's treasured ship had come to support them, they had immediately chosen to retreat. Even so, they had been severely injured by the treasured ship's fierce counterattack. Fortunately, they had reacted quickly and none of them had died. However, when Jinling had received such grievous news, Jiang Tianlin was not going to let it go. The treasured ship had been activated at full speed to chase after the Fire Phoenix clan, and they had gone straight into the waters that the Fire Phoenix clan currently controlled. The conflict between the two sides erupted on the spot. Under the leadership of a red-faced great practitioner, the Fire Phoenix clan gathered 3 mid-Dharma adepts and 7 early Dharma adepts. They led more than 100 core forging adepts from the Fire Phoenix clan and began to attack the Zhenling sect's ship. After Yan Jiuxiao had left, the Fire Phoenix clan adepts had been left to the tall, long-necked great adept to take charge. When he realized that Jinling's treasured ship had suddenly come to attack them, he had sensed that something was wrong. Even though the red-faced great adept had strongly advocated taking advantage of the opportunity to surround and destroy Jinling's treasured ship, he had still insisted on leaving more than half of his forces to guard against the other sects in the North Sea. As expected, the news of the Jinling adept being ambushed and killed, and the fact that Jiang Tianlin had angrily invaded the Fire Phoenix clan's territory with his treasured ship and started a huge battle with them immediately spread to the various sects who had stayed behind to guard Scarlet Mist Island. Finally, someone had taken the lead, and it was Jinling whom the various sects had been eagerly waiting for. He had even mobilized the great killing machine that was Jinling's treasured ship. This was the perfect countermeasure that the various sects had been waiting for. Jinling's treasured ship had already invaded the Fire Phoenix clan's territory. Apart from Yan Jiuxiao, who else could face him head-on? The Fire Phoenix clan also needed Yan Jiuxiao to step forward and stop them. Since Jinling had stalled Yan Jiuxiao, the rest of the Fire Phoenix clan adepts were nothing in the face of the alliance of the various sects. However, when the various sects' cultivators excitedly charged into the territorial waters of the Fire Phoenix clan's territory, they were shocked to find that the Fire Phoenix clan's leader was not there. At this time, the ones fighting Jinling's treasured ship were actually more than 10 Dharma adepts of the Fire Phoenix clan and more than 100 core forging adepts. Some of the cultivators could not see Yan Jiuxiao and instantly hesitated, but there were even more cultivators who thought that this was an extremely rare opportunity. The Fire Phoenix clan's Pure Yang clan's leader was actually not in the territory. Their morale was greatly boosted and they fought even more valiantly. When the long-necked Fire Phoenix clan's great cultivator saw that the various sects of the North Sea had actually joined forces to attack, he also panicked and hurriedly ordered his own clan's cultivators to form a formation to resist. However, once they formed the formation and engaged in battle, they also enveloped the group of North Sea cultivators who had just charged in but had begun to hesitate. At this time, it was already too late for them to retreat, and they could only engage in a chaotic battle with the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators. Although the Fire Phoenix clan's leader was not by their side, and a small portion of their forces had been stalled by Jinling's treasured ship, Scarlet Mist Island was the Fire Phoenix clan's natural home ground. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to fight evenly with the various sects of the North Sea. However, it was only for a short period of time. Yan Jiuxing was burning with anxiety. He had naturally received news of the clan leader's whereabouts, and the only thing he could do now was to do his best to contend with the various sects of the North Sea and stall them here, buying as much time as possible for the clan leader. After all, the clan leader was beating them at their own game this time. Since he had already taken the initiative to ambush Jinling's cultivator, he might as well draw all the cultivators of the North Sea here. This way, no one would pay attention to the center of Scarlet Mist Island, and the clan leader could take this opportunity to sneak into the location of the treasure without anyone noticing. However, there was no lack of wise and far-sighted cultivators among the North Sea cultivators. When they saw that Yan Jiuxiao had not appeared, they would naturally be able to roughly guess the Fire Phoenix clan's intentions. This was also why Yan Jiuxing had dragged everyone into the chaotic battle the moment the various sects of the North Sea appeared. Right now, Yan Jiuxing could only hope that Yan Jiuxiao would be able to obtain the treasure as soon as possible. Even though he understood that compared to the treasure hidden within Scarlet Mist Island, the Fire Phoenix clan would still be willing to pay a great price. If the clan leader could return as soon as possible, it would reduce the number of casualties among the Fire Phoenix clan's disciples. However, Yan Jiuxing's brows quickly furrowed. This was because while the Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea were fighting, Junling's treasured ship had already turned around and quietly retreated. Speaking of which, this time, the Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea had truly witnessed the power of a treasured ship. After all, the legends about treasured ships in the overseas cultivation world were naturally miraculous. However, ever since Fei Ling's sect was annihilated 4,000 years ago, most of the cultivators in the North Sea had never seen the power of a treasured ship with their own eyes. Although all the sects in the North Sea had seen the real treasured ship during the trial voyage of Zhenling's sect's treasured ship, this was the first time they had seen the full power of the treasured ship. According to what the Fire Phoenix clan and the various sects of the North Sea knew, other than Jiang Tianlin, the Zhenling sect cultivators on the ship, there were only 4 early Dharma adepts of the 3rd generation and 3 adepts who had just arrived. Among them, the only mid-Dharma adept had been severely injured and had lost his ability to fight. Other than that, there were only about 100 Zhenling sect disciples on the ship. But it was this kind of power, after controlling the treasured ship, that was able to hold their own against the attacks of more than 10 Dharma adepts and more than 100 core forging disciples. They could even advance and retreat as they pleased. This Zhenling actually wanted to retreat at this time. This was a good idea. He wanted to allow the Fire Phoenix clan's practitioners to fight with the various sects of the North Sea so that he could reap the benefits. Yan Jiuxing watched as Zhenling's treasured ship slowly retreated from the Fire Phoenix clan's camp. Although he understood Zhenling's intentions, the Fire Phoenix clan felt rather helpless at this time. Yan Jui had already led more than 10 Dharma adepts to try their best to stop the treasured ship, but they were still unable to do anything to it. Perhaps only when the clan leader made a move would this treasured ship be afraid of them. At this time, Yan Jiuxing was not the only one who had seen through Zhenling's intentions. Many of the Dharma adepts of the various sects of the North Sea were also cursing and swearing. But at this time, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Fire Phoenix clan. Even if they wanted to retreat now, they could not be as calm and at ease as Zhenling. However, in reality, the North Sea adepts were only cursing and swearing in their hearts. In reality, Zhenling's treasured ship had already attracted a small portion of the Fire Phoenix clan's forces. Even if they were to retreat now, there were still 8 or 9 Dharma adepts of the Fire Phoenix clan who were not willing to give up. In this chaotic battle between the various sects of the North Sea and the Fire Phoenix clan, the various sects really could not say much about Zhenling's contribution. Yan Jui's originally crimson face became even redder. He did not believe that this was the case, but now that he was facing the treasured ship, he finally understood how troublesome this ship was. Attacks aside, Zhenling's treasured ship was obviously lacking in manpower. Most of the time, it was the Fire Phoenix clan's cultivators who were surrounding and attacking it. But when it came to defense, these hundreds of Fire Phoenix clan cultivators had been attacking the treasured ship for half a day, but they could not even break through the protective shield of the treasured ship. This made Yan Jui involuntarily think of Ba Gui of the South Sea. Wasn't this treasured ship in front of him a tortoise? It was not that Zhenling's treasured ship was that sturdy, but the few Dharma adepts on the ship were able to easily block the attacks of the few Fire Phoenix clan cultivators who posed the greatest threat to the ship. Without the attacks of these few strongest cultivators, Zhenling's treasured ship was naturally impregnable. A great tribulation spirit treasure in Yan Jui's hand transformed into a ball of orange flame, which then transformed into a 300 feet long fiery saber in midair. The saber then let out a shrill howl as it slashed down towards the defensive barrier of the treasure ship. However, before this flaming blade could land, Yan Jui's eyelids twitched violently. It was this pair of early Dharma adepts again. He did not know how many times they had joined forces to block an attack from a great adept like him. Yan Jui could clearly sense the level of practice of this pair of early Dharma adepts on Zhenling's treasured ship. They were just ordinary early Dharma adepts, but these two had practiced a secret combination attack technique. Before Yan Jui came to the North Sea, he had heard of this secret technique before. It was said that it was one of Zhenling's greatest secret techniques, and it could allow a husband and wife who were of similar levels of practice to completely increase their abilities to a whole new level, giving them the ability to challenge opponents of a higher level. This pair of early Dharma adepts could barely be considered half-swordsmen, but when the two of them joined forces, they had the ability to go up against a mid-Dharma adept. Originally, this was nothing in Yanjui's eyes, but when Jiang Tianlin was steering the treasured ship with all his might, these two became the main attackers of the Jinling Dharma adepts on the treasured ship. Furthermore, with the support of the various formations on the treasured ship, this pair of early Dharma adepts' secret combination attack technique, which was originally enough to go up against a mid-Dharma adept, was upgraded to the next level, and they actually had the ability to go up against a great adept like Yanjui. Indeed, just as the flaming blade that Yanjui had unleashed was about to land on the treasured ship's protective shield, two flying swords rose from the treasured ship at the same time. Under the combination of the two swords, they formed a flowing river of swords that surged up into the sky, heading straight for the flaming blade. This river of swords contained the dual attributes of metal and water, and they complemented each other. With the full support of the treasured ship, it collided with the flaming blade that was descending from mid-air. The river of swords was instantly split into two in mid-air, but the flames on the blade were also extinguished by the impact of the river of swords. When the blade of swords landed on the treasured ship's protective shield, it only caused the shield to tremble slightly, and did not cause any actual damage. On the treasured ship, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They had lost count of how many times they had joined forces to fend off the attacks of this great adept of the Fire Phoenix race. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu had both reached the early Dharma stage a few years ago. They were the rare couple in Jinling who were able to inherit the secret combined attack of Tian Fan and Tian Shui Laozu. Their individual cultivation could only be considered outstanding among the third-generation disciples of Jinling. Compared to Tian Yong, Tian Feng, and the rest who were also third-generation disciples, there was still a gap. If not for the fact that the two of them had inherited the secret combined attack of Jinling and had received a lot of training from the sect, the two of them would probably still be at the peak of the core forging stage. They would not be able to compare to the true geniuses of Jinling's third-generation disciples, like Tian Yong and Tian Feng. However, now that they had truly advanced to the Dharma stage, the secret combined attack of Jinling's secret combined attack finally showed its true power. With the two of them working together, they could be said to be invincible among cultivators of the same level as them in Jinling. Even when facing mid-Dharma adepts, although the two of them were at a disadvantage, they were still able to ensure that they would not be defeated, or at least be able to escape unscathed. Of course, this achievement of facing mid-Dharma adepts was not just for Lu Tianping, Yin Tianchu, and the rest. After that, the two of them were selected by the sect to board the treasured ship and began to adapt to everything on the ship. They began to be trained to be an important fighting force for Jinling's treasured ship. However, the two of them did not expect that before the treasured ship had even set sail for Central Plains, the two of them would have achieved the impressive achievement of facing off against a late Dharma adept. Although they knew that the main reason why they were able to fight against this Fire Phoenix race adept was because of the full support of the treasured ship's seal, Jiang Tianlin had to use all his strength to steer the treasured ship. Xiang Lu Laozu was seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. Tian Feng, Tian Chang, Tian Xian, and the rest of the early Dharma adepts might be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight, but in order to defend against this great Dharma adept's attack on the treasured ship, the two of them had to work together. It was also because of the two of them working together to defend against the great Dharma adept that Jiang Tianlin was able to save a lot of inner yuan and experience when steering the treasured ship. They were able to advance and retreat freely from the encirclement of the Fire Phoenix race. However, the Fire Phoenix race was a top-tier demon clan after all. A 9-leaf flame great Dharma adept was an extremely powerful existence. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu were able to do this together, but they were now exhausted. However, the great Dharma adept outside was still very much alive. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Tianlin had already steered the treasured ship out of the Fire Phoenix race's encirclement. Many of the Fire Phoenix race adepts who were attacking the treasured ship also began to return to the encirclement to support the main clan members who were fighting with the various sects of the North Sea. However, 9-leaf flame great Dharma was still somewhat unwilling to give up. He naturally knew of Yan Jiuxiao's plan. Although he had always been rash, he was not without reason. At this time, Jinling was probably already suspicious of Yan Jiuxiao's absence. If he allowed Jinling's treasured ship to return, then Jinling would definitely receive more powerful reinforcements. At that time, only the clan leader would be left alone in the central region of Scarlet Mist Island. At this time, it would be best if he could delay Jinling's people for a while. However, Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma's plan was ultimately going to fail. He could already tell that the pair of early Dharma adepts of Jinling's minor repairs were probably at the end of their tether. However, just as he was about to muster his remaining courage to attack the treasured ship again, a mid-Dharma adept behind him suddenly cried out in pain. Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma's divine consciousness swept out in an instant, but he only caught a glimpse of a figure a few hundred feet away in a flash. When Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma turned to look, he saw that the back of the adept's heart was bleeding profusely. Although he was still alive, it was obvious that his core space had been severely damaged. Even if his cultivation was not destroyed, it would probably be greatly damaged. What an insidious sneak attack. Who? Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma roared angrily, his divine consciousness spreading out in all directions. However, it was blocked by the treasured ship's barrier. Immediately after, he heard another cry of pain. It was the head of an early Dharma adept who had been on the other side of the treasured ship, flying high into the air. This time he was deader than dead. Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma roared angrily. He could not care less about the turbulence in the space around him due to the chaotic battle around him. He directly used his spatial magic to land in front of the fallen Fire Phoenix adept. However, he just happened to see the barrier of Jinling's treasured ship ripple, and a young adept dressed in black with a cold expression appeared on the bow of the ship. He turned around and looked coldly at Nine-Leaf Flame Great Dharma. Chapter 1386. In the blink of an eye, one of the Fire Phoenix Dharma adepts was dead and one was injured. This kind of loss was enough to drive Yen Nine-Leaf crazy. He glared at the black-robed, cold-faced adept at the bow of the ship and yelled, "Brat, do you have the guts to leave your name behind?" The young cultivator's indifferent eyes didn't have the slightest emotion. He turned around and left the bow of the ship. He went straight to a formation plate on the ship and replaced the exhausted Zhong Jian and Mayu. Yin Tianchu, a mid-Dharma adept, was the second most powerful adept among the three generations of Jinling adepts. With him replacing Zhong Jian and Mayu, and with the help of Jiang Tianlin's array, Yin Tianchu was completely confident that he could face off against a late Dharma adept. Yen Nine-Leaf was at a disadvantage and no longer dared to surround the Fire Phoenix clan adepts in a semicircle. Instead, they gathered within a few hundred feet of him so that they could take care of each other at any time. However, this way the Jinling adepts who were guarding the ship could also concentrate on defending the side of the ship that was under attack. On the other side, Yen Jiuxing was extremely anxious when he saw that Yen Nine-Leaf had his eyes fixed on Jinling Sect's treasured ship. He knew that this clan brother of his was the most stubborn of all. Although the battle between Jinling Sect and the North Sea cultivators seemed to be on par with each other, the truth was that the North Sea cultivators still had the upper hand in terms of numbers. If Yen Nine-Leaf and the others did not return to defend, the Fire Phoenix clan would still suffer a loss. But Yen Nine-Leaf did not care about this. As long as the Fire Phoenix clan was not completely at a disadvantage, he would definitely not return. Just as Yen Jiuxing was thinking of a way to summon Yen Nine-Leaf back, 6 streaks of light suddenly descended from the sky. This time not only Yen Jiuxing but even Yen Nine-Leaf's heart skipped a beat. The newcomers were definitely not from the Fire Phoenix clan, so they could only be North Sea adepts. The 6 streaks of light were heading towards the ship. They were Jinling's Dharma adepts. With 6 Dharma adepts and Jinling's ship, the North Sea adepts had an overwhelming advantage. Without another word, Yen Nine-Leaf's feet flashed as he tried to go around the ship to block the incoming enemies. However, before his escape light could bypass the treasure ship, a blade light that tore through space had already slashed in front of him. Yen Nine-Leaf was forced to place both his hands before his chest to support himself. Next, a curtain of fire spread out and the barely discernible blade light was utterly devoured by the curtain of fire. However, Yen Nine-Leaf's attempt to stop the Jinling cultivator from entering the treasure ship failed. In reality, when Jinling's reinforcements arrived, Yen Nine-Leaf wasn't the only one who tried to stop them. The other Fire Phoenix cultivators also realized what it would mean for the Fire Phoenix clan if they allowed these people to enter the treasured ship. However, before they could even attempt to stop them, several different divine arts suddenly erupted from the treasured ship, stopping all of them in their tracks. Among them, 2 beams of cold, dark green light suddenly reached into the fleeing light of an early Dharma adept from the Fire Phoenix clan. Before the friar could even stumble out of the way, the cold light had already struck the adept. A cry of pain rang out. Although the adept did not suffer any serious injuries, he was still sent tumbling uncontrollably towards the other side of the treasured ship in mid-air. A rainbow-colored fiery light seemed to form a rainbow in mid-air. However, the place where the rainbow bridge landed was coincidentally where the adept from the Fire Phoenix clan had flown past. The wretched cry came to an abrupt end. Although the adept from the Fire Phoenix clan was known as the Fire Spirit, he only managed to withstand the rainbow-colored fiery light for a short while before turning into ashes. All the streaks of light in the sky landed on the deck of the treasured ship. Among them, the person who had unleashed the rainbow-colored fiery light was Tianqin Laozu. However, at this moment, Tianqin Laozu was staring in shock at the early Dharma adept from Jinling who had sent the Fire Phoenix clan adept flying towards her. It was Lu Ping's little junior sister, Jiang Tianxian. Ever since Tianqin had returned to Jinling, Jiang Tianxian had spent most of her time training in seclusion. She rarely appeared in the sect. Now that Tianqin had seen her again, Jiang Tianxian had already condensed her Dharma power and had become an early Dharma adept. Xian'er, this was her own daughter. Tianqin Laozu stood on the deck of the treasured ship and stared at Jiang Tianxian with a myriad of expressions. Her mouth trembled, but she did not say a single word. Jiang Tianxian looked at this unfamiliar Uncle Master Tianqin in front of her. She seemed to see a hint of friendliness in her strange eyes, but more of it was guilt. This made Jiang Tianxian feel a little confused, but at the same time she could not help but want to get closer to this Uncle Master who was rumored to be at odds with her mother. Although Lu Tianling had never told her about the grudges between the elders, there were many rumors about their relationship in the sect. Jiang Tianxian had tried to ask her father and mother about it, but her father only smiled bitterly and shook his head, unwilling to talk about it. As for her mother, who had always doted on her, after reprimanding her, she locked her in the Heaven's Cave inheritance to cultivate in seclusion. After that, she sent her to Fei Ling Mountain to condense her Dharma idol with the help of the spiritual vein at the top of the mountain. Fortunately, when she was training in seclusion at the top of Fei Ling Mountain, she happened to meet her 9th senior brother who had also come to Fei Ling Mountain to undergo his second thunder tribulation. Although she had been training in seclusion for the past few years, she knew that her 9th senior brother was now an important figure in the sect. If he spoke in the sect, even his teacher, her mother, Head Jinling, would have to consider it carefully, so she begged Lu Ping for help. Since it was his teacher who wanted little junior sister to stay in seclusion, although Lu Ping could guess the reason for his teacher's decision, he had to respect his teacher's will first. Although he did not directly take little junior sister out of Fei Ling Island, he agreed to plead for her with his teacher. For this reason, not long after Lu Ping passed the Thunder Tribulation, he secretly returned to Tianling Mountain to plead for little junior sister before his cultivation stabilized. After a secret discussion between the teacher and disciple, Jiang Tianxian really allowed him to return to Tianling Mountain without training in seclusion. Hearing this, Jiang Tianxian turned around and saw Jiang Tianlin smiling at her at the door of the cabin. Father. Jiang Tianxian immediately forgot the strange feeling she had just had and jumped toward Jiang Tianlin. Jiang Tianlin's smiling gaze left his daughter in front of him for a moment. Then he chuckled as he listened to his daughter, who was like a lark, complain about her boring cultivation life all these years by his ear. However, this was obviously not the time for the father and daughter to catch up. Seeing Tianqin Laozu walk over, Jiang Tianlin laughed and interrupted his daughter's complaints. He said, all right, you are now a Dharma adept. If the 4th or 5th generation disciples of our sect saw you, they would have to call you Laozu. But look at you, you look like you have not grown up yet. You don't have the aura of a Dharma adept at all. Ancestor Chanqing laughed and said, what do you mean by the temperament of a Dharma ancestor? What kind of temperament does a Dharma ancestor have? Martial niece, don't listen to your father's nonsense. It's this appearance that makes me feel that I'm not old. Jiang Tianxian obediently called him Uncle Master. She knew that Tianqin Laozu had something to say to her father, so she found an excuse to turn around and leave. However, after leaving, Jiang Tianxian subconsciously glanced at the place where Tianqin Laozu had been standing before, only to realize that Tianqin Laozu had already left. Looks like it is not only our sect that has become stronger over the years. Other than a few old guys from the other sects, there are many new faces in today's battle. Tianqin Laozu said as he looked at the North Sea sects and Fire Phoenix adepts who were still fighting in the distance. The ship had already turned to leave. After Tianqin Laozu and the others boarded the ship, no matter how stubborn Yen Nine Leaf was, He knew that there was no way to stop the ship now. He could also see that Jinling wanted to leave, and it was obvious that he wanted both the Fire Phoenix and the North Sea sects to suffer. However, the current situation was that the North Sea sects and the Fire Phoenix clan were fighting each other. Even if they wanted to separate, it would not be possible to do so in a short period of time. On the other hand, Jinling could move freely on the ship. Even if they could see through Jinling's intentions, they could not stop him. Jiang Tianlin smiled faintly and said, "This is to be expected. The North Sea has been relatively peaceful these past few years, and it is a good time for us to recuperate. Although our sect has gained the most from the large cultivation resource distribution centers like Frost Island and Scarlet Fog Island, the other sects have also shared a lot of the benefits. It is normal to have these new Dharma adepts. However, we still have to see how many things each sect has hidden. The North Sea sects also want to take this opportunity to show off their strength to our sect. This is also a warning to our sect that even if we become a large sect, we still have to take them seriously." Tianqing Laozu laughed and said, "Oh, so they have also realized that our sect's ascension is unstoppable. Isn't this a disguised form of weakness?" Jiang Tianlin nodded, but he still said with some worry, "There is no need to fear internal problems, only external ones." Tianqing Laozu's expression also became much more serious. He then said, "Disciple Lu is still in the central area. It looks like he is going to stop Yan Jiuxiao. After we return to the station, should senior brother go and help him?" Jiang Tianlin thought about it and said, "No problem, let's make sufficient preparations first." Tianqing Laozu hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior brother, are you sure that disciple Lu can fight against a pure young adept?" Jiang Tianlin sighed and said, "Before he entered the late Dharma stage, although this brat was strong, I could more or less sense the limits of his strength. However, after leaving Fei Ling Island, even I can't see how strong he is. Although Yan Jiuxiao has the geographical advantage in the central area of Scarlet Fog Island, don't forget that the brat also has a pure yang spirit treasure." After parting ways with Tianqing Laozu and the others, Lu Ping followed Laozu's directions and headed towards the place where the life plume feather had appeared. In reality, after leaving the land of fire poison, Lu Ping had already taken a shortcut and was not too far away from his destination. This was also why Tianqing Laozu was not worried that he had gone to the wrong place after leaving. However, when Lu Ping arrived at the place Laozu had mentioned, there was no trace of Yan Jiuxiao and the others. Since the Fire Phoenix clan dared to attack Jinling's treasured ship when Yan Jiuxiao was not around, then Yan Jiuxiao had clearly not left the central area of Scarlet Fog Island. So where did he go? Although Lu Ping's divine will was greatly hindered in this volcanic area, he still tried his best to spread it out in all directions to search for the aura that the Fire Phoenix clan might have left behind. Very quickly, Lu Ping found some clues. These traces were not the aura of the Fire Phoenix clan. In reality, with a pure young adept like Yan Jiuxiao around, Lu Ping was only able to find their aura on the off chance. What Lu Ping discovered was that one of the 4 volcanoes around him was obviously different from the other 3. At this moment, the volcano on Lu Ping's right was still emitting a thick crimson mist, and there was a fiery river of lava flowing from the top of the volcano. But compared to the other 3 active volcanoes, this one seemed to be too quiet. Lu Ping arrived at the edge of the volcano's crater. Below him was a magma lake that looked like a boiling pot. The heat rising from the scarlet magma could even solidify the soil at the edge of the crater into crystals that were even harder than stone. However, when the magma brushed past Lu Ping's body, it could only bring up clouds of white mist. Lu Ping himself did not seem to feel it at all. However, his eyes flickered with a frightening light, as if 2 sharp swords were trying to cut through the surface of the magma lake and see the scene in its depths. Then, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Lu Ping's left hand, and a feather that flickered with a rainbow light suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a light flashed in his right hand, and a handkerchief appeared in his hand. Lu Ping used the handkerchief to wrap around the rainbow feather, and the inner essence in his hand endlessly poured into it, dyeing the handkerchief a bluish-purple. Even the rainbow-colored light of the feather inside was instantly drowned out by Lu Ping's inner essence. Lu Ping's eyes seemed to be open, but they weren't. In the blink of an eye, a surging divine sense wrapped around the rainbow feather in his hand, as if he was waiting for something to happen. Sure enough, just as Lu Ping's inner essence was about to enter the rainbow feather, the feather suddenly began to tremble violently. Lu Ping's divine sense instantly erupted like a mountain torrent, trying its best to trace the source of this mysterious feeling that caused the feather to tremble. The magma lake, it really was in the magma lake. Lu Ping stood at the edge of the crater, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, Lu Ping suddenly moved. His hands drew a half-arc behind him and then he forcefully waved them forward. Two blue lights flashed and disappeared into the magma lake below. At this moment, a sharp sword cry rippled in the sky above the crater. Lu Ping's hands danced in the air, as if they had turned into a circle in midair. Looking at his serious expression, it was obvious that this process was quite difficult. At this moment, the boiling magma lake in the center suddenly changed. There seemed to be two forces chasing each other in the huge magma lake, stirring up the entire lake. In the beginning, it only drew two ripples on the lake surface, and it did not cause much movement. However, as Lu Ping's hands waved in the air more and more urgently, the two forces in the lake rotated faster and faster, driving more and more magma. When the entire lake was stirred up, it continued to move deeper. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire magma lake began to rotate along with the two forces that Lu Ping controlled deep into the magma lake. The center of the boiling lake began to sink, and the surrounding lakeshore rose in the rotation of the magma lake. As the magma churned and rotated, it hit the edges of the lake, stirring up fiery red magma waves of tens of feet high. In the next moment, these edges were quickly melted and flattened. The edge of the crater became hotter and hotter, and the originally solidified crystals softened and even began to melt again. Only the crystal rocks near Lu Ping's feet were moist. Not only did they not melt, but water continued to seep in to cool them down. However, thicker and thicker white mist rose, drowning Lu Ping in it. Only his hands were still firmly drawing circles outside the white mist. The center of the magma lake had sunk for hundreds of feet due to the more intense rotation, but it was still bottomless. Lu Ping still did not relax at all. His hands drew circles in the air faster and faster, even turning into a cluster of afterimages in the air, as if there were dozens of palms covering the trajectory of Lu Ping's circles. After the center of the magma lake continued to sink for hundreds of feet, a colorful light finally burst out from the lake. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, and his hands still did not dare to slack off. The white mist rising from his feet formed a huge white jade lotus seat, carrying Lu Ping across the edge of the crater and into the center of the sinking magma lake. After 10 minutes, the entire magma lake returned to its previous calmness. At the moment when Lu Ping disappeared, the two forces that had been stirring in the magma lake suddenly dissipated. The thin water-flowing sword, which had been burned red and severely injured, was immediately pulled out and disappeared behind Lu Ping. The magma lake, which had lost its stirring force, was still rotating due to inertia, but the amplitude was indeed gradually decreasing. The sunken center of the lake also slowly began to rise. The colorful light was once again submerged by the magma. After 10 minutes, the entire magma lake returned to its previous calmness. However, at this moment, a dull loud noise suddenly came from the bottom of the magma lake, followed by the entire volcano trembling. The magma lake suddenly churned, and hundreds of feet of magma suddenly shot up from the center of the lake into the air. The entire magma lake shook violently, and the magma that overflowed from the crater instantly covered half of the mountain peak. At an unknown place at the bottom of the magma lake, the flame spirit coffin looked at everything in front of it with a dumbstruck expression. After a long time, it asked in disbelief, "Grandfather, could this be the place where ancestor Luan Daoist's inheritance is located?" At the side, Yan Jiuxiao's eyes also flickered with fanaticism as he said, "That's right, this is the ancestor's inheritance. If our Fire Phoenix race can obtain the treasure here, it will be worth it no matter how great the price we have to pay. The reason why the green sea snakes are so powerful is because of one of the 3 molted true spirit bodies that Jiao Daoren left behind. If we can obtain this treasure, we will definitely become the foundation for all eternity." Right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from above their heads. Chapter 1387. Just as Yan Jiuxiao and the flame spirit coffin entered the space beneath the lava lake and were excited to see the treasures left behind by the Luan Daoist, a loud noise suddenly came from above their heads, and the entire space began to tremble. "Grandfather." The flame spirit coffin's expression changed and he said anxiously, "What are you panicking about?" Yan Jiuxiao seemed to be reprimanding Lu Tianping, but his expression was also solemn as he said, "How bold of him. He still wants to chase after us at this time. I wonder if it's Lu Tianping himself or someone else he brought with him. How can it be? The lava lake is connected to the entire Scarlet Mist Island's fire vein. Even grandfather had to go through a lot of trouble to enter. This person is just a great practitioner, and he practices water-based techniques that are restrained by the Scarlet Mist Island. How can he pass through the lava lake? A look of suspicion flashed across Yan Jiuxiao's face, but he still said, "A mere great practitioner? This person fought with the old man before and retreated easily. This great practitioner is someone that even the old man can't do anything to. How dare you look at him like a normal late Dharma adept?" However, this person was able to withstand the burning of the fire vein and pass through the lava lake. He must have some extraordinary treasures on him. This space will soon be discovered by him, so prepare for battle. The flame spirit coffin glanced towards the distance with a greedy expression, and then it said, "Grandfather, Lu Tianping has entered the abode and appeared somewhere. In any case, we're going to fight him, so why don't we take those treasures first?" Yan Jiuxiao snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with the flame spirit coffin's question. He said, "My grandson is so blind. How can you not see that these things are all sealed by restrictive spells? Since this is the Luan Daoist's inheritance, then these restrictive spells must have been set by the Luan Daoist himself. Although I am a pure yang body, it is extremely difficult to break the restrictive spells set by the seventh patriarch of heaven splitting. However, if I force it, I'm afraid that the treasures inside will be damaged. It's better to deal with the water sword immortal first, and then we can break the restrictive spells." The flame spirit coffin's expression was ferocious as he said, "Grandfather, this time, we must make sure that Lu Tianping doesn't return. Otherwise, if we wait for the news of the Luan Daoist's inheritance to leak, we will be in big trouble." Yan Jiuxiao snorted coldly, and his expression immediately darkened. Yan Jiuxiao's guess was somewhat reliable. Although Lu Ping's level of cultivation far surpassed that of other practitioners of the same level, the skills that he practiced were greatly restricted in this place, so it would not be easy for him to pass through the lava lake. However, at this time, the Qingming River in Lu Ping's hand had not been completely used up in his cultivation. Although this lava lake was where the fire vein of the entire Scarlet Mist Island converged, Lu Ping did not intend to use the Qingming River to fight against the entire fire vein. He only wanted to temporarily open up a path through the lava lake. Although Lu Ping's level of cultivation had reached the threshold of the late Dharma stage so quickly because he had borrowed the power of the Qingming River's water vein, he had only used up a little more than a third of it. After advancing to the late Dharma stage, Lu Ping had secluded himself in Fei Ling Island for close to 3 years. Although he had also refined the water vein to cultivate, with the help of the spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain, the consumption of the water vein had been greatly reduced. Now there was still a third of the water vein left. It was precisely because of the help of the water vein that Lu Ping temporarily had the ability to pass through the lava lake's water vein. When Lu Ping jumped from the whirlpool of the lava lake into the rainbow light that had revealed itself, the swirling lava on both sides had already begun to recede. The rainbow light was obviously a space matrix that could be used to block the erosion of the lava. Just as Lu Ping freed one hand to take out a rainbow light, he saw that the Luan Daoist handkerchief that was wrapped in a feather in his other hand suddenly emitted a rainbow light as well. This rainbow light was exactly the same as the light emitted by the space matrix in front of him, and they even seemed to be resonating with each other. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it was the feather that had such a miraculous effect. Unexpectedly, when he opened the handkerchief, he saw that not only was the Luan Daoist feather shining, but even the handkerchief was also shining brightly. There were 2 crystal clear water droplets in the handkerchief that looked like they were about to fall out of the handkerchief. Lu Ping knew that these 2 crystal clear water droplets that had soaked into the handkerchief were Luan Daoist's tears. Originally, there had been 3 teardrops in the handkerchief, but one of them had been used by Lu Qiner. In addition to these 2 teardrops, the phoenix embroidered in the bottom right corner of the handkerchief was also shining with a rainbow light. It was so vivid that it looked like it was about to fly out of the handkerchief. At this time, Lu Ping had already rushed into the rainbow light, and he felt a strong resistance from the space. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then put away the rainbow restriction breaking talisman that he had just taken out, and immediately slashed the feather in front of him. The rainbow light that had originally covered Lu Ping's eyes was suddenly like a curtain that had been cut apart by the feather, revealing the true face behind the rainbow light. Lu Ping stepped into it, and the 2 sword lights flew into it before the rainbow light closed up behind him. Then the magma lake instantly closed up, and the falling magma made a loud roar, stirring up lava waves that were dozens of feet high on the surface of the lake. Even after Lu Ping stepped into the rainbow light, the space behind him also made a loud roar. It was a grotto heaven that wasn't too vast. Lu Ping's divine sense instantly swept out, and it almost filled half of the grotto heaven. Yan Jiuxiao was indeed inside, and the person beside him was also very familiar to Lu Ping. It was the flame spirit coffin that had once joined forces to resist Mara's army on the East Sea's illusory spirit island. However, the moment Lu Ping discovered the grandfather and grandson duo, they suddenly left the range of Lu Ping's divine sense. They didn't hide, and in an instant, they had already left the range of Lu Ping's divine sense. Obviously, when Lu Ping discovered them, Yan Jiuxiao had also discovered Lu Ping's location. Although Lu Ping was conceited, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could make a pure yang cultivator flee at the mere sight of him. Lu Ping was stunned, and only then did he remember this grotto heaven, and his heart immediately burned with passion. Yan Jiuxiao's grandfather valued this grotto heaven so much, and when he thought of all his previous guesses, could it be that this grotto heaven was really related to the Yuan Daoist? Or could it be that it was one of the Yuan Daoist treasures? When he thought of the Yuan Daoist treasures, even a figure like Lu Ping found it hard to maintain his composure for a moment. However, he quickly dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. He knew that this grotto heaven was still filled with danger. The method that Yan Jiuxiao had used to escape Lu Ping's divine sense just now had greatly terrified Lu Ping. If he used it to launch a sneak attack, Lu Ping wasn't confident that he could withstand it. At the same time, on the other side of the grotto heaven, the flame spirit coffin was flying away after his grandfather. Looking at his grandfather's gloomy face, the flame spirit coffin couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, didn't we want to fight with Lu Tianping just now and deal with him first? Why did we?" Yan Jiuxiao's face darkened, and an imperceptible blush flashed across his face. He said angrily, "What do you know?" This Lu Tianping hid his strength so well that even the old man was almost fooled by him. This person didn't conceal his divine sense just now, so you should have sensed it as well. That level of divine sense could instantly sweep a radius of over 100 miles. This is not the level of divine sense that a late Dharma adept should have. Even the old man is far inferior to him. "What? That's impossible!" the flame spirit coffin exclaimed. "Grandfather, are you saying that this Lu Tianping has been hiding his level of cultivation all this time and that he is now a pure young adept?" Yan Jiuxiao seemed to be a little hesitant, but he still said, "Not only his level of cultivation, but also the strong aura that was displayed when his divine sense came into contact with the old man just now. That strong pure yang aura is not something that an ordinary great adept can condense. It is almost comparable to an existence of a pure yang adept. Even when Xiao Baiyu advanced to the late Dharma stage, the pure yang aura on his body was not as strong as this person's." At the mention of Xiao Baiyu, even the flame spirit coffin's eyes flashed with fear. That was an existence that could kill a pure yang adept at the late Dharma stage. Could it be that Lu Tianping was even stronger than Xiao Baiyu? No wonder grandfather had fled, yes, avoided the battle. At this time Yan Jiuxiao slowed down his escape technique and said, "Strange, why hasn't that Lu Tianping caught up with us? Although the space in this cave is unusually sturdy, it is also extremely narrow. If that Lu Tianping has made up his mind to make things difficult for the old man, it will not be easy for us to avoid him." The flame spirit coffin said softly, "Could it be that Lu Tianping has entered this place because he has been attracted by the hidden treasures of the Yuan Daoist and wants to snatch as many treasures as possible before we do?" Yan Jiuxiao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That should be the case." Then he chuckled coldly and said, "In the end he was born in the barren lands of the North Sea. When he sees treasures he doesn't care about anything else. We should also speed up and take control of as many treasures as possible before he does. Then we will settle the score with him in the end." The flame spirit coffin sneered and said, "I'm just afraid that he will run away when the time comes." Yan Jiuxiao laughed but didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart other than himself. However, the flame spirit coffin's eyes quickly lit up. He pointed at a seven-colored ray of light that was over 300 meters away and said, "Grandfather, look over there." A seven-colored talisman had already appeared in Yan Jiuxiao's palm. His eyes shone with excitement. The seven-colored talisman had already turned into a streak of light and flew into the seven-colored ray of light in front of him. The flame spirit coffin sighed in admiration and said, "A seven-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Grandfather actually has such an item. This time, all of the Yuan Daoist treasures will definitely fall into the hands of our Fire Phoenix race." Yan Jiuxiao said proudly. Fortunately, the old man had prepared ahead of time and paid a huge price to exchange for 5 seven-colored restriction-breaking talismans from the Crystal Palace. Otherwise, it would have taken us a lot of effort to break these restrictions this time. Although the 7-colored restriction breaking talisman was said to be able to break all restrictions and formations in the world, in reality, it depended on how powerful the restriction formation was. If the restriction formation was too powerful, the 7-colored restriction breaking talisman could only weaken it and not break it on the spot. What's more, this place was the Luan Daoist's treasures. It was extremely likely that these restrictions were created by the Luan Daoist, so it would be far too easy to break them with a single restriction breaking talisman. Of course, if several restriction breaking talismans were used in combination, it might not be impossible to break them easily. However, Yan Jiuxiao only had a total of 5 7-colored restriction breaking talismans on him, and he had only obtained them from the Crystal Palace after going through a lot of trouble. Naturally, he wouldn't use up all of them in one place. As expected, Yan Jiuxiao had made ample preparations for the Luan Daoist's treasures. After suppressing this restriction with another 7-colored restriction breaking talisman, his hands moved like butterflies, forming 7 to 8 different types of restriction breaking hand seals in quick succession. One after another, they landed on the restriction, continuously weakening it. Although the 7-colored light flickered, it wasn't very intense. Through the light, one could still see that there was a flickering feather imprisoned within the restriction. The flame spirit coffin's eyes lit up and he said, "This is the Luan Daoist's natal plume feather. It's exactly the same as the 2 our clan's cultivators obtained on Scarlet Mist Island." Yan Jiuxiao nodded and said, "That's right. The Luan clan can only condense 3 natal plume feathers at most. Only those who have reached the 9th grade gold core can carve 3 supreme divine abilities on top of their 3 natal plume feathers to form their natal arts. Legend has it that Lord Ancestor was able to condense 7 natal plume feathers and control 7 supreme divine abilities. These 7 supreme divine abilities are extraordinary. They are genuine heaven-splitting divine abilities. If we can get our hands on them, not even the Emerald Sea Spirit Serpent clan will be able to act arrogantly in front of us when Daoist Luan unleashes all 7 of them. Now that Scarlet Mist Island has surfaced from the sea, it must be because the restriction on the inheritance has loosened. Before this, 3 of the plume feathers were actually taken out of the inheritance during the volcanic eruption. Fortunately, Lord Ancestor had already guessed this, so our clan's cultivators never relaxed their investigation of Scarlet Mist Island. That's why we found 2 of the plume feathers. Unfortunately, that Junling actually injured our clan's cultivators and took the 3rd one. There should be 4 more feathers in the inheritance right now. Yan Jiuxiao sneered and said, "So what if Junling obtained one of the plume feathers? This plume feather contains the protection of the Luan Daoist's will. If one isn't a direct descendant of the Luan Daoist, one must first obtain the acknowledgement of the will of the Luan Daoist in order to comprehend the heaven-splitting divine ability contained within, or directly suppress the will of the Luan Daoist and forcefully activate the heaven-splitting divine ability within. The former is fine. Human cultivators have impure bloodlines, so it's not impossible for them to obtain the acknowledgement of the will of the Luan Daoist, but it's extremely difficult. As for the latter, although it's only a fragment of the will of the Luan Daoist sealed inside, I'm afraid only those old monsters in the present world can suppress it. This isn't something those crushed stones in the Dao altar world can compare to." Just as Yan Jiuxiao and Yan Jiuxiao were doing their best to break the restrictions of the inheritance, the 2 treasures in Lu Ping's hands, the rainbow plume feather and the Luan Daoist handkerchief, both flew out from Lu Ping's hands. Under Lu Ping's astonished gaze, the 2 treasures seemed to sense something and flew in 2 different directions, trying to escape from Lu Ping's control. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't let these 2 treasures escape. However, Lu Ping still used his divine sense to control his true essence to form an imprisonment space in a radius of 100 feet in front of him. Once the 2 treasures had flown out 100 feet, it was enough for Lu Ping to determine the direction in which they were trying to escape. The direction in which the rainbow plume flew did not attract Lu Ping's attention. On the contrary, Lu Ping's attention was drawn to the Luan Daoist handkerchief in another direction. This Luan Daoist handkerchief contained Jiao Doran's handkerchief. From this handkerchief, Lu Ping had comprehended the sword of opening the heavens: fight, kill, and die. At this moment, this paragraph of Jiao Doran's handkerchief flashed continuously on the handkerchief. What surprised Lu Ping even more was that when Jiao Doran's handkerchief began to flash, Lu Ping seemed to sense a very strong divine sense. This kind of feeling was very familiar to Lu Ping. Therefore, when Lu Ping was still a core forging stage cultivator, he had a similar feeling in the sacred fallen lake at the source of the river in the western wilderness. However, this feeling was stronger for Lu Ping now. In the sacred fallen lake, the mysterious feeling that came from the bloodline of Lu Ping allowed Lu Ping to obtain the horn that Jiao Daoren had left there. At this time, the horn had been carved by Lu Ping's own true essence into the sword of the real spirit. Now, it had accompanied Lu Ping through the second Thunder Tribulation and became a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Now this kind of feeling was even stronger and more direct. Could it be that there was a treasure comparable to Jiao Daoren's horn in this grotto heaven space? At this time, Lu Ping couldn't care less about Yuan Daoist's relic. For Lu Ping, Jiao Daoren was much more important than Yuan Daoist. Moreover, this space was vast. It seemed that Yuan Daoist's relic was not only in one place. Since he had to search one place by one, Lu Ping naturally had to find the hidden relic that was related to Jiao Daoren. At this time, Lu Ping suddenly moved his mind. The sword of the real spirit, Mo Li, suddenly flashed out from behind Lu Ping. Her eyes were a little blurred as she looked into the distance of the grotto heaven. It was the same direction that the handkerchief wanted to fly to. After crossing the second Thunder Tribulation with Lu Ping and becoming a second tribulation spiritual treasure, Mo Li, who originally looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, seemed to have grown a lot. She looked about 14 or 15 years old, but her expression had become more and more indifferent. Lu Ping's heart moved and he asked, Mo Li, did you find anything? Mo Li nodded and pointed in the direction that the handkerchief was flying in. There seems to be something that is closely related to me. I want to go there and take a look. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and the quintessential essence in his body evolved. A stream of water vapor condensed into a rope. One end was tied to a corner of the handkerchief, and the other end was connected to Lu Ping's finger. Although the water rope was small, it was formed by Lu Ping's water control art. With Lu Ping's current cultivation base, the water rope's tenacity was comparable to that of metal. Lu Ping held this water rope like he was flying a kite. He let the handkerchief fly into the depths of the grotto heaven, and Lu Ping chased after the handkerchief. In one breath, Lu Ping followed the handkerchief for a few dozen miles. In the central plains, Lu Ping even came across a place shrouded in colorful light. Although the light shrouded the item inside, even his divine sense couldn't detect it. But this place was obviously a treasure that was imprisoned in a powerful seal. However, Lu Ping only hesitated for a moment before he gave up and left. Chapter 1388. Yan Jiuxiao excitedly suppressed the 3-foot-long tail feather that had flown out of the rainbow restriction. Beside him, the flame spirit coffin said excitedly, Grandfather, we've already obtained 3 of the Yuan Daoist's natal tail feathers. Yan Jiuxiao put away the tail feather and maintained a calm expression. He said, there are still 3 more tail feathers in this grotto heaven. Lu Tianping won't return empty-handed. It looks like we'll have to speed up. After a pause, Yan Jiuxiao turned to the flame spirit coffin beside him and said, you have to get through your second lightning tribulation as soon as possible. If you can't obtain the acknowledgement of the Yuan Daoists from the very beginning, you'll have to wait until you've advanced to the late Dharma stage before you'll be able to comprehend it. Although Lu Ping saw a place covered in rainbow restrictions along the way, he gritted his teeth and gave up in the end. He continued to fly in the direction that the Yuan Daoist handkerchief had drifted in. At the same time, he could feel that the bloodline within his body was becoming more and more sensitive to this mysterious feeling. The curiosity in Lu Ping's heart grew stronger and stronger. What exactly was this thing that could trigger Jiao Daoren's handkerchief, the sword of the true spirit Mo Li, and the mysterious feeling in Lu Ping's bloodline? The handkerchief was being pulled by Lu Ping like a kite, but it suddenly made a turn in the air. Lu Ping was slightly taken aback when he saw that the handkerchief had indeed stopped moving. Instead, it made another turn in the air. Lu Ping could feel that the feeling in his bloodline seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The handkerchief that had lost its direction seemed to be telling him that the bloodline was sensing the item was right here, but there was clearly nothing in front of him. Spatial ability. Lu Ping's first reaction was that the treasure was definitely hidden somewhere in the void here. However, this was only a grotto heaven that barely existed. It wasn't a small kiliacosm like the Tao Altar's world. If he was in a spirit space, it might be very difficult to use the space divine ability again and open up the void in front of him, but it was not impossible. With Lu Ping's current cultivation strength, he thought he could do it. However, the spatial grotto heaven in front of him was far less stable than the space of a minor kiliacosm. It was already extremely difficult to barely use spatial abilities, not to mention that he had to open up another space in this spatial grotto heaven and embed it into this grotto heaven. Only a person like the Yuan Daoist, the seventh patriarch of the heaven-opening sect, could achieve such a magical realm. However, it was extremely tricky for Lu Ping at this moment. Although it was much easier to break the chain of caves than to use this kind of divine sense, it was, after all, for the person who used this kind of divine sense. For Lu Ping it was obviously a troublesome thing. It was not a big deal if the embedded space and the treasures hidden inside were lost. However, if it affected the cave and even caused the cave to collapse, it would not be a joke. The cave was like a magma lake. This is really a bit tricky. Lu Ping's divine sense was compressed to a radius of 300 feet, hoping to find some clues within the range of the handkerchief. In fact, Lu Ping did find that the void in front of him was quite strange. However, it was extremely difficult for Lu Ping to easily open this hidden space, because Lu Ping had found that this hidden space had formed a subtle connection with the cave. This was the method Lu Ping used to crack it. If there was a slight mistake, it was very likely to cause the entire cave to shake. Lu Ping carefully tried several kinds of space divine sense, but none of them worked. On the contrary, it almost caused the entire cave to shake. Lu Ping was so scared that he had to give up trying. What should he do? In the process of trying to open this hidden space, although Lu Ping did not succeed, he also opened up a few space cracks several times. Every time a space crack was opened, Lu Ping could clearly feel that the reaction from the divine sense would immediately strengthen. The Dharma form in the core space would also become more and more impatient and active. After several fruitless attempts, Lu Ping simply summoned Have Praying Mantis and asked, "Are you confident?" Praying Mantis replied proudly, "Of course I'm confident. It's just that our methods have always been direct, and you can't sense the location of the treasure hidden in the space. If we cut it like this, we can break the space without affecting the heavenly abode, but don't blame us if the treasure hidden inside is damaged as well." Although a trace of reluctance flashed across Lu Ping's face, he still said, "If we open it, we might still be able to get something. If we can't open it, we won't even know what's inside." Praying Mantis thought about it and also said, "This hidden space was supplemented by a space prohibition. You have the Rainbow Restriction Breaking Talisman in your hand. Although it is not very useful against such a high-level space prohibition, it can more or less weaken it. In this way we can also use less strength. If the things inside are strong enough, even if they are cut, they can still be preserved." Lu Ping thought about it and agreed. He also took out a shining rainbow talisman in his hand and stuck it in the space in front of him, where his divine sense had previously detected a crack. After Lu Ping's cultivation had advanced to the late Dharma stage, his talisman-making skills had improved. In addition, Lu Ping had personally heard the mantra of making the Rainbow Restriction Breaking Talisman in the Tao Altar world. This made Lu Ping's improvement in making restriction-breaking talismans far exceed that of making other talismans after he advanced to the late Dharma stage. Originally, Lu Ping could only make 6-color restriction-breaking talismans, and the success rate was not high. However, after he came out of seclusion on Fei Ling Island, he could already make 7-color restriction-breaking talismans, which represented the highest level of restriction-breaking talismans. Although the success rate was still very low, Lu Ping had prepared a lot of precious talisman papers for this. Although he had wasted a lot of them, he still had a few 7-color restriction-breaking talismans in his hands. In addition, he still had a few 7-color restriction-breaking talismans that Tianshui Laozu had given him. Now, the number of 7-color restriction-breaking talismans in Lu Ping's hands was not small. Using 1 or 2 talismans was not a big deal to him. After the 7-color restriction-breaking talismans flashed, there was a sudden disturbance in the empty space. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He stretched out both his hands and a huge purplish-gold pair of scissors appeared in each of his hands. A dragon's roar sounded from within Lu Ping's body. 2 waves of thick purplish-blue inner yuan flowed into the pure yang spiritual treasures along his arms. As the thick inner yuan was too vigorous, it even caused a faint layer of purplish-blue mist to appear around Lu Ping's arms. Clang. Pulling his arms outwards, the blades of the pure yang spiritual treasures immediately opened up. 2 purplish-gold blade lights pierced through the space in front of him from the left and right. After that, Lu Ping's arms abruptly closed up. Another clang sound was heard. The blades of the scissors closed up, and the space in front of him trembled. After that, a ding sound was heard. The blade lights from the scissors seemed to have cut something. Lu Ping's expression changed. He hurriedly dispersed the surging inner yuan in his arms and released the scissors in his hands. After that, the space in front of him was like a piece of cloth that had been torn apart, revealing a small space behind it. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He saw a half-foot-tall purple jade essence bottle in the small space. The surface of the bottle was densely engraved with runic patterns, and there were wisps of spiritual chi flowing around the runic patterns. Then, the broken runic patterns at the bottle's mouth dissipated into the air. Along with the spiritual chi there was also a faint blood mist. At the mouth of the bottle, the original slender bottleneck was missing half at this time. It was obviously cut by the scissors, and the remaining small half of the bottleneck and the bottle stopper had fallen to the ground at the moment when the space was broken. After the pocket dimension was opened by the pure yang spirit treasure, it showed signs of collapsing. Lu Ping reacted quickly and snatched the jade bottle from the pocket dimension. Then, the small pocket dimension in the grotto heaven shattered into pieces and disappeared from the grotto heaven. Lu Ping took a few steps back, avoiding the turbulence caused by the collapse of the space. Only then did he focus his attention on the jade bottle in his hand. Lu Ping's expression immediately changed. Just when Lu Ping lowered his head to look into the jade bottle, there was a trace of light red mist in the cut mouth of the bottle, together with the spirit that dissipated from the bottle, into Lu Ping's abdomen. Then Lu Ping's heart beat fiercely like a drum. Dong, dong. The blood in his body burst out in an instant like a flood, and from Lu Ping's body came a sound like a surging river. In the suspended sea in the core space, the Dharma form of the dragon was tossing up and down excitedly. If it were not for Lu Ping's efforts to suppress it, it would have even flown up from behind Lu Ping on the auspicious cloud. When Lu Ping looked down, more than half of the jade bottle was shimmering with a special luster of blood-red liquid. As Lu Ping shook it gently, there was even a trace of blood mist dissipating. This was simply blood, the essence blood of a flood dragon. And in this instant, although Lu Ping did not have any reason, he was sure that this was not only blood, but definitely the pure essence blood of a flood dragon, the essence blood left behind by Jiao Daoren. It was because this was the essence blood of the flood dragon left behind by Jiao Daoren that it triggered such a strong reaction from Jiao Daoren's handwriting on the handkerchief. It made the sword of true spirit inexplicably excited, and caused a mysterious reaction from Lu Ping's own blood. Lu Ping had only inhaled the blood mist that escaped from the jade bottle, and his bloodline had already reacted so strongly. If he could refine the entire bottle of Jiao Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline, what kind of realm would he reach? The excited thought flashed in Lu Ping's mind, and then he was horrified. At this time, the jade bottle's bottleneck had been cut open, and the blood mist inside was constantly dissipating. The seals that Lu Ping had casually placed before were actually unable to stop the dissipation of the blood mist. Lu Ping grabbed the cut mouth of the bottle on the ground and tried to connect the broken rune lines. However, this was obviously not successful, and it still could not stop the blood mist from dissipating. Chapter 1389. Because the jade bottle was damaged, the glyphs engraved on the bottle made it impossible for Lu Ping to suppress the flood dragon's blood essence from dispersing. This caused Lu Ping to be at a loss for what to do. He could only desperately absorb the dissipating blood mist into his stomach while circulating the dragon soaring star river technique to refine the blood mist into his blood vessels. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Lu Ping was extremely anxious. What should he do? Naturally, he couldn't just watch the flood dragon's blood essence dissipate into a blood mist. However, he didn't have any methods to stop the blood mist from dispersing. Could it be that he had to refine the flood dragon's blood essence here? However, there was obviously more than one treasure hidden in this space. Thinking about the place Lu Ping had encountered on the way here that was covered by a rainbow restriction, there must be an extremely rare treasure sealed inside. Thinking about the Luan Daoist feather in Tianqin Laozu's hand, Lu Ping's heart became even more hesitant. Just as Lu Ping was still hesitating, the jade bottle in Lu Ping's hand made a decision for him. The blood mist in the jade bottle continued to dissipate, forcing Lu Ping to maintain the circulation of the true yuan in his body. At the same time, he continuously absorbed the dissipating blood mist into his stomach to refine it. While Lu Ping was refining the Jiao Jiao's blood essence, the Dharma dragon in his heart core space had already jumped out of the suspended sea. The true essence in the Jiao Jiao's blood essence was brought into his heart and slowly seeped into the heart core space. Then the entire heart core space was shrouded in a seven-colored brilliance. The Dharma dragon flew up and down in the heart core space, letting out happy dragon roars from time to time. A strange expression appeared on Lu Ping's face. Whether it was the Dharma power of the dragon or his own blood, they had all entered an extremely excited state because of refining the dissipating flood dragon's blood essence. This state was too familiar to Lu Ping. It was a great opportunity for Lu Ping's epiphany and the growth of his cultivation. If he forcibly interrupted this process at this time, he would probably have to put in 10 times more effort in order to make up for this loss in the future. Lu Ping gritted his teeth. After all, to him, this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence was much more important than the Wan Daoist's life feather. Even though Lyra Laozu had once said that the life feather might contain some top secret about the magic left behind by the Wan Daoist, in Lu Ping's opinion, this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence might even be the key for Lu Ping to pass through the third Thunder Trial in the future, ushering in the ninth Dharma power transformation, and becoming a pure Yang. This time, Lu Ping had passed the second Thunder Tribulations and entered the late Dharma stage. Previously, he had not absorbed the essence of the Jiao Dragon's bloodline. But after passing the Thunder Tribulations, his Dharma power of the dragon had successfully undergone its 8th transformation. Before the Thunder Trial, Lu Ping had been a little nervous. He did not know if he would be able to successfully usher in the Dharma power transformation. But after the Thunder Trial, Lu Ping could clearly feel the changes in his Dharma power transformation, and this change came from a mutation in Lu Ping's bloodline before he advanced to the late Dharma power transformation. Lu Ping guessed that the reason for this mutation came from when he had just advanced to the blood condensation realm and decided to focus on his bloodline. At that time, the bloodlines in Lu Ping's body were competing. Among them, the Flood Dragon's blood essence had swallowed the Turtle Dragon's blood essence and stood out among the other major bloodlines, suppressing the other 5 bloodlines and becoming Lu Ping's main bloodline. After that, when Lu Ping advanced to the second level of the blood condensation realm, he did not encounter any bottlenecks in the purification of his bloodline. Lu Ping had always thought that the Turtle Dragon's blood essence had already swallowed and assimilated the Turtle Dragon's blood essence. But as Lu Ping's level of cultivation increased, and he understood more about himself, Lu Ping realized that the truth was not as simple as he had imagined. The Turtle Dragon's blood essence had not been refined by his own bloodline, or rather, it had not been completely refined. This was especially so after Lu Ping went into closed-door training in the 5 Elements Tortoise Chamber. The hidden Turtle Dragon's blood essence had even shown signs of strengthening. Now that he thought about it, when Lu Ping entered the early stage of the blood condensation realm and decided to focus on his bloodline, he had refined the Turtle Dragon's blood essence in one go. Now that he thought about it, he felt that the process was very strange. As Lu Ping's level of cultivation increased, Lu Ping became more and more certain that the Turtle Dragon's blood essence, which had not been completely refined, was a hidden danger in his body. And this hidden danger would become more obvious as his cultivation increased. Lu Ping had once tried to completely refine the Turtle Dragon's blood essence. However, during the first lightning tribulation in the Dark Space Sea, Lu Ping could not find the time to refine the Turtle Dragon's blood essence. Perhaps it was because he had already refined the Lone Eagle's blood essence. This time, the second lightning tribulation was originally a risk for Lu Ping, but in the end, Lu Ping still successfully summoned the second lightning tribulation, causing the Dragon Dharma power to welcome the 8th transformation. The Turtle Dragon's blood essence in his body was finally completely refined, and the hidden danger was completely eliminated. And now, if he refined the Flood Dragon's blood essence in this jade bottle, in Lu Ping's opinion, in the future when he summoned the third lightning tribulation and advanced to the pure Yang stage, he would not have to worry about finding the essence of the Flood Dragon's blood essence. This bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence could completely replace it, and it would be more than enough. After all, it was very likely that this was Jiao Doran's own blood essence. Moreover, if Lu Ping wanted to find a suitable Flood Dragon's blood essence, it was very likely that he would have to face a top-level demonic cultivator at the peak of the late Dharma Law stage, or even a top-level demonic cultivator at the pure Yang stage, to be able to fulfill the requirements of replenishing the Flood Dragon's blood essence. Not to mention the difficulty of dealing with pure Yang demonic cultivators, just the fact that these Flood Dragon's blood essence had to be from a top-level demonic clan was enough to give Lu Ping a headache. These demonic cultivators often had many connections and were not weak, so it was not easy to kill one of them. If the power behind them was drawn out, even Lu Ping himself would have to pay a huge price to deal with it. From this point of view, this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence had come at the right time. Since things had come to this, Lu Ping simply put the possibility of the Wan Daoist's treasure hidden in this cave to the back of his mind. He would first integrate this bottle of Flood Dragon's blood essence into his bloodline. It wasn't easy to refine this bottle of blood essence, and Lu Ping didn't plan to refine it here. After all, there were still 2 fire Luans eyeing him covetously in the grotto heaven. He just wanted to fuse the blood essence into his bloodline and refine it in seclusion after he exited the grotto heaven. He believed that by then, Lu Ping's cultivation base would rise significantly. This was also inspired by the tortoise's blood essence. Otherwise, Lu Ping would not have been able to think of a way to temporarily integrate the flood dragon's blood essence into his bloodline so that he could refine it later. Even so, during the process of temporarily integrating this bottle of flood dragon's blood essence into his bloodline, Lu Ping still needed to continuously practice his cultivation method. During this process, a small amount of flood dragon's blood essence was completely refined, and Lu Ping could even clearly feel the growth of his own cultivation. Although this process was very small, with Lu Ping's cultivation foundation, it was already extremely difficult for his divine sense to clearly sense the growth of his cultivation. Moreover, it was not only Lu Ping's cultivation that had increased, but also the Dharma form of the dragon in the core space. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ping took a deep breath, turned the last trace of flood dragon's blood essence into a blood mist, and swallowed it into his stomach. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of blood appeared in his sharp eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Lu Ping stood up and weighed the jade bottle in his hand. His eyes once again fell on the complex runes carved on the surface of the jade bottle. After thinking for a while, he put it away together with the bottle mouth that had been cut off by the numinous treasure scissors. Lu Ping used his divine sense to look inside himself, and he could feel that at this time, his bloodline was like a surging river, rumbling and roaring. At this time, although Lu Ping could no longer cultivate in seclusion, the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique was still operating on its own, constantly refining the flood dragon's blood essence that had been integrated into his bloodline. Then, under the guidance of his bloodline, the flood dragon's blood essence continuously entered the core space through his heart along with the true essence. The entire core space was still enveloped by the seven-colored light that seeped into his bloodline. Ever since Lu Ping had inhaled the first mouthful of blood mist, the Dharma form of the dragon had been flying in the sky above the suspended sea, its entire body bathed in the seven-colored light. It could be said that at this time, Lu Ping's cultivation was growing very slowly, but it was constantly increasing. Lu Ping pinched his fingers and made a slight calculation, and he was shocked. Originally, he thought that it would only take a few hours to simply integrate the flood dragon's blood essence into his bloodline. Unexpectedly, 2 days had passed. Fortunately, Yan Jiuxiao and his grandson hadn't found this place during these 2 days. Otherwise, if they were to launch a sneak attack and he had no time to pay attention to anything else, it was extremely likely that he would be injured by the two of them. However, at the same time, Lu Ping also felt that it was strange. The space in this heavenly abode wasn't very wide, so why hadn't the two of them seen him even after 2 days had passed? At the same time, on the other side of the heavenly abode, the flame spirit coffin watched as his grandfather happily put away the third tail feather. He couldn't help but ask, "Lord Grandfather, why haven't we encountered that Lu Tianping yet? This heavenly abode isn't very big, so 2 days should be more than enough for us to meet. Could it be that Lu Tianping is hiding from us? Or could it be that Lu Tianping still hasn't broken any of the restrictions around the inheritance trove?" When Yan Jiuxiao and his grandson heard this, the joy on Yan Jiuxiao's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of doubt. He said, "Let's not bother with him for now. Currently, 3 of the 4 tail feathers in this heavenly abode are in our hands. Out of the 7 fundamental tail feathers of Luan Daoist, 6 are already in the hands of our Fire Phoenix clan. Only the last one should be in the direction that Lu Tianping went. As for what that person is doing, we'll naturally know once we get there." Just as Yan Jiuxiao and his grandson were rushing in the direction of Lu Ping had already returned to the 7-colored restriction he had seen on the way here. After a brief probe, Lu Ping threw out his hands in succession. 3 restriction-breaking talismans that flickered with 7-colored splendor floated into the 7-colored restriction in front of him. Then, the light of the restriction and the talismans dimmed as if they were weakening each other. The praying mantis climbed onto Lu Ping's shoulder and said eagerly, "So, are you going to cut it or not?" Lu Ping said in a bad mood, "Cut what? This restriction can be broken as long as we spend some time. What if we let you destroy the treasures inside? You won't be lucky every time." Chapter 1390. Lu Ping used the seeping water sword technique to slowly peel away the layers of restrictions that had already been weakened by the 3 rainbow talismans. Lu Ping, who had advanced to the late Dharma stage, had reached an extremely high level in both the control of his divine will and the control of his inner yuan. Lu Ping used the seeping water sword technique to pierce through the layers of restrictions like peeling away layers of eggshells. Lu Ping was completely confident that he would be able to retract his sword technique before he completely broke through the restrictions to avoid harming the items that were sealed within the restrictions. Just as Lu Ping was peeling away the layers of restrictions in front of him until only the last hazy layer of rainbow was left, Lu Ping's expression changed. As far as his divine will could see, 2 streaks of light had already streaked across the sky and were rapidly flying in his direction. Lord Grandfather, since this space is the inheritance left behind by our ancestor Luan Daoist, are there any other treasures aside from these 7 life feathers? Otherwise, Lu Tianping would not have stayed in this corner of the space for 2 whole days. The flame spirit coffin was clearly a little worried. Although he firmly believed that his grandfather would be able to defeat Lu Tianping, judging from Yan Jiuxiao's expression, even if Lu Tianping was defeated, he would still be able to calmly retreat. If that was the case, it would not be so easy for Yan Jiuxiao to take away the treasures that Lu Tianping had obtained from the space. Yan Jiuxiao's expression was calm, but his heart was also a little unsettled. Lu Ping's series of performances had truly exceeded his expectations. The Fire Phoenix tribe leader, who had originally been full of confidence, was now a little hesitant. At this moment, Yan Jiuxiao's expression also became serious. Lu Ping had not deliberately concealed his presence, so not long after Lu Ping had discovered the grandfather and grandson duo, Yan Jiuxiao also discovered Lu Ping, who was in the midst of breaking through the restrictions. This is a good chance. Grandfather will go first, Jiner will follow. With that, Yan Jiuxiao's body turned into a streak of rainbow light, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of several dozen kilometers. Lu Ping looked up and saw that the streak of rainbow light had suddenly turned into a giant fireball, and in Lu Ping's eyes, it was growing larger and larger as it came crashing down towards his head. At this time, the restriction in front of Lu Ping only had a thin membrane left. Lu Ping could even see through this membrane that the item sealed within was a feather that was exactly the same as the one in his hand. A hint of anger flashed across Lu Ping's face. He formed a sword seal with his hand, and the sword of true spirit, Mo Li, which had already transformed into a second tribulation spirit artifact, flew out from behind Lu Ping. It swayed in the air for a moment, and a dense amount of sword light separated from its blade, transforming into a tsunami of sword waves that swept towards the falling fireball. Yan Jiuxiao had been accumulating power for a long time while Lu Ping was clearly not prepared. Although the sword of true spirit's great river flows to the east had a powerful aura, it was still broken by the fireball. Lu Ping's figure was forced back over 100 meters, clearly at a disadvantage. The fireball had also been extinguished, and it turned into an orange-red flame that flew back into Yan Jiuxiao's hand. The 2 of them exchanged blows. Yan Jiuxiao had a slight upper hand, but he was still unable to reach the rainbow restriction. On the other hand, Lu Ping had been forced back over 100 meters. However, amidst a complacent laugh, the flame spirit coffin took the opportunity to descend, landing right in front of the restriction that was about to be broken. It abruptly spat out a fireball and smashed it towards the restriction. It clearly did not care if the fireball would damage the item sealed within the restriction. However, since it was clear that the item sealed within the restriction was a feather, Yan Jiuxiao, as the vessel that bore the 7 great innate abilities of the Luan Daoist, was naturally not worried that the flame spirit coffin's fireball would damage the feather. After all, the 2 originated from the same source. However, in the face of the flame spirit coffin's complacent laughter, Lu Ping also revealed a mocking smile. Beside him, Yan Jiuxiao seemed to sense something. His expression changed as he shouted, "Jin, be careful." What? The flame spirit coffin did not understand what was going on. However, the instant the restriction in front of him shattered, the flame spirit coffin felt a chill run down his spine. The flame spirit coffin had quick reflexes. How could he not know that Lu Ping had already prepared a backup plan near the restriction? A burst of flames suddenly burst forth from his body, and he pounced to the side. At the same time, he reached out to grab the feather that was sealed within the restriction. However, how could Lu Ping's backup plan not anticipate the flame spirit coffin's next response? A crisp shout came from behind the flame spirit coffin. Even though the flame spirit coffin had dodged extremely quickly, Lu Xiaoping's well-planned attack still pierced through the flame spirit coffin's left shoulder. Then the azure willow sword caught up to the flame spirit coffin and snatched the feather that was about to reach his hand. Then it fell into Lu Xiaoping's hand. At this time, the flame spirit coffin's miserable cry from having his shoulder pierced had just resounded. Yan Jiuxiao had already rushed over to help. However, Lu Ping naturally would not sit by and watch his avatar fall into danger. The swords of true spirits circling around him shook, and 6 dragons roared as they charged towards Yan Jiuxiao. Fight! 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 Yan Jiuxiao sneered and said, "You think you can stop the old man with this kind of method?" The fire spirit orb in Yan Jiuxiao's hand was also a second tribulation spirit artifact, and with the support of Yan Jiuxiao's fire divine ability, it became even more powerful. 6 fireballs separated from the fire spirit orb and exploded in front of the 6 flood dragons. The 6 flood dragons let out miserable howls as their bodies were torn to shreds. Haha, everyone says that the North Sea's Lu Tianping possesses the heaven-splitting divine ability, but it looks like the old man is only SOSO. Lu Ping received the rainbow feather from his avatar, Lu Xiaoping, who was standing on his shoulder. He waved the feather at Yan Jiuxiao and said with a faint smile, "I originally only wanted this feather. Since the Fire Phoenix Patriarch has the heart to fight, then let's start over." Yan Jiuxiao's face darkened. Earlier, Lu Ping's battle formula had been broken, but the rainbow feather was already in Lu Ping's hands. In all fairness, Yan Jiuxiao had already lost to Lu Ping by 1 move. But before Yan Jiuxiao could do anything, the flame spirit coffin was the first to lose his patience. He scolded Lu Ping, "Lu Tianping, you are too arrogant. There is no need for grandfather to make a move today. Let me test your methods first." As he spoke, another fireball appeared in the flame spirit coffin's hand. The flame spirit coffin pushed forward with a solemn expression, and the fireball disappeared into thin air before it could even travel 10 meters away from his palm. When it reappeared, it had already turned into a cage of flames, trapping Lu Ping inside. When the flame spirit coffin saw that Lu Ping actually didn't try to dodge, a trace of joy flashed through his heart. But at the same time it was also filled with anger. He was happy because Lu Tianping actually dared to block the peerless flame divine ability that he had painstakingly cultivated for several hundred years. He was angry because Lu Ping's actions clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Ping looked at Yan Jiuxiao with a faint smile on his face and said, "Fire Phoenix Patriarch, it's best if you let your grandson back down. Otherwise it would be bad if you accidentally injure him while we are sparring." Before Yan Jiuxiao could say anything, the flame spirit coffin was already unable to restrain his anger. He shouted loudly, "You've gone too far. Cage of flames, burn." As soon as he finished speaking, the flame spirit coffin clapped his hands together, and the flames attached to the cage of flames abruptly swelled. The raging flames formed a huge fireball, and Lu Ping's figure was completely covered in flames. The corner of the flame spirit coffin's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He was just about to open his mouth to mock Lu Ping for overestimating himself when he suddenly heard his grandfather, Yan Jiuxiao, yell in a low voice, "Careful, he's about to come out. You should back down." The flame spirit coffin was stunned as he looked at the raging flames in front of him. Come out? How was he supposed to come out? This flame cage had been personally praised by his grandfather. If a practitioner of the same level was trapped in it, they would lose 90% of their chances of survival. Even a great practitioner of the late Dharma stage would have to expend a lot of effort to escape. However, a look of panic quickly appeared on the flame spirit coffin's face. This supreme magical power that he had cultivated using a high-grade heaven-level spirit fire could be said to be his strongest technique. However, that Lu Tianping walked out of the flame cage as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The raging flames actually could not stop him at all. In fact, when Lu Ping walked out of the cage leisurely, the flames around him extinguished on their own. They only started burning again after Lu Ping left the cage. That was a spiritual fire that had been cultivated using a high-grade heaven-level spirit fire as its foundation. Even if it did not have the ability to burn mountains and boil seas, it would at least require a lot of effort to break through the shackles of this flame cage when sparring with other late Dharma adepts of the same clan. How was it that Lu Tianping, who was also at the late Dharma stage, could treat his supreme magical power as nothing? Lu Ping's smiling face was filled with murderous intent. He said, "Brother Coffin and I have been friends for a long time. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Brother Coffin, please take a blow from me." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gurgling sound in front of Lu Ping. A ball of water appeared out of thin air and condensed into a water ball. It then floated slowly towards the flame spirit coffin. "Please accept it." The flame spirit coffin felt that Lu Ping's smile was so dazzling. However, the flame spirit coffin really could not tell how the slow and leisurely water ball in front of him was a threat. However, the flame spirit coffin was not a fool. Naturally, it would not think that Lu Ping had so seriously pushed out such a water ball just to make fun of it. Since it did not know what was going on, it might as well move aside first. However, just as the flame spirit coffin was trying to move away from the water ball, a tyrannical divine consciousness suddenly invaded the flame spirit coffin's divine consciousness protection range. The flame spirit coffin felt as if his divine consciousness was suddenly hit hard by a hammer. His body, which was about to move away, staggered. Although he knew what was going on, he could no longer coordinate his body. He could only watch as the water ball in front of him came crashing towards him. What was hidden in this water ball? Out of nowhere, the flame spirit coffin thought that since he could not avoid it, he might as well try Lu Tianping's water ball technique. Could it be just an ordinary water ball just to humiliate him? However, before this thought could be realized, Yan Jiuxiao's slightly nervous voice sounded in his ears. Don't hurt my grandson. Could this water ball really hurt people? The flame spirit coffin's doubts were quickly answered. A wall of fire suddenly rose in front of the flame spirit coffin. However, before the flame spirit coffin could catch its breath, Yan Jiuxiao, who had a grave expression on his face, erected 2 more fire walls. Just to block this water ball, he actually had to use the 3 great divine defensive secret techniques that Lord Grandfather cultivated. This thought flashed in the flame spirit coffin's mind, but it was soon replaced by shock. The swaying water ball really penetrated 4 fire walls in a row. When the flame spirit coffin laid down the 5th fire wall, the water ball, which was no different from ordinary flowing water, finally disappeared. Chapter 1391. The flame spirit coffin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the ball of water disappear. He didn't expect a ball of water like this to be so powerful that his grandfather had to erect 5 walls of fire in order to block it. One had to know that the difference between a great technique and a peerless technique depended on who was casting it. In the flame spirit coffin's opinion, the great technique cast by his grandfather, Yan Jiuxiao, was even more powerful than his own peerless technique. But it was precisely such a powerful defensive technique that Lu Ping's water ball had pierced through 4 times in a row. If that ball of water had been poured on his head just now, the flame spirit coffin felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. He probably wouldn't even have a corpse left. Not only did Lu Ping's ball of water frighten the flame spirit coffin, it also caused Yan Jiuxiao's heart to skip a beat. This ball of water was obviously condensed by Lu Ping using a divine ability. However, Yan Jiuxiao was proficient in fire cultivation methods and divine abilities. Naturally, he had dabbled in many water cultivation methods, divine abilities, and secret arts that naturally countered his body. However, despite his 1,000 years of experience, his pure yang cultivation, and the knowledge of the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch, he had never seen anyone who could use such a strange yet powerful water. The liquid condensed within the ball of water was definitely not any kind of high-grade heaven-ranked spirit water in this world. Even if Yan Jiuxiao refined his natal spirit water with his own cultivation, it wouldn't be able to produce such a powerful force. Yan Jiuxiao's life-bound spirit fire was also extraordinary. It was the life-bound spirit fire born from his 9th-grade golden core, which was condensed from 3 types of mid-grade earth rank, low-grade heaven rank and high-grade heaven rank heaven and earth spirit fires. Its might was far stronger than a high-grade heaven rank spirit fire. But in front of Lu Ping's ball of water, the wall of fire formed from his life-bound spirit fire was pierced through 4 times in a row. In the end, it perished together with the last wall of fire. Although Lu Ping was only testing the waters this time, he was still shocked when he saw the true power of the triple light sacred water in front of him. Even though he had already imagined the power of the triple light sacred water to be powerful enough, he was still shocked when it was actually displayed in front of him. Lu Ping's techniques were like an endless torrent of water. While Yan Jiuxiao was still creating 5 walls of fire to block the triple light sacred water, Lu Ping had already taken advantage of the situation to attack from the other side. 3 of the 6 serpents that Emoli had transformed into connected their heads and tails to form a larger serpent that looked more like a dragon. One of the serpents shook its head and swung its tail, activating a spatial ability as it tried to swallow Yan Jiuxiao in a single gulp. Yan Jiuxiao's expression was solemn. He had no time to recover the energy he had lost from creating 5 walls of fire in a row, so he forcefully condensed a strand of essence energy from his core space. Then, he waved his hand in front of him and a fiery red feather condensed from rich essence energy appeared in front of him. The feather then floated towards the roaring serpent and transformed into a huge fire luan that stretched out its neck and let out a long cry, clashing with the serpent. However, even though Yan Jiuxiao barely managed to block one of the flood dragons with his life-bound plume feather, the other flood dragon soundlessly broke through the void and swiped at Yan Jiuxiao with its two giant claws. Left with no other choice, Yan Jiuxiao could only retreat again and again. As a result, he no longer had the mental strength to protect the flame spirit coffin behind him from the wind and rain. Jin, hurry up and retreat. Yan Jiuxiao could only open his mouth to warn Yan Jiuxiao. Lu Ping's series of attacks would not be able to do anything to Yan Jiuxiao in a short period of time, but Lu Ping had never thought that he could defeat the Fire Phoenix tribe elder in a short period of time. His true target was the flame spirit coffin behind the Fire Phoenix tribe elder. The flame spirit coffin had already reacted the moment Yan Jiuxiao was forced to retreat by Lu Ping. Lu Ping had targeted him from the very beginning and had laid down layers upon layers of attacks, causing Yan Jiuxiao to be hindered at every turn. But in the end, Yan Jiuxiao was still unable to defend himself. At this time, the flame spirit coffin no longer had any thoughts of putting on a brave front. All he wanted to do was to retreat and avoid Lu Ping's meticulously planned assassination. However, Lu Ping's attacks were far faster than he had expected. Just as Yan Jiuxiao was forced to retreat, the space around him rippled, and his avatar Lu Xiaoping had once again appeared in front of the flame spirit coffin. The green willow sword was pointed straight at the flame spirit coffin's left eye. The flame spirit coffin panicked. His shoulder, which had already been pierced by the sword, had affected his ability to evade. Due to the increase in Lu Ping's level of cultivation, his avatar, which had become even more powerful, posed a threat to the flame spirit coffin that was no less than facing a practitioner who was also at the peak of the mid-dharma stage. A burst of fire exploded in front of the flame spirit coffin. The green willow sword was ultimately affected, and it did not hit the flame spirit coffin's left eye. However, the sharp sword aura still left a line of blood on the left side of his face. However, even after avoiding Lu Ping's ambush, the flame spirit coffin still did not dare to relax. Lu Ping's attacks had always been continuous. He never pursued a one-hit kill, but because he was too powerful, his opponents were often defeated after only 1 or 2 rounds. In reality, Lu Ping's methods had always been like flowing water, pervasive and never-ending. Sure enough, after Lu Xiaoping missed this attack, the space in the direction that the flame spirit coffin had just dodged shook. The flame spirit coffin was shocked, but there was nothing in the shaking space. The flame spirit coffin was stunned at first, and then his expression changed drastically. He remembered that the person in front of him still had an extremely strange invisible sword magic, so he hurriedly turned around and dodged again. However, the flame spirit coffin's movements were too late. The blue sword aura of the tranquil water sword had already pierced through the flame spirit coffin's shield of vigor and revealed its tracks. The tip of the sword was pointing straight at the flame spirit coffin's heart. There was no way he could avoid this attack. The flame spirit coffin showed a look of despair. However, at this moment, a 7-colored light flashed across, and with a ding, the flame spirit coffin flew backward involuntarily as if he had suffered a heavy blow. In the process of flying backward, his face flashed red, and he could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood and spat it out of his mouth. Lu Ping attacked the flame spirit coffin at the same time as he repelled Yan Jiuxiao. However, Yan Jiuxiao was worthy of being a pure yang cultivator, and he still had time to rescue him. Lu Ping withdrew the tranquil water sword in great disappointment. Just when Lu Ping was about to kill the flame spirit coffin, Lu Ping clearly saw the 7-colored light that blocked the tranquil water sword. It was a 7-colored feather, the relic of the Luan Taoist. He did not expect this thing to be so tough. Although most of the power of the tranquil water sword was used for stealth attacks, it was still a first tribulation spiritual treasure after all. Yet, it could not damage the 7-colored feather at all. The relic of the heaven-opening relic really lived up to its name. Although Yan Jiuxiao had saved his grandson at the last moment, the flame spirit coffin was already on the verge of death after being heavily injured by Lu Ping twice in a row. It could no longer pose any threat to Lu Ping. Instead, it would cause Yan Jiuxiao to be restricted in his upcoming battle with Lu Ping. Yan Jiuxiao stood in front of the flame spirit coffin and faced Lu Ping as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Lu Ping was not to be outdone. Although Mo Li was a spiritual treasure flying sword, she had transformed into a flood dragon and swam in front of Lu Ping. A white mist gradually rose in front of Lu Ping. The white mist condensed into a pool of clear water that floated in the air. The flood dragon that Emoli had transformed into was swimming freely in this pool of water. Yan Jiuxiao stared at the pool of water that had condensed in front of Lu Ping and asked in a serious voice, "This is the natal spiritual water that you condensed. The old man has never seen it before. May I know what kind of divine ability it is?" Lu Ping smiled faintly and answered, "Triple Light's divine water." Triple Light's divine water? A hint of confusion flashed across Yan Jiuxiao's face. He said seriously, "The old man has remembered it. It is truly miraculous. However, do you still want to continue today's battle?" Lu Ping sneered, "I have never seen myself at a disadvantage." Yan Jiuxiao was taken aback for a moment. Only then did he point above his head. A hint of mockery flashed across his eyes as he said, "The old man admits that you have the qualifications to fight against the old man. If you want to fight even though Jin'er is a burden to the old man, you better think carefully about how confident you are in avoiding the threat above your head." Lu Ping looked in the direction Yan Jiuxiao had pointed and his expression immediately changed. Only now did he realize that this was only an extremely small space in the heavenly abode. Previously, when he was trying to break the spatial seal with the flood dragon blood essence, he had been extremely careful because he was afraid that he would cause this heavenly abode to collapse and be instantly submerged by the lava lake above his head. However, during this chaotic battle, both Lu Ping and Yan Jiuxiao had used their spatial abilities multiple times. At this moment, this heavenly abode was already on the verge of collapse. If Lu Ping and Yan Jiuxiao were to fight again, this heavenly abode would definitely not be able to withstand the full power battle between two pure yang practitioners and collapse. Just as Lu Ping's expression changed, Yan Jiuxiao had already retreated. He was no longer worried that Lu Ping would intervene. He grabbed the flame spirit coffin in his hand, smiled coldly at Lu Ping and left into the distance. As expected, Lu Ping did not try to stop them. Instead he watched them leave. Although he already had the strength to fight against a pure yang practitioner, in his heart, he still believed that he was only a late Dharma adept. However, a battle between pure yang practitioners could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. Even in the world of cultivation, it was often necessary to use spatial abilities during battles to minimize the damage caused by the dissipation of the power of their respective abilities. How could this tiny heavenly abode before him withstand the fierce battle between the two of them? In reality, this heavenly abode was already on the verge of collapse due to the damage caused by the battle between the two. At this moment, Lu Ping could even see through the arc of the heavenly abode to the fiery red lava that was surging beneath the surface. This heavenly abode could collapse at any time. Once Yan Jiuxiao and his grandson retreated, Lu Ping also sensed the threat. However, he still wanted to search around before the heavenly abode collapsed and see if he could find any treasures left behind. Judging from the Fire Phoenix clan's great efforts and the Flood Dragon's blood essence that Lu Ping had obtained, this heavenly abode was definitely not to be trifled with. It could even be the treasures left behind by the seventh patriarch of heaven creation. However, he did not know that Yan Jiuxiao and his grandson had already plundered this heavenly abode clean over the past 2 days. Just as Lu Ping was about to search other places, the space above his head began to tremble. This was clearly Yan Jiuxiao's attempt to break open the heavenly abode and leave this place. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, "Oh no, I've been tricked by this old fellow." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard continuous muffled sounds coming from above his head. The moment Yan Jiuxiao left the heavenly abode, he began to destroy this heavenly abode. Violent spatial tremors came from the arc of the heavenly abode, and several streams of fire descended from the sky. This heavenly abode that had been suppressed at the bottom of the lava lake was already collapsing. Chapter 1392. I've been tricked by this old bastard. At this time, how could Lu Ping care about searching for treasures? Once the lava lake above his head poured down, even if Lu Ping had the ability to protect himself in the lava lake, he couldn't guarantee that Yan Jiuxiao and his grandson wouldn't ambush him from the side. The top of the Heaven's Grotto Heaven's arc was getting more and more shattered. As long as Yan Jiuxiao destroyed a single part of the Heaven's Grotto Heaven's space, the lava lake would be more than enough to destroy the entire Heaven's Grotto Heaven. Currently, countless waves of lava had already descended from the sky of the Heaven's Grotto Heaven, causing the temperature of the entire Heaven's Grotto Heaven to rise rapidly. At this time, Lu Ping's expression was very ugly. The thin water-flowing sword had already suffered a great deal of damage when it stirred up the lava lake to open the passage. If Lu Ping were to use the same method now, it was extremely likely that the two first Tribulation Spirit Treasures artifact spirits would be annihilated, and even the spirit treasures themselves would be damaged. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pressed it against the spine of Mo Li's sword. Rays of sword light peeled off from the Sword of True Spirit's body. Every time a ray of sword light was peeled off, it would transform into a tiny flood dragon that danced around Lu Ping. The palm Lu Ping pressed against the spine of the Sword of True Spirit glowed with a bluish-purple light. 9 sword shadows were peeled off from the Sword of True Spirit's body in a row. After these 9 sword shadows left the Sword of True Spirit's body, they began to split up one after another, and the sword shadows once again transformed into tiny flood dragons. In the end, a total of 129,600 flood dragons formed a huge ball of light with Lu Ping at the center, surrounding Lu Ping tightly. At this time, the Sword of True Spirit's body in Lu Ping's hand looked much dimmer. The artifact spirit Mo Li also looked much more illusory, as if a gust of wind would completely blow it away. Lu Ping stood in the ball of light with the Sword of True Spirit above his head. With a flick of his finger, a water droplet suddenly flew out from his fingertip. The moment the water droplet came into contact with the water dragon shadow, it fused into the ball of light formed by the 129,600 sword light dragons. Then, a layer of flickering light blue water curtain suddenly rippled from the spot where the water droplet had fused into, spreading towards the entire ball of light. The 3 light holy water that Lu Ping had condensed contained the characteristics of the Xianyuan heavy water. Just one drop of it could evolve into a lake. At this moment, the light curtain that this drop of 3 light holy water transformed into was just perfect for the Jiao dragon. Lu Ping's special swordsmanship that was formed by combining the heaven-opening swordsmanship and the water-seeping swordsmanship became even more powerful. Lu Ping raised his head and glanced at the heavenly grotto heaven's half-destroyed ceiling. Then he suddenly stomped on the ground. A lotus pattern flashed, and the ball of water with the Jiao dragon swimming around Lu Ping's body turned into a huge wave that surged upwards, rushing towards the sinking magma lake above the heavenly grotto heaven. At the edge of the crater, the pale-faced flame spirit coffin stood behind Yan Jiuxiao. It stared ferociously at the magma lake that had already turned into a huge funnel, and said with a hint of excitement, "Grandfather, I'm afraid that Lu Tianping won't be able to escape this time." Yan Jiuxiao's gaze never left the rapidly sinking magma lake. He said, "Not necessarily. With Lu Tianping's strength, it won't be easy to burn him to death with this magma lake. However, this magma lake should be able to weaken him enough. When the time comes, we can take the opportunity to kill him. If he lives, he will be a scourge to our clan. He is in existence among the 3rd-generation cultivators who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Baiyu." Yan Jiuxiao inadvertently glanced at the flame spirit coffin and said, "You should retreat first. When the time comes, there might be a huge battle that you can't participate in." The flame spirit coffin, who was originally as pale as a sheet after being heavily injured, immediately flushed red. However, he still looked extremely sick. In the end, he had no choice but to fly towards the periphery of the volcano. Yan Jiuxiao glanced at the flame spirit coffin's back and sighed softly. Immediately after, his attention was attracted by the rumbling sound coming from the depths of the sinking magma lake. Yan Jiuxiao's expression changed. The 2nd Tribulation Spirit Treasure, the Fire Spirit Orb, was already hovering in the air above the volcanic crater, ready to strike. The air around Yan Jiuxiao began to boil due to the heat released by the circulation of his true essence. The dense fire spirit energy in the surroundings began to gather around Yan Jiuxiao's body, forming the vague image of a gigantic fire luan behind him. At this moment, a wave of fire that was hundreds of feet high suddenly exploded in the magma lake, and a huge ball wrapped in white mist rushed out of the exploding fire wave. At the same time, the fire spirit pearl floating above the crater of the volcano suddenly communicated with the magma lake in the crater of the volcano. 18 magma fire chains with the 2nd Tribulation Spiritual Treasure Fire Spirit Pearl as the center formed a huge flame cage, sealing the huge ball of white mist that had just rushed out of the magma in the cage. Flame Cage, one of the supreme divine abilities of the Fire Phoenix race. Now that Yan Jiuxiao was using it and borrowing the power of the magma lake, its power was countless times stronger than the flame spirit coffins. At this moment, the white mist surrounding the huge ball of white mist that rushed out of the magma lake gradually dissipated. What was revealed was a huge water ball with countless sword-light dragons swimming around it. The triple light sacred water was indeed powerful. When Lu Ping directly charged into the magma lake, the triple light sacred water had an extremely strong resistance against the high temperature of the magma lake. Furthermore, it could continuously generate water to offset the consumption of the triple light sacred water by the magma lake. Because the thin water-flowing sword was already heavily damaged, Lu Ping naturally could not bear to use the spiritual treasure in his hand to block the magma lake's burning heat. Left with no choice, Lu Ping could only use his own cultivation and divine abilities to block the corrosion of the magma lake. This method consumed a lot of Lu Ping's true essence. Even with the help of the triple light's sacred water and the seeping sword art formed from the heaven-opening swordsmanship, Lu Ping could feel as if there was a funnel in his body. The condensed true essence was rapidly draining out of his body. Yan Jiuxiao's calculations were correct. Lu Ping was indeed weakened, but he did not expect that only the true essence in Lu Ping's body was being consumed. The magma lake did not cause any real damage to Lu Ping. Moreover, the one thing that Lu Ping was least afraid of was true essence. However, Yan Jiuxiao had been accumulating power for a long time. The flame cage had already given him the upper hand. The moment Lu Ping rushed out of the magma lake, he fell into Yan Jiuxiao's trap. The 18 fire chains rapidly contracted. A huge amount of fire spirit energy flowed along the 18 fire chains and gathered towards the fire spirit pearl in the center. With a loud bang, the entire flame cage was ignited by Yan Jiuxiao's natal spirit fire. Yan Jiuxiao's natal spirit fire was not as condensed as Lu Ping's triple light sacred water, but at this moment he had the absolute advantage. Yan Jiuxiao did not mind going all out against Lu Ping. However, the relaxed expression on Yan Jiuxiao's face froze before it could even appear. Within the cage that was engulfed by the flames, a pure and dense pure yang energy suddenly surged. Yan Jiuxiao seemed to have thought of something in that instant. Just as a look of shock appeared on his face, two blade lights suddenly shot out from within the flames. Immediately after, the two blade lights converged towards the center. Bang! Bang! With two sounds, the two fire chains had already been cut apart. With the two fire chains cut, Yan Jiuxiao's flame cage immediately revealed an opening. The fire spirit pearl revolved in midair, attempting to repair the broken flame cage. However, a battle between experts only lasted for an instant. Naturally, Lu Ping would not let this opportunity to escape slip away from his hands. A torrent of sword-light dragons broke out of the broken cage. Countless sword-light dragons were annihilated by the fire spirit pearl's all-out attack, but even more sword-light dragons managed to break apart the other fire chains that were trying to reseal the flame cage. The torrent of triple light's sacred water also blocked the burning of Yan Jiuxiao's natal spirit fire. A lotus slowly rose from the torrent of sword light. Lu Ping floated above the lotus, his eyes coldly staring at the startled Yan Jiuxiao. At this moment, most of Yan Jiuxiao's attention was focused on the purple gold scissors in Lu Ping's hand. His eyes flashed with shock and greed as he said in a hoarse voice, pure yang spiritual treasure." Lu Ping snorted coldly. This time he had fallen into Yan Jiuxiao's trap and had no choice but to reveal the two halves of the spiritual treasure. Right now his entire body was filled with killing intent. With Junling's current strength, the price he had to pay to possess a pure yang spiritual treasure was obviously unbearable. If he wanted to prevent the secret of the pure yang spiritual treasure from being leaked, there was only one path left for Lu Ping. Clang. The pure yang spiritual treasure abruptly opened above Lu Ping's head, its blade pointing straight at Yan Jiuxiao. Yan Jiuxiao panicked, but his mind was not slow. As he withdrew the fire spirit pearl, a fiery cloud rose behind him as he shouted, "This is the two halves of the spiritual treasure. The Northern Alliance's sect-guarding spiritual treasure has actually fallen into your hands. That Northern Alliance's Hanya must have died at your hands. Also, that Wuxing School's plan to steal the Green Netherworld River must have been foiled by you as well. Could it be that the pure yang lightning tribulation that day at the foot of Luo Xian Mountain was summoned by this two halves of the pure yang spiritual treasure? That Yan Jiuxiao was indeed worthy of being the Fire Phoenix race's leader. The moment Lu Ping revealed the two halves of the pure yang spiritual treasure, he had already deduced everything that had happened. Yan Jiuxiao's defense had grasped Lu Ping's weak spot in an instant, and he said smugly, "Lu Tianping, how dare you? If the old man were to leak this information, do you know that you, Junling, will be met with a calamity?" But the more Yan Jiuxiao acted like this, the more intense the killing intent in Lu Ping's body became. The mantis on Lu Ping's shoulders waved its pair of large blades and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill him to silence him." The scissors abruptly closed in midair. Yan Jiuxiao was a pure yang cultivator after all, and he used all his strength to break free from the binding feeling of being targeted by a pure yang spiritual treasure. His body flashed past two blade lights that cut through the void, and the pure yang spiritual treasure immediately cut a huge hole in the volcano behind him. With a loud boom, the magma that had been suppressed by the volcano immediately found a vent, and the earth shook and mountains shook as it completely erupted. Half the sky was covered in thick volcanic ash. Lu Ping had already pounced forward with the sword of true spirit in his hand, and said coldly, "You know too much." Chapter 1393. You know too much. Lu Ping knew what would happen if the news that he had a pure yang spiritual treasure in his possession was leaked. However, right now he had no choice but to fight Yan Jiuxiao to the death. Yan Jiuxiao sneered as if victory was in his grasp. "You want to silence the old man? With just you? This is the Yuan Daoist's legacy in the volcanoes of Scarlet Mist Island. It is the paradise of my Fire Phoenix race, and the old man is a pure yang cultivator." Lu Ping slashed out with his sword. Yan Jiuxiao, who had just escaped from the pure yang spiritual treasure, could no longer dodge the aura locking of Lu Ping's sword. He had no choice but to use the fire spirit pearl in his hand to take on Lu Ping's sword. A cloud of white mist rose up and sparks sprinkled down. Lu Ping's sword of true spirit was far superior to the fire spirit pearl, and it was a natal spiritual treasure that Lu Ping had experienced two lightning tribulations at the same time. Yan Jiuxiao, on the other hand, was waiting for Lu Ping to exhaust himself by relying on the geographical advantage of Scarlet Mist Island. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Lu Ping was expressionless, but Yan Jiuxiao's mind was in a mess. This kid should have used up a lot of his essence energy to break through the seal of the lava lake's fire vein. Why is he still so full of energy? However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Ping had already launched another attack. This time, the moment the sword of true spirit was sent flying, a stream of water flew out of Lu Ping's hand. It transformed into a 30-meter-long water flood dragon in midair and pounced at Yan Jiuxiao with its claws and fangs bared. Yan Jiuxiao was a little wary of Lu Ping's triple brilliance sacred water, but the flame spirit coffin was not by his side. No matter how powerful the triple brilliance sacred water was, it could not harm Yan Jiuxiao at all. At most, it would only make him spend some effort to deal with it. A clear and melodious cry of a yuan rang out from the fiery cloud behind Yan Jiuxiao. A cluster of clouds separated itself from the cloud, wriggling in midair for a moment before transforming into a gigantic fiery yuan with a wingspan of over 100 feet. The yuan pounced towards the water dragon. As soon as the two sides made contact, a series of water and fire explosions rang out. Flames and mist exploded one after another, covering an area of over 1,000 feet in radius. The fire yuan was finally extinguished, but the water flood dragon was also sent flying in all directions. However, just as the two were about to be annihilated, Lu Ping's divine sense had already locked onto Yan Jiuxiao's position. Without waiting for the fog to disperse, the pure yang spirit treasure struck out again. Two blade lights pierced through the fog and accurately sliced towards Yan Jiuxiao's waist. Yan Jiuxiao naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of a pure yang spiritual treasure. He did his best to break free from Lu Ping's aura lock. While Yan Jiuxiao was dodging, two 10-meter-long fire phoenixes abruptly appeared behind him and pounced towards the two blade lights. The fire phoenixes were formed from Yan Jiuxiao's fiery cloud and swooped down towards the blade lights. The moment they came into contact with the blade lights, the pure yang spiritual treasure destroyed their feathers. However, the two blade lights were involuntarily pushed down by the two spirit birds. The tip of another volcano behind the flame spirit coffin was cut off by the blade lights. The lava that was being nurtured in the belly of the volcano immediately erupted. Yet another volcano erupted, causing the fire spirit energy of the entire Scarlet Mist Island to become turbulent once more. When Yan Jiuxiao saw that Lu Tianping did not seem to realize that he had conveniently laid down a trap, Yan Jiuxiao sneered and pointed at the fire spirit pearl above his head. The dense fire spirit energy in the surroundings was immediately drawn in by the pearl, and a flaming feather flew out from the Dharma image's auspicious cloud behind him and merged into the fire spirit pearl. The mountain of lava that was suspended in midair immediately smashed down from the thick scarlet volcanic ash, as if it was raining fire. Yan Jiuxiao's second life plume feather contained a peerless divine ability, Meteor Shower. Borrowing the power of Scarlet Mist Island's volcano, the power of this peerless divine ability had increased by more than 30 to 20%. Lu Ping looked towards the sky with a serious expression. The meteor fire rain that covered a large portion of the sky came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. It gave off a feeling that there was no way to avoid it, as if the end of the world was coming. Lu Ping was still fearless. A ray of water flowed across the surface of the cloud sail and floated up. Countless fiery rains smashed into the auspicious cloud formed by the cloud sail and disappeared without a trace. However, the cloud sail was not a complete defensive spiritual treasure. Even if it could completely block the all-out supreme ability of a pure yang cultivator, it would probably suffer heavy injuries like the thin water-flowing sword from before. Lu Ping seemed to have realized that he didn't have much of an advantage at this moment. He used the pure yang scissors and the sword of true spirit more and more frequently, trying to force Yan Jiuxiao to fight head-on with his spiritual treasures. However, Yan Jiuxiao was very experienced. He was able to break free from the combined attacks of the two spiritual treasures every single time and avoid Lu Ping's direct attacks. Despite this, Lu Ping seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. He continued to chase after Yan Jiuxiao above Scarlet Mist Island. Although every time he chased after Yan Jiuxiao, he couldn't hurt him in the slightest. On the contrary, Lu Ping was able to withstand Yan Jiuxiao's attacks head-on. The cloud formed by the Hangyun sail was growing thinner and thinner. Rumble, another earth-shattering boom rang out. Lu Ping, who seemed to have gone berserk from killing, once again used the pure yang scissors to kill Yan Jiuxiao. Not only did he fail to hit his target, he even managed to cut a hole in a volcano. Magma and rocks erupted from the belly of the volcano, nearly drowning the oncoming Lu Ping within it. Whenever Yan Jiuxiao dodged the dual attacks of the pure yang scissors and the sword of true spirit, Lu Ping would use the triple brilliant sacred water as a medium to unleash all sorts of water-type abilities to block Yan Jiuxiao's path of escape. However, Yan Jiuxiao, who had the geographical advantage, would always be able to easily defeat or evade his attacks. When the two mutually restraining abilities clashed, they would often form a huge phenomenon, which in turn gave Yan Jiuxiao the perfect opportunity to escape from Lu Ping's pursuit. This Lu Tianping had truly lost his mind from all the fighting. What was the point of charging and attacking blindly? However, it seemed that Lu Ping really valued that pure yang scissors in his hands. Since that was the case, the old man would just have to take it for himself as well. Not only did Yan Jiuxiao not look the least bit flustered while being chased by Lu Ping, he even felt relaxed, as if he still had a trump card that would ensure his victory. This was already the 9th volcano that Lu Ping had pierced through with his pure yang scissors. Together with the magma lake that contained the entire Scarlet Mist Island's fire vein, Lu Ping had unknowingly made a large circle around the mouth of the magma lake under Yan Jiuxiao's guidance. The 9 volcanoes that Lu Ping had destroyed just so happened to form a circle around the mouth of the magma lake. Ha! After dodging Lu Ping's pure yang scissors, the sword of true spirit and the triple brilliance divine water, Yan Jiuxiao suddenly let out a hearty laugh. At this moment, Lu Ping was like a gambler who had lost so much that his eyes had turned red. Instead, he appeared to be in an exceptionally sorry state. Hearing Yan Jiuxiao's laughter, he suddenly froze and said fiercely, "What are you laughing at, old man?" Yan Jiuxiao pointed at Lu Ping and laughed loudly. "Lu Tianping, the old man admits that your cultivation and strength are truly something that the old man has never seen before. You are able to control a pure yang scissors with such ease, and with your true essence, I believe that even Xiao Baiyu was not inferior to you when his cultivation was at the same level as yours back then. Even the old man had to admit that he was inferior to you. However, of all the things that you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have tried to use a pure yang scissors to silence the old man on this Scarlet Mist Island." The pure yang scissors closed and another blade light intersected. Yan Jiuxiao retreated, and at the same time he continued, "The old man once said that this Scarlet Mist Island is the legacy of the Yuan Daoist, the paradise of our Fire Phoenix race. The old man has the geographical advantage here, and he has long been in an invincible position. What can you do to the old man?" Taking advantage of Yan Jiuxiao's retreat, Lu Ping's sword of true spirit broke through the void with a flying chain slash in an attempt to kill the Fire Phoenix race patriarch. Lu Ping shouted harshly, "What can you do to me?" This time, the Fire Phoenix race patriarch couldn't dodge in time, but he also had a second tribulation divine artifact in his hand. A small Fire Phoenix spirit bird flew out from the Fire Spirit Pearl, growing in size with the wind. A 10-meter-long Fire Phoenix stretched its sharp claws towards the void, and clashed with the sword of true spirit's sword light. A shrill cry rang through the air. The fire phoenix spirit bird's claws were sliced apart by the sword of true spirit, and the flying chain slash's sword light was also broken by Yan Jiuxiao. A feather once again flew out from the roiling cloud behind Yan Jiuxiao's back and fell into his palm. Yan Jiuxiao smiled smugly and said, "Lu Tianping, do you know of the burning heavens inferno?" Lu Ping's expression changed. He immediately realized that Yan Jiuxiao had caused several volcanoes to erupt one after another just now. Could it be related to this? However, even though Lu Ping's expression changed, he still said, "Our sect also has cultivators who practice the supreme divine ability Burning Heaven's Inferno. Could it be that the Fire Phoenix race patriarch is planning to use this divine ability against me? Could it be that the Fire Phoenix race patriarch's natal spirit fire is related to the mother-child earth flame? Even if that's the case, this supreme divine ability might not be able to do anything to me." The two of them did not stop even as they spoke. On the contrary, Lu Ping seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and his attacks became even more vicious. Even though Yan Jiuxiao appeared to be in a rather sorry state as he kept dodging, he still said smugly, "Fool. Everyone knows that this Burning Heaven's Inferno can only be used with the mother-child earth flame as a medium, but they don't know that this divine ability was bestowed upon my Fire Phoenix race by the Luan Daoist. Only by using the mother-child earth flame as a medium can it be powerful. Today this old man will let you witness the true Burning Heaven's Inferno, so that you, sword immortal of the North Sea water, can die knowing the truth." As he spoke, the Fire Phoenix race patriarch was already hovering in the air above the magma lake. She no longer dodged Lu Ping's attacks. Instead, she took the true spirit sword head-on and threw the fire spirit orb in her hand into the magma lake beneath her feet. Her face was abnormally red from excitement, and her hands instantly formed several hundred strange hand seals. Then she fiercely pressed them down and shouted, "Burning Heaven's Inferno, rise!" The entire Scarlet Mist Island was shaking. By this time, Lu Ping had already sensed that the situation was far from good. He tried to step forward and interrupt Yan Jiuxiao's technique, but just as Yan Jiuxiao was shouting, the magma lake beneath his feet suddenly erupted. Lu Ping hastily dodged, but discovered that the 9 volcanoes that Lu Ping had pierced through with the magma lake were also erupting at the same time. In an instant, the 9 erupting volcanoes, scarlet magma, burning flint and thick volcanic ash formed a giant prison of flames in the sky above Scarlet Mist Island. At this moment, Lu Ping was the only person trapped in this prison. Several dozen feet away, Yan Jiuxiao's laughter carried a trace of madness. "This is the Burning Heaven's Inferno, this is the true Burning Heaven's Inferno. Lu Tianping, if you don't die now, then when?" Chapter 1394. The Fire Phoenix clan master, Yan Jiuxiao, took advantage of Lu Ping's frenzied pursuit to form a huge array formation around the magma lake where the living spirit veins converged. It was none other than the sky-burning inferno array formation. The Fire Phoenix clan master, Yan Jiuxiao, took advantage of Lu Ping's frenzied pursuit to form a massive array formation around the magma lake. In the cultivation world, this was a peerless fire divine ability that could only be cultivated through the mother-child earth flame. However, the Fire Phoenix clan actually had another way to cultivate and use it. This unique inheritance method of the Fire Phoenix clan was obviously to transform the Grand Inferno Burning Heaven formation into a gigantic formation. Its power was greater, its area of effect was wider, and its control was naturally more complicated. That was why Yan Jiuxiao had racked his brains to make use of Lu Ping's pursuit to destroy the 9 volcanoes in succession. At this moment, Lu Ping was trapped in such a gigantic formation by Yan Jiuxiao. In Yan Jiuxiao's eyes, the current Lu Ping was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What a grand plan! For the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch to create such a huge formation just to deal with me, I, Lu Ping, am truly overwhelmed by your favor. Lu Ping's faint smile and deep emotion caused the Fire Phoenix clan's patriarch to feel extremely uneasy. This was not the expression a person who was in a desperate situation should have. Although Yan Jiuxiao had some misgivings in his heart, now that the Grand Inferno Burning Heaven formation had been completed, he believed that he was already in an invincible position. There was absolutely no reason for him to retreat now. He could only be certain that Lu Ping was just putting on a show. That's right, he was definitely putting on a show and could even be stalling for time. When they first met on Scarlet Mist Island, Lu Tianping still had cultivators from the same sect by his side. Those people must have already returned to ask for help. Although Junling didn't care about anyone other than Lu Tianping, there were still two great cultivators who would be troublesome if they rushed over. Thinking of this, Yan Jiuxiao made a prompt decision. He clasped his hands together from the outside to the inside, and everything within the range of the Grand Inferno Burning Heaven formation turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, this sea of fire was different from ordinary fire. It was a fire seed formed from the entire Scarlet Mist Island's fire vein, and its power even surpassed that of a heaven-rank spirit fire. Moreover, with the fire vein's support, the sea of fire would be endless. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it would still be able to exhaust them. The so-called Inferno Burning Heaven formation originally wanted the trapped person to experience pain and torment until they died. If the person was burned to death right from the start, then it couldn't be called a prison. Just as the array formation turned into a hell of fire, Lu Ping activated his defensive skill and repelled the raging fire waves to a distance of 30 feet away from him. However, the countless sparks of fire licked at Lu Ping's purple-gold protective energy, the heavenly water curtain. It sizzled as if cold water had been poured into a pot of boiling oil. The heavenly water curtain flickered, as if it would extinguish at any moment. It was all thanks to Lu Ping's true essence that he managed to hold on. Yan Jiuxiao sneered, "Lu Tianping, the old man admits that you have a profound cultivation and great strength. The fact that you were able to hold on until now despite being burned by the Inferno Burning Heaven formation shows that your true essence is so strong that it is the first time the old man has seen in his life. But so what? You're only struggling at death's door. Instead, it will make the old man appreciate the painful journey from life to death, ha." Because Lu Ping was circulating the true essence in his body with all his strength, his entire body looked like it was covered in a layer of purple-blue mist. Hearing Yan Jiuxiao's mocking words, Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and looked at Yan Jiuxiao, saying seriously, "It's too early for you to be happy." What? Yan Jiuxiao's laughter came to an abrupt halt. But then, as if he had heard something funny, he said, "You should think about what last words you have left behind first." At this time, because Lu Ping was using all his strength to support the water curtain heaven flower and delay the corrosion of his protective aura, he had already covered it with the triple light's divine water. However, it could only prolong his time for a little longer. But Lu Ping was still unhurried. He spread his hands and formed a hand seal. A white feather lotus diagram abruptly appeared on the surface of his tottering protective aura, stabilizing it once more under the burning of the Inferno prison. Only then did he speak in a leisurely manner. "Do you really think that I, Lu, will be forced to the point of losing my rationality and be used by you like a marionette to lay down this Inferno Burning Heaven formation?" Yan Jiuxiao's heart sank. He said coldly, "Is that not the case?" Although Yan Jiuxiao was confident in the Inferno Burning Heaven formation, Lu Ping's calm expression still gave him goosebumps. Seeing Lu Ping's endless methods, a sinister look flashed across Yan Jiuxiao's face. He said, "Since you want to die early, then the old man will fulfill your wish. Fire Phoenix Avatar appear." The auspicious cloud behind Yan Jiuxiao suddenly let out a bird cry that resounded through the entire universe. The auspicious cloud transformed, and a blazing scarlet flame stretched out from the void. A majestic fire phoenix emerged from the void, flapping its wings and flying along the path opened up by the flame. This fire phoenix was covered in scarlet flames from head to toe, as if it was a spirit of fire. It was Yan Jiuxiao's pure yang avatar. The moment Yan Jiuxiao summoned the avatar, the entire heaven-burning Inferno Grand Array formation transformed into a huge furnace, and Lu Ping was the only target to be refined within it. The moment the avatar appeared, Yan Jiuxiao's confidence soared. But when he looked at Lu Ping again, he discovered that Lu Ping was also looking at him with a strange smile. The moment the Fire Phoenix avatar appeared, Lu Ping raised his hands, as if he wanted to lift something extremely heavy. He shouted in a low voice, "Now is the time. Gentian formation rise." Yan Jiuxiao was stunned. He saw 9 blue halos suddenly flash from the foot of the volcanoes that served as the foundation of the Inferno Burning Heaven formation. The Inferno Burning Heaven formation had long since been submerged in the sea of fire, and there was nothing else besides the scarlet flames. But these 9 blue halos had forcefully carved out a place in the sea of fire. Although the sea of fire was roiling on its own in an attempt to devour these 9 translucent halos, only the sound of explosions could be heard coming from the center of the formation. Moreover, the 9 halos had not been extinguished even under the encirclement of the sea of fire. Yan Jiuxiao's expression changed and he blurted out, "A formation within a formation. Not good. When did you set up this formation? Lu Ping chuckled coldly. Yan Jiuxiao, you used this Lu to destroy the foundation of the formation formed by the 9 volcanoes. How do you know that this Lu isn't also using you to weave a net in secret, to capture you in one fell swoop? As he said this, Lu Ping stretched out a hand and beckoned towards the air. 3 translucent halos suddenly flashed from different directions on the protective wall of the formation that was originally formed by fire and scarlet mist. These halos resonated with the halos at the foot of the 9 volcanoes, and the 12 halos formed a general outline that perfectly enveloped both Lu Ping and Yan Jiuxiao. Yan Jiuxiao suddenly recalled the time when Lu Ping was madly chasing after him. Every time Lu Ping used the pure yang spirit treasure and the sword of true spirit to force him into a corner, Lu Ping would always use a divine ability formed from his natal spirit water to block his path of retreat. Although the divine ability formed from the natal spirit water wasn't weak, it was clearly far from the power displayed by the 2 spirit treasures. Originally, Yan Jiuxiao had thought that Lu Ping's actions were merely a helpless move because his true essence was insufficient after using 2 spirit treasures in a row. But now, it seemed that Lu Ping's superfluous actions that seemed to have been filled with bloodlust were clearly a hidden killer move. Unfortunately, he had been so carried away by his own success that he had overlooked it. A trace of regret flashed through his heart, but his expression grew even more sinister as he said, "So what? If you want to set up a formation within a formation, you'll have to see if this formation of yours can withstand the burning heaven fire prison." Although Yan Jiuxiao's words were tyrannical, the moment Lu Ping summoned the 12 Genshin Grand Formation, Yan Jiuxiao had already controlled his avatar in an attempt to break through the 12 Genshin Grand Formation's barrier and regain control of the burning heaven fire prison. However, Lu Ping had schemed for a very long time and had even placed himself in a dangerous situation. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he would definitely succeed in killing Yan Jiuxiao. How could he allow Yan Jiuxiao to escape from the Genshin Grand Formation's control? Just as the pure Yang avatar began to attack the Genshin Grand Formation, the protective divine ability around Lu Ping's body suddenly collapsed. The white lotus diagram that was attached to the heavenly water curtain spread out like flowing water beneath Lu Ping's feet, suppressing the sea of fire beneath his feet in one fell swoop. At the same time, the 12 Genshin pearls that had been soaked in the triple light's divine water flickered with a brilliant 5-colored light, temporarily suppressing the sea of fire around them. Every single Genshin pearl shot out 12 5-colored rays of light that connected the other 11 Genshin pearls and the white lotus diagram. Then, a 5-colored curtain of light began to spread along the 5-colored rays of light that connected the diagram to the Genshin pearls, forming a huge 5-colored space within the burning heaven fire prison, completely isolating it from the burning heaven fire prison. The 12 Genshin Grand Formation complete. In the blink of an eye, the instant the Primal Hour Grand Formation was completely formed within the burning heaven hellfire Grand Formation, Yan Jiuxiao, along with the might of his pure Yang avatar, smashed into the 5-colored barrier of light of the Grand Formation. How could the might of a pure Yang avatar be underestimated? The Genshin Grand Formation shook violently, and Lu Ping's complexion suddenly turned purple. After fighting multiple battles and resisting the attacks of the burning heaven fire prison, the Genshin Grand Formation that had been painstakingly formed was now under the full force of Yan Jiuxiao's attack. Even someone as strong as Lu Ping was powerless to stop it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as the Genshin Grand Formation shook violently. But in the end, the Genshin Grand Formation still managed to withstand the impact of the Fire Phoenix avatar. The 12 Genshin Grand Formation was a life-bound formation that Lu Ping had been cultivating ever since he was in the blood condensation realm. How could 200 years of painstaking effort go to waste? With Yan Jiuxiao's foresight, he naturally knew that the Grand Formation in front of him was extraordinary. That was why the attack of the pure Yang avatar just now could be considered his full strength, but it had still failed. Yan Jiuxiao panicked. Based on his experience, if he couldn't break through this Grand Formation in the first place, he would have already fallen into Lu Ping's trap. Right now, he could only do his best to resist the attacks of the Genshin Grand Formation that Lu Ping was controlling to buy time, so that the Burning Heaven Fire Prison Formation could completely destroy this formation within the formation from the outside. Yan Jiuxiao was confident that the might of the Burning Heaven Fire Prison Formation that Luan Daoist had passed down to his descendants was definitely above Lu Ping's Genshin Grand Formation. After all, the Burning Heaven Fire Prison Formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth, while this 5-colored space in front of him was laid down by Lu Ping alone. It was still possible for him to last inside the burning heaven fire prison formation for a period of time, but as time passed he would definitely be refined by the burning heaven fire prison formation. But the crux of the problem was whether Yan Jiuxiao could last until the Genshin Grand Formation collapsed. It was a good thing that Lu Ping had endured the power of the burning heaven fire prison formation to lay down this formation within a formation, so much so that he had already suffered internal injuries. However, when he thought of how ferocious Lu Ping had been when he had chased after him with a pure yang spiritual treasure and the sword of true spirit, even the dignified Fire Phoenix clan leader felt his heart pound. Right now, the Genshin Grand Formation did not have as much space to dodge as the sky above Scarlet Mist Island. At this time, Yan Jiuxiao could only brace himself and attack Lu Ping first, hoping that he could seize the initiative. If he could seize the opportunity when Lu Ping was injured and heavily injure him, then this Genshin Grand Formation would naturally collapse on its own. However, what Yan Jiuxiao did not know was that Lu Ping had not only laid down this Genshin Grand Formation to isolate him from the burning heaven fire prison formation. As the strongest technique that Lu Ping had cultivated for more than 200 years and had never casually revealed, how could he only have this little trick up his sleeves? Just as Yan Jiuxiao mustered all his remaining courage and charged towards Lu Ping, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, suddenly smiled. It was a complacent smile. Yan Jiuxiao's heart skipped a beat. The Fire Phoenix avatar that was charging towards Lu Ping was about to withdraw and defend itself, but since he had already made his move, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He could only hope that the pure Yang avatar's power could completely break through the limits that Lu Ping could endure. But in the end, this was only Yan Jiuxiao's wishful thinking. Lu Ping fiercely clenched his open palm and spat out 2 words one at a time: "Overturn the heavens." The 5-colored space immediately fell into chaos. The pure Yang avatar that was originally charging towards Lu Ping was now getting further and further away from Lu Ping. At the same time, the tyrannical power of space tore at the Fire Phoenix avatar from all directions, and at the same time, it also tore at Yan Jiuxiao's physical body that was possessed by the pure Yang avatar. Yan Jiuxiao suddenly discovered that within this Genshin Grand Formation, not only was he losing control of his own body, he was also losing the ability to capture Lu Ping's figure. Just as Yan Jiuxiao was panicking, Lu Ping suddenly appeared beside him, the swords of true spirit transforming into 6 flood dragons that pounced towards his body. Yan Jiuxiao let out a loud roar and the Fire Phoenix avatar flapped its wings, instantly breaking free from the spatial tearing power of the Genshin Grand Formation. It also calmed the spatial fluctuations within a radius of several tens of feet around its body. But at this time the 6 flood dragons had already pounced towards it, clashing with the pure Yang avatar. However, the Fire Phoenix was still a pure Yang avatar after all, so even though the 6 flood dragons were formed from the swords of true spirit, they were still at a disadvantage. Yan Jiuxiao swept his eyes across the area and discovered that Lu Ping had once again disappeared without him noticing. Inwardly cursing, he immediately discovered that Lu Ping had already appeared several tens of feet away from him. Purple gold auspicious clouds rose behind him, and a strange flood dragon that carried an ancient aura suddenly stretched out its golden claws from within the auspicious clouds. Then its entire body broke through the obstruction of the avatar's auspicious clouds, and a loud roar that shook even Yan Jiuxiao's consciousness rang out. The strange flood dragon avatar had already disappeared into the void, and when it reappeared, it had already joined the battle with the pure Yang Fire Phoenix, suppressing the life spirit fire attached to the pure Yang avatar in one fell swoop. Yan Jiuxiao finally revealed a look of shock, but he saw that Lu Ping had already taken out a pure Yang spirit artifact. Yan Jiuxiao wanted to block again, but in order to set up the Inferno Heaven Burning Inferno formation, the second Tribulation Spirit artifact, the Fire Spirit Orb, had already fallen into the lava lake as the foundation of the formation. 2 blade lights cut through the air, and Yan Jiuxiao could no longer suppress the despair in his heart. Amidst his howls he unleashed countless techniques and divine abilities, regardless of their power, but they all exploded into spiritual energy that filled the sky under the power of the scissors. A rain of blood rained down, and inside Genshin Grand Formation, the Fire Phoenix that was fighting with the Dragon Avatar let out a long, mournful cry. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.